Margaret never expected Irene to visit a luxurious restaurant like this, so she couldn't help but give her an extra look. Irene had practically nothing to her name when she left Edric Myers back then. She even took back the wedding ring that she had given to Edric, and it wasn't long before the ring turned up in a pawn shop. One could easily imagine how downtrodden she was to go after the mere few $100s that the ring could fetch. Margaret was previously involved in a car accident with Irene and had seen how shabby and old-fashioned Irene's clothes were. She could tell that Irene was obviously having a rough time and had looked upon her with great disdain. "Weren't you so arrogant back then? Did you finally learn how tough the world could be after leaving the Myers family?" In Margaret's mind, Irene was now the embodiment of destitution, and thus, so she was rather taken aback by Irene's current appearance. Irene seemed completely different from before. Although what she was wearing was not a high-class brand, her clothes were not cheap either. Most importantly, they were now in a fancy restaurant, which was not easily accessible to anyone. Irene Nelson couldn't possibly be married to a rich man, could she? She's certainly pretty enough to be appealing, but isn't she barren? Margaret wondered. As it was difficult for women with infertility problems to survive in rich families, the word mistress suddenly popped up in Margaret's mind. It was the only reason Margaret could think of, and she suddenly felt quite pleased with the thought that Irene might be the lover to a pot-bellied man. "This is what you get for pitting against me. Serves you right, Irene," Margaret thought. While Margaret was gloating, a tall young man suddenly appeared and approached Irene. When the man sat down across from Irene, Margaret's sense of joy instantly vanished. Margaret only managed to get a clearer look at the man's face after he sat down and was taken aback when she realized that it was Jordan Reed, Edric's competitor for an urban construction project. Jordan's looks were comparable to Edric's, and he, too, came from a good family. However, he was a playboy. Margaret felt certain that Irene was one of his many lovers, and the thought comforted her. Just when her mood was lifted, Edric arrived at the restaurant and walked straight up to Margaret. "Mom, I was caught up by some matters," he explained. "I've just arrived as well." Margaret assured and subconsciously glanced towards Irene before she remarked, "Did you see that? Irene Nelson's dining here as well. Her future must be so promising now that she's actually Jordan's mistress." Edric swept one glance at Irene and Jordan, and when he saw the mesmerizing smile on Irene's face, felt a stifling sensation in his chest. He quickly retracted his gaze indifferently and, as if he did not notice Irene at all, asked, "Mom, what do you want to eat?" Edric had doted on Irene dearly in the past, and Margaret was inevitably thrilled when she noticed that he had become so cold towards her now. "My son could finally let go of the past. I'd soon be free from this too," she thought. Her voice cracked up with excitement as she replied, "Up to you. We could eat whatever you want." Jordan Reed did not sleep well that night. He couldn't stop himself from feeling depressed over the fact that Irene had been cheated on and was a divorcee. He had never been a gossip monger, but was very curious about the identity of Irene's unfaithful partner. For the whole morning, Jordan had held back from probing about the identity of Irene's ex-husband out of consideration of how personal the question was. As the Reed family was also very particular about upholding silence during mealtimes, Jordan also formed the habit of eating in silence. Eventually, he couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and burst out, "Irene, I'm very curious about the identity of your ex-husband. Is he also from San Fatio?" Irene had already noticed that something was bothering Jordan long ago, but she never expected this to be his source of woe. "No," she replied casually. "Did you marry out of love?" he probed. "I guess so." Feeling slightly jealous, Jordan asked, "Why did he cheat on you?" "Does a man need a reason to have an affair?" Irene sneered. "Why are you reluctant to talk about him? Did he leave a gaping wound in your heart that still hurts?" "It only hurts when you love someone, but I no longer love him, so why would I feel hurt?" Irene asked. Edric never expected Jordan and Irene to discuss this. As he could hear everything that Irene had said clearly, his expression instantly changed. "She actually said that she does not love me. She's so cold and heartless," he thought. "I'm very curious about that man's name. Could you tell me?" Jordan pleaded. No, I can't, Irene rejected and placed her utensils down before she resumed. He's just a nobody, so why bother? I want to bash him up, Jordan replied honestly. I'll beat up that heartless man every time I see him. You sound as if you're actually infatuated with me, Irene sniggered. I am indeed a womanizer, but only before I get married. I will definitely be good for my wife if I get married. Jordan vouched. However, Irene shook her head and said, That's what all men say before they get married. I'm not that kind of person. I'm serious, Jordan explained anxiously when he saw how doubtful she was. I'll prove it to you, he declared. From Edric's perspective, Jordan's declaration was as good as a marriage proposal. Suddenly, he stood up and walked over to Jordan before he greeted, Mr. Reed. Jordan looked up and replied, Mr. Myers, are you also here for dinner? Jordan then noticed Margaret, whom he had met once as a child. Out of politeness, he got up and walked over to her before he greeted. Hello, Aunt Margaret. Margaret nodded and smiled, but her eyes were fixed on Irene, who simply picked up her paper napkins slowly to wipe her mouth and took no notice of them. When Margaret saw how proud and haughty she was, she felt extremely upset and frustrated. Jordan, who is this? She asked. Jordan then looked at Irene and called out, Irene, come here. Let me introduce you to them. Irene stood up and casually picked up her bag, but instead of walking over to Margaret, she walked toward the exit while replying, Jordan, take your time catching up. I'll wait for you outside. Seeing how rude Irene was, Margaret and Edric's expression immediately darkened. Jordan, too, realized how inappropriate Irene's reaction was. He knew that Irene had always been very tolerant of others, and he couldn't help but wonder why she would treat Margaret like this. Failing to think of an explanation for Irene's bizarre behavior, he smiled at Margaret and apologized. She's quite shy. Aunt Margaret, don't take it to heart. Margaret was instantly stunned, for Irene wouldn't have dared to throw her temper like this if Jordan wasn't dating her seriously, and neither would Jordan bother to explain anything on her behalf. Margaret was suddenly annoyed and thought, Irene, you asked for it. Don't blame me. We haven't been in touch for a long time, but as an elder, I have to offer you a few words of advice. She's a divorcee, and a man of your status shouldn't be dating her. Thank you for your reminder, Aunt Margaret, but Irene is different from others. She's gentle and kind. She merely met the wrong person. Edric's face further darkened when he heard Jordan's reply. Margaret never expected such a response from Jordan, and despite her initial intentions to slander Irene, was forced to swallow her words. After exchanging a few more words with Edric and Margaret, Jordan left to chase after Irene. Margaret watched as he slowly disappeared from sight before she snorted coldly. Did you see that? This is how ill-bred your ex-wife is. Jordan must be blind to fall for her. After criticizing Jordan, Margaret realized that she was also indirectly condemning her son, so she quickly changed her words and added, Thankfully, you've realized your mistake. Otherwise, God knows how much longer you'll have to put up with her. However, Edric merely remained silent. He had always believed that Jordan was merely toying with Irene, but he never expected Jordan to hold such a high opinion of her. As Jordan was not only handsome and free-spirited, but also good at coaxing women, Edric suddenly felt extremely upset inside. However, Margaret did not know what her son was thinking and suggested, Edric, you should visit the Cook family more often when you're free. Why? Edric asked. Shouldn't you forge a better relationship with Lily and Stephen Cook? Margaret explained earnestly. Edric, I think it's likely that Stephen deliberately made things difficult for your current urban construction project because he's unhappy with you. After all, your engagement to Lily has been postponed for 3 years, so it's inevitable for him to have second thoughts about you. Haven't we already decided on the engagement date? What else is there to be unhappy about? Edric snapped impatiently. Margaret could only shut up when she saw how irritable her son was. Meanwhile, Jordan managed to catch up with Irene at the elevator. What's going on? He asked. What's going on? Irene repeated, although she clearly knew what he was asking about. You embarrassed me so bad back there, he complained grudgingly. Irene, why did you do that? Let's not talk about how Edric actually saved you that night. His mother is an elder, and you shouldn't have left like that. It's very rude of you. What kind of an elder is she? Irene replied sarcastically and instantly recalled what Margaret had done to her in the past. A look of hatred surfaced in her eyes, and she replied, I feel annoyed whenever I see that woman's face. As for Edric Myers, did you really think that he wants to save me? Upon seeing Irene's sneer, Jordan suddenly recalled the relationship between Edric and Lily. Did Edric save you because he knew you were Mr. Cook's daughter? He asked. How would I know? You're the only one who knows of my relationship with Stephen Cook. I see, Jordan said and frowned. His mind flashed back to the scene of their fight at after dark, and he vaguely recalled Edric hugging Irene in his arms that day. He questioned, Irene, is it true that you don't know Edric before? I know him, but he doesn't know me, Irene replied quickly. Jordan's brows scrunched up into a frown, and he felt as if he had missed out on something. The first episode of the blind date reality show was aired on TV and well received by the audience, achieving up to 7 points in the audience's ratings on just the first day of the broadcast. Social media platforms were flooded with discussions about the program the next day. Thanks to efforts by the TV station's strong public relations team and the reposting of the program by big-shot celebrities, the topic trended on Twitter several times and soon became the talk of the town. As Deborah Jones had nothing to do at home, she watched the replay of the blind date reality show and was soon hooked by the program. While she was engrossed in the show, Lily came downstairs and sat down beside her before she whined, Mom, I'm so bored. Find someone to go shopping with you, Deborah suggested, and her eyes remained glued to the TV. That's boring. There are only that many places in San Fatillo, and I've already shopped in all of them. Why don't you go to spa then? Mom, Lily grumbled unhappily when she saw how uncooperative her mother was. Can't you have a proper conversation with me? What's so interested in that stupid TV show? This TV program is quite entertaining, Deborah defended. Lily then took one glance at the TV. At that moment, the camera was panning over the female guests in the reality show, and her eyes suddenly widened as she exclaimed, Mom, is that Irene? What nonsense are you talking about? Deborah replied in surprise. Back to that show, quick! Lily yelled and snatched the remote control from Deborah's hand to press the button and then paused at the frame which featured Irene and exclaimed, Mom, this lady's name is Irene Nelson. Deborah, who wasn't paying much attention before, was now focused on the fifth female guest in the reality show after she heard what Lily said. As none of the male participants paid attention to Irene, Deborah naturally overlooked her presence and only realized that she was Irene after Lily had pointed it out. Irene Nelson actually went for a blind date? Lily and Deborah thought and exchanged a look. Deborah was the first to recover from her shock and asked, Perhaps they share the same name. She's wearing a mask, so I can't see her face clearly, but her figure and face shape is very similar to Irene. It's not Irene. Look, she's wearing braces. Irene's already so beautiful, so there's no way she'll need to wear such a disgusting thing, Deborah refuted. Let's take a look at her personal information first. Lily continued to turn it back to the part where the female guests introduced themselves. It was written in Irene's information that she was 28 years old and was an ordinary employee. She was divorced once and had a 3-year-old child. As she had been hurt in the previous marriage, a criterion that her future spouse must fulfill was to be honest. It would also be a bonus if she needn't deal with the in-law relationship. Most of what Irene had stated in her information was true, for she genuinely wanted to find a father for Eden. However, as she was worried that men would choose her for her appearances, she deliberately wore braces to make herself look a little ugly. She believed that if someone did choose her, despite her current appearance, he would be a person who did not judge a book by its cover. Eden's age was also falsely reported. However, the criteria that her future husband had to meet came from the bottom of her heart. As long as her spouse does not have a mother and would remain faithful, Irene would be contented. She had had enough of Margaret during the time when she was with Edric and had already developed a phobia for mother-in-laws. She couldn't be Irene. How could Irene have a 3-year-old child? Deborah, who was first to finish reading the information, said, Irene and Edric had only been divorced for 3 years, so it was impossible for her to have a 3-year-old child. But why do they look so similar? Lily muttered. She still resembles Irene, even though she's wearing braces. Perhaps she adopted the child? All right now, let's stop thinking about this. Whether she's Irene or not, it has nothing to do with us. If you are bored, I'll go shopping with you. Mom, I don't want to go out. Could you get Dad to call Edric over for dinner tonight? Deborah was well aware of her daughter's intentions and sighed. All right, I'll call your dad and speak to him about this. Jordan was supposed to be happy for winning the bid. Usually, he went to the nightclub to have fun every night when he was in a good mood. However, his cheerful mood suddenly disappeared after he learned about Irene's identity. Instead, he locked himself at home every day. David felt very strange about Jordan's change. Mr. Reed had changed a lot recently and stopped going to the nightclub. At first, David thought Jordan just wanted to have a rest. But after being like this for several days, David realized that something he didn't know must have happened. As an executive assistant assigned to Jordan by the old master, he had to pay attention to Jordan's every move. Thus, he tried different ways to figure out the reason for Jordan's change. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find out what happened. Jordan was energetic in the office, yet became lethargic as soon as he got off work. Jordan couldn't figure out why either. He felt like he was suffering from some strange disease that made him high-spirited at work and exhausted after work. Could he get some work-related disease? But he had never heard of such a thing. David finally figured out the reason when Irene asked for a 3-day leave and didn't come to the office. Mr. Reed was in low spirits all day long and kept calling for Irene. David had reminded him several times that Executive Assistant Nelson had asked for leave, but Jordan couldn't remember it. Jordan got off work early and drove to Irene's neighborhood in a hurry. Nevertheless, he waited till it was dark outside and still didn't see Irene. He called her, but her phone was turned off. Jordan couldn't help knocking on the door. Thomas was shocked when he answered the door and saw Jordan outside. Mr. Reed, why are you here? Where is Irene? Jordan's eyes had already scanned the room. His face became gloomy when he didn't see Irene inside. Why is her phone off? What do you need from her, Mr. Reed? Thomas noticed Jordan's sullen look and thought that he had something urgent. It's an urgent matter, of course. I can't tell you. Jordan offered a rare explanation. Where is she? Thomas hesitated. Not many people knew that Irene was taking part in the blind date program. She didn't want to tell anyone either. Jordan apparently didn't know about it since he was here looking for her. Should Thomas tell him or not? No more hemming and hawing. Tell me where she is. Jordan pressed on Thomas when he saw that Thomas was reluctant. I'm telling you, I really have something very important to do with her. Irene went to the TV station to record a program. Thomas was worried that Jordan really had something urgent, so he told him the truth. Record a program. What program? A blind date program. This woman, Jordan's face darkened. She went to participate in a blind date program when he was left heartbroken. She was deliberately trying to torture him and crush his spirit. Jordan turned around with a grim face without saying a word and stomped off the shabby stairs of the tube-shaped apartment building. He ran downstairs, turned around, and went upstairs again. Then he knocked on the door one more time. What blind date program is she participating in? Thomas told him the name of the show. Jordan went downstairs again with a dark face. He cursed indignantly on his way back. What a heartless woman! How dare you play these dirty tricks behind my back? Wait and see how I will punish you when you come back. He still felt angry after that and called David. Do you know the blind date reality show the TV station in San Francisco is working on? Why are you asking? David was busy as a bee every day. How could he have time to pay attention to TV shows? What do I need you for? You don't even know about a reality show. Jordan swore and hung up the phone. David felt so aggrieved. Mr. Reed was being ridiculous and unreasonable, but he had to put up with him since he worked for him. He had to figure out what was wrong with this blind date show. Of course, David had heard a little about the show before as it was very popular. He was just curious why Mr. Reed took an interest in it. David turned on the computer and searched for the videos as soon as he got home. He thought something was wrong with his eyes when he saw Irene on the screen, wearing dental braces. He was not wrong. Her name was Irene Nelson, and her figure looked familiar as well. Her braces were the only thing that looked odd. Why did Executive Assistant Nelson make herself look like this on a blind date program? David was so confused by what he saw. It was extraordinary for a beautiful woman like Irene to dress like an old maid when she was around Mr. Reed. Other women who participated in the show all dressed up nicely, yet she wore braces on purpose and called herself a single mom. Wait, Executive Assistant Nelson is a single mother? David was dumbfounded. Was this true? She looked so young. How could she be a mom? Was it a publicity stunt? David couldn't figure it out, so he picked up the phone and called Jordan. Mr. Rowan, Reed, I saw Executive Assistant Nelson in that blind date program. I'm not blind. Jordan roared fiercely. He also turned on the computer and searched for the video when he got home. Somehow, he felt a little better when he saw that Irene made herself ugly. However, Jordan was furious as no man chose Irene throughout the program. What were they doing? Was there something wrong with these men's eyes? Such a beautiful woman was standing there, yet the men all picked the other bad-looking ones. They were blind for sure. When Jordan was cursing at the screen, he forgot that he was just like those men before. While Jordan was protesting on Irene's behalf, he received a call from David and swore angrily, "Those men are a bunch of jackasses. Are they blind? Irene should also be ashamed that not a single person picked her. She embarrassed me so much. I'm so pissed off. What does it have to do with you that no one picked Irene? It's her own business." But David didn't dare to say it out loud. He echoed, "Yes, those men are blind. I can't believe that they couldn't tell how pretty she is." Jordan suddenly realized that there was something wrong with what David said. He didn't think of that when he was saying it himself, but he felt like it had some kind of insinuation when he heard it from David. "Are you talking about me, you punk?" "Mr. Reed, what do you mean?" David felt so wronged. "Are you implying that I didn't realize how beautiful Irene is in the past?" Jordan insisted on being unreasonable. "Mr. Reed, I wouldn't dare to say anything about you even if you let me." "You would certainly not, since I would definitely smash your head if you did. But you must have said that to yourself." "No, I really didn't," David protested. He was not a stupid man. He finally understood why Jordan had been behaving strangely. It seemed that it had something to do with Executive Assistant Nelson. Jordan was so angry that he couldn't watch the show anymore. How dare these stinky men ignore Irene and not choose her throughout the program? He had to think of a way to help Irene. He had to let these stinky men regret their blindness. But how could he help? David didn't dare to hang up the phone as Jordan was still there. He heard Jordan grumbling to himself on the other end. "These ignorant, stinky men. I have to let you all know how stupid you are and regret your choice terribly." David couldn't help but interrupt. "Mr. Reed, they didn't choose Executive Assistant Nelson because she is a single mother wearing ugly braces. Do I need you to tell me that?" Jordan snorted. "I have to find a way to let Irene take off her mask and make everyone regret it." "That's easy. Just find someone to go on the show and pick her." Jordan's eyes lit up upon hearing David's suggestion. "I have an idea." It took 3 days to record the second episode. Irene was cold-benched as usual for the first day. She didn't care much about it, but Kinsey started to worry. She grumbled throughout lunch and cursed at the men for their bad taste, as if she was the one who was ignored on stage. In contrast to her bad mood during lunch, Kinsey suddenly became cheerful in the evening. "Do you have some good news?" Irene was confused. "Good news. Great news," Kinsey answered and sized Irene up and down for a while. "Irene, have you ever thought about becoming a celebrity?" "Celebrity? Me?" Irene pointed at herself and reached out to touch Kinsey's forehead. "Kinsey, you don't have a fever, do you?" "No." Kinsey turned on her phone and said, "Irene, you have to be prepared. I think you will be on the front page of major media outlets soon." "Why?" "It's a secret. You'll know it soon. You'd better prepare first. Don't be scared when the time comes." Kinsey refused to say it. Irene thought she was talking nonsense and ignored her. She went to the studio the next morning as usual. When she was standing in her position, she found that there was one empty seat in the male guest section. Irene felt a little strange. She heard from Kinsey that the program was very popular. There were plenty of people who wanted to go to the show. Why would there be an empty seat? The show started when she was still wondering. As the prelude sounded, the host stepped onto the stage. It was the usual opening remarks. After that, however, the host changed the topic. Today is the third recording of our show, which has become incredibly popular after the first episode. How popular is it? Our employees have been working late for days to register and select people who signed up for the show. The host paused for a moment and pointed to the empty male guest seat. Isn't it strange to see one person missing from the male guests? It's not because we couldn't find someone. Instead, we're leaving the seat open to welcome a heavyweight. The men in the show were all elites, and the program team had always treated them equally. Everyone was curious now to see a VIP being introduced separately. How special could this person be? The host did not keep people guessing. He started to read the bio of the special male guest. He graduated from Massachusetts Institute of Technology at the age of 22, acquired an MBA at 25, and a DBA at 28 from Harvard. Before he received his doctorate degree, he has already served as an executive board member of 3 companies, a permanent director of one company, and been in charge of another company's business expansion division. Have you ever met such an excellent man? The audience shook their heads. Of course, they hadn't met anyone like this. Today, we'll get to meet this marvelous man. Let's welcome Mr. Jordan Reed. Irene was also looking forward to this man at first. However, she was dumbfounded when she heard the host pronounce Jordan's name. Why did this guy come to the show as well? Most importantly, she had always considered him a good-for-nothing rich boy and didn't know anything the host just said about him. While Irene was thinking, Jordan appeared on the stage in a casual outfit. His handsome look attracted everyone's attention as soon as he came to the stage. Irene heard the fellow female guests on both sides exclaiming, "He is tall and handsome and rich. He is a real golden bachelor." Golden bachelor? More like a womanizer. Irene secretly scoffed at the women. "I don't think you would be so amazed if you knew all of his dirty laundries." While she was thinking, Jordan sat down in the seat. Irene was more familiar with his impish look in the office and his lecherous eyes in nightclubs. She wasn't used to it when he suddenly sat upright with all seriousness in front of her. All the other male guests were overshadowed by Jordan. Everyone focused their eyes on him. The better-looking female guests on stage were already getting ready to make a move. Even though they couldn't show their faces to seduce Jordan, they could still show off their sexy curves, fair skin, and soft voice, right? All the female guests on stage, except for Irene, began to turn on their charm to the maximum. Jordan curled up his lips and slowly scanned the stage with his eyes, starting with the first female guest. As his eyes were shifting, the audience, the host, and the women on stage could all feel their hearts pounding in their chests. The first female guest was a somewhat famous model with an incredible figure. She was invited by the TV station to help boost the program's publicity. 20 out of 25 male guests in the first episode presented their flowers to her. She became famous overnight and had been a hot topic on the internet. No one in the modeling industry didn't know about the young master from the Reed family. The moment Jordan appeared, she wondered if Jordan came to the show specifically for her. It must be the case. She heard that Jordan favored tall, sexy women with good looks, and she had all of those. She was exhilarated when Jordan's eyes landed on her first, but her joy dissipated before long, because Jordan had moved on to the second woman. Although the second woman was not as voluptuous as the first one, she had a pretty face and a seductive voice. She also felt the elation when Jordan was looking at her. However, her excitement didn't last long either. Jordan's eyes quickly swept over her and fell on the fourth woman. The third one was going to show off herself, yet he didn't even give her a chance. She was disheartened like a deflated balloon. Jordan surprisingly cracked a smile and winked at the fourth woman when he looked at her, which made her feel like she couldn't breathe anymore. Irene saw everything and was very upset. It was supposed to be a blind date show, but Jordan made it look like he was picking his harem. Why did he come here? What did he want to do? Jordan suddenly picked up the roses in front of him and stood up. The whole audience gasped at his movement. Did he take a fancy to the fourth woman? The fourth woman might not be as sexy as the first two, but she had an innocent look and was well educated. She worked as a public relations manager in a foreign-funded corporation and had certainly heard about Jordan before. Her heart was beating in her mouth when she saw Jordan winked at her and stood up with the flower. Irene had seen the fourth woman in real life and knew her look was exactly Jordan's type. But Irene didn't like her. The fourth woman was often haughty because of her pretty face and good education. She was the most difficult one among all the female guests. Irene overheard her talking about her with other people. Even a divorced woman with a kid came to this show. God knows what she's thinking. Did she think this is someplace with no standards? Not a single person picked her in the entire episode. Who knows how she handles the embarrassment? She had said a lot of similar things, but Irene didn't bother to argue with her. Irene had been in much more difficult situations and didn't have the time to care for some unpleasant comments. Seeing Jordan keep looking at the fourth woman over and over, Irene figured that Jordan must know her from work. He always had unique ways to chase after women he liked and must have come here to cheer for her. While Irene was guessing, Jordan held the roses and stopped in front of the fourth woman. Everyone's eyes were glued on her. Irene thought he would give her the roses. Instead, however, he asked her a question. "Miss, do you like me?" The fourth woman nodded with excitement. Jordan cracked a smile and said, "Do you think I will give the flowers to you?" He didn't play by the rules at all. The fourth woman smiled coyly and replied, "Of course, I hope you can give me the flowers." Seeing that Jordan stopped in front of the fourth woman, the host thought he forgot the rules and reminded him, "Mr. Reed, you can give the roses to her if you like her. Then she will ask you 3 questions and take off her mask for you if she likes your answers." Jordan turned back and said, "Who said that I like her? I just feel that she looks like a bar girl I know. I wanted to confirm it." His words caused an uproar in the audience. Jordan did not care what others thought and looked at Irene with a smile. Irene thought it would be a romantic show between Jordan and the fourth woman. She never expected him to focus his eyes on her. "The one I like is guest No. 5, Miss Irene Nelson." Jordan raised his voice and everyone heard him clearly. Then he handed the roses to Irene. Irene stared at him blankly. She didn't realize what happened until Jordan repeated himself. Instead of taking the roses Jordan handed to her, she started asking him 3 questions. "Mr. Reed, may I ask what you like about me?" "Do I need a reason to like someone?" Jordan answered with assurance. The host tried to ease the situation. "It's true that one doesn't need a reason to like someone. Mr. Reed likes Miss Nelson unconditionally." "Yes, I like Miss Nelson without a reason or condition," Jordan echoed. Irene darted a glare at Jordan from behind the mask. It was obvious that he was here to make trouble, but she had to finish the process. "What is your opinion on love?" "Loving and cherishing each other." Jordan stopped grinning. "What is your motto for love?" "I entertain no high hopes for being with my love for eternity. Even a short moment of love and passion will be held dear by me forever." "Thank you, Mr. Reed. You answered my questions very well, but it's not what I want, so I'm sorry." The audience sighed. Such an extraordinary man shouldn't belong to such an ordinary woman indeed. Irene's refusal gave other women hope, but Jordan wasn't interested in anyone else. He picked up the microphone and faced the camera. "I only came here because of Miss Nelson. I won't give up even though she doesn't accept my heart. I will come back as long as she is still on the stage." Irene walked out of the studio after the recording. Jordan leaned against the door, waiting for her with a smile. Irene was exasperated as soon as she saw him. "Jordan, what are you doing here?" "Be ladylike. Then good men will like you." Jordan was not angry at Irene's harsh tone at all. "I'm here to help you this time." "Helping me how? You're making me the target of public criticism." "Don't worry, you'll see the benefits soon." Jordan pulled her with his hand and said, "I'm hungry. Go and have some midnight snack with me. Because of Jordan, this episode was turned into a trendy topic before it was broadcasted. Many people wondered why a billionaire would be interested in a divorced single mother. In the meantime, someone uploaded Irene's ID photo online. Irene wasn't wearing any makeup in the photo yet, still looked innocent and ravishing. People called it the prettiest ID photo and reposted it everywhere. Everyone now knew that Irene was a great beauty who deserved to be pursued by men like Jordan. Some people even began to gossip that Irene and Jordan were actually lovers and were separated because the Reed family was too prominent. Irene went on the blind date reality show to gain public support and force the Reed family to make concessions. There were all kinds of rumors spreading on the internet. Irene became a celebrity overnight. Since many media outlets wanted to interview her, the TV station immediately blocked all the news of her, claiming that they would let Irene accept some interviews at the right time. Irene was stunned by the public reaction. She hated Jordan wholeheartedly. This dude created so much drama on the spur of the moment. Now she had to wear sunglasses when she went out so people wouldn't recognize her. However, Kinsey was very excited. Irene, aren't you short of money? Now you have people sending money directly to you. You have to take advantage of that. I don't want to be stared by people every day without any privacy. How could I live like this? Irene didn't think so. Don't worry, we took measures to keep your information private. There are over a dozen of people in this city who have the same name as you. They won't figure out it's you. Irene felt a little relieved. But what happened with my ID photo? I don't know what's going on either, Kinsey replied. Could it be Jordan? Irene shook her head. I don't think he has my photo. Forget it. Let's not dwell on these things now. You'd better think about how to deal with the interviews. I know that you don't like to be interviewed, so this is an internal interview done by reporters of the TV station. You will receive a handsome pay when this episode is out. Can I skip the interview? No, I've already accepted it. You have to give me something here. But I really don't want to. Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you. Like Kinsey said, the interview was indeed an internal one conducted by the TV station. Kinsey accompanied her throughout the whole process. The questions were casual and easy as well, mostly about her requirements for choosing a partner and her recent situation. Irene wanted honest and reliable men who didn't have their mothers around. The interviewer asked further, "That's some interesting criteria. Most women nowadays want tall, handsome, rich men, but you only care about honesty and reliability. Why do you think in this way?" The tall and handsome men will be old eventually. As for money, if all the wealth belongs to the men, they could kick you out any time when they're not in a good mood, Irene answered. So it's better to find an honest and reliable man to spend the rest of my life peacefully together. That makes sense. Then why don't you want a mother-in-law? People might think that requirement to be quite unconscionable. After all, this is a country where people have a tight bond with their parents. Maybe normal people will think my condition is unconscionable indeed, but I don't care what others think. I only insist on what I want. I'd rather not marry for the rest of my life if I couldn't find the right man. Could you tell us what you have been through? Were you abused in your last marriage? The interviewer asked again. I don't want to talk about this. Irene refused to answer. Kinsey interrupted by her side. Abuse is an understatement. It's simply miserable. The interviewer showed a look of surprise. Are there still evil mothers-in-law in modern society? That's hard to imagine. That's because you're ill-informed. Let's change the subject. Irene stopped Kinsey, so she had to shut up unwillingly. At the end of the interview, the interviewer brought up the topic of Irene's divorce. Miss Nelson, why did you divorce the last time? I'll answer this question. Kinsey jumped to it. The man had an affair. Kinsey, Irene glared at her. The interviewer smiled to ease the awkwardness. That's all for today's interview. Thank you so much. Jordan's grandfather soon heard about his son going on a blind date show to pursue a divorced single mother. He called Jordan from abroad. Kid, haven't you gone too far recently? You even care about this kind of thing now? Don't you have too much free time? Jordan retorted. Don't dip your pen in the company ink. You need to remember that. Jordan's grandfather snorted. That's only because their ink is not good enough. Jordan refuted. So this is for real? The old man detected the undertone of Jordan's reply. I'm warning you. My bottom line is that I might be able to accept a woman you love who doesn't have a similar background, but I won't even open a discussion with you if she is a divorced single mother. What if the child is mine? Jordan said casually. The child is yours? Jordan's grandfather was stunned. His grandson was an infamous womanizer who might actually be the child's father. If it was really your son, I may allow it. Jordan laughed and said, Then I'll thank you first, Grandpa. Jordan hung up the phone and leaned back in his chair. How could he be so troubled if it were his child? His grandfather was a smart man. Even though he said so now, he might not accept Irene. After all, it was not easy to fool the old man and convince him the child was Jordan's. Jordan rubbed his forehead. This woman seemed to have rooted in my heart. What should I do? The story about Jordan's appearance on the blind date show was printed on a newspaper in front of Edric, who had been gloomy and silent the whole morning. He was never interested in entertainment news, but he glanced at the paper subconsciously when he saw Jordan's name on it. He felt chest congestion once he started reading. This playboy really knows how to court a woman. He even went on that kind of a show without regard for his identity and status. Although Jordan's attempt failed, it still made Edric feel heavy-hearted, as if a boulder was sitting on his chest. He wasn't convinced that Irene would really go on the show to find a man, nor did he believe that Irene was a single mother. Kinsey was the producer of the show. It was obvious that Kinsey only pulled Irene there to make up the numbers. And there was only one reason why Irene agreed to attend the show. She was short of money. It was hard to believe that a woman who didn't hesitate to divorce a billionaire and left without a penny would be short of money. But Irene really was such a person. She would rather earn her own money with her own hands than lower her head and stoop to compromise. She must have had a hard life in the past 3 years. Edric kicked her out, left her penniless, and even made sure she couldn't find a job. He thought that he could force her to come back to him eventually if he blocked her ways, but he never expected that Irene just went down the hard path and never looked back, no matter what he did. No, it was not that she had never turned back before. She would only do it for the person she chose, like Nathan. She could go to beg Nathan's mother to approve her and Nathan, but she would never lower her head to Edric's mother for him. She was willing to turn back for Nathan, but would never do so for Edric. This was the difference. Edric felt heartbroken whenever he was reminded of the difference between him and Nathan. People's feelings could get hurt, but Irene didn't seem to acknowledge that. She was married to Edric for 3 years. It was said that the love between a wife and a husband should last forever. However, their 5-year relationship wasn't a match for the few months she spent with Nathan. Edric smiled bitterly. Was he too stubborn and too stupid, or was Irene too cruel? Edric grabbed the newspaper on the table and slowly crumpled it into a ball. Irene, I don't believe that your heart is made of stone. Even if it is made of stone, I will find a way to warm it up. This time, I won't let you disappear in front of me again. I swear. The interview was released 2 days later. Irene received a call from Kinsey when she was having dinner at home. Your interview will be on tonight. Don't forget to watch it. Irene was busy as a bee and had no time for TV. She didn't take the interview seriously, but it didn't mean that others didn't either. The blind date show was extremely popular in San Fatillo because of Jordan's participation. Everyone had been talking and gossiping about the show during their free time. The online press also followed the show closely and reported it on the front page all day long. It was impossible for Lily and Deborah not to pay attention to it. The frenetic excitement of online media worried them. It never occurred to them that Irene would gain so much traction because of a blind date program. Irene's popularity was not a good thing for Deborah and her daughter. Deborah and Lily always hoped that Irene could live a dreadful life and never achieve anything, but things apparently didn't follow their plan. Deborah and Lily realized that Irene had a great chance to marry into a rich and powerful family, since Jordan, a man with extraordinary ability and background, got involved by going on the show. Deborah and Lily would face considerable pressure if Irene really married Jordan. Of course, what scared them the most was not Irene marrying into a wealthy family, but the public opinion. The internet was well developed these days. A vast number of people who were curious about Irene had been saying that they wanted to find out who she was. Things would be bad for Deborah and Lily if people figured out Irene's real identity. If Irene's identity were exposed, people would definitely find out that Deborah was a mistress. Deborah and Lily would have no way to live if people dug up everything that happened between Irene and Edric and how they divorced because of Lily's pregnancy. Most importantly, Stephen had an affair with Deborah before they got married. It was a fatal blow to a high-level government official. The good days of Deborah and Lily would come to an end if Stephen lost his position. As a result, the engagement between Edric and Lily would be broken off as well. Margaret was a tough person. She would never accept Lily if Stephen were not in power. She would definitely order her son to stay away from Lily without mercy, just as she did with Irene in the past. Deborah and her daughter were worried sick. They had no choice but to stay at home and quietly keep an eye on the news about Irene, since they couldn't tell anyone about their concerns. They both got sweaty palms when they heard about the guest's interview on the blind date show. Would Irene throw mud at them in the interview? Deborah and Lily were not in the mood for dinner. Instead, they waited for an interview in front of the TV. Irene was not the only one who was interviewed. All the popular guests in the recent episodes were included. The audience watched the edited version, in which Irene didn't disclose her identity or mention much about the past. However, the program team played up Irene's requirements for men for the sake of publicity and promotion. Irene's slogan was to Rufus the in-law relationship. Deborah and Lily both sighed with relief after watching the interview. Lily turned off the TV with the remote control. Their mood improved as they felt more relaxed, but they hated Irene more when they thought about how she recently put them in a state of nerves. They had to find a way to get back at Irene to vent their anger. They were both vicious by nature. Lily immediately thought of Irene's criteria for men. Her eyes lit up. "Mom, don't you agree that Irene is looking for trouble? She said that she wants a motherless man. Isn't that immoral? Even though no one wants to live with husband's mother, they can't just say it out loud." "True, Irene is so reckless and stupid. She must be traumatized by Margaret's abuse back in the days." Deborah answered. "She shouldn't have said that even if she was traumatized. She is just handing people a weapon to attack her, isn't she?" Lily sneered when she mentioned the weapon. "Mom, I came up with an idea. Irene is quite famous right now. I can find someone to make up something and shift the direction of public opinion to make her infamous." "Can you do that?" Deborah was skeptical. She was less knowledgeable than her daughter when it came to the internet. "Of course, this is the age of the internet. I just need to find some trolls to attack her online. It's hard not to defame her." Lily was excited just by thinking about it. Irene would immediately become a disgraced internet celebrity if her plan worked. Although Deborah didn't know much about the internet, she was also tempted by her daughter and supported her idea. Lily took action immediately. She spent a lot of money and hired several trolls to make personal attacks on Irene. They gave a highly exaggerated account of Irene's selection criteria and said she only wanted men who didn't care for their mothers. Therefore, she must be a vicious and heartless woman who had no credibility. People online shouldn't be deceived by her pretty face. The more beautiful and innocent she appeared, the dirtier her heart would be. The public could be misled easily when they strove to be righteous. Many people started to question Irene after these posts appeared on major forums. Following the strong attack from the trolls, public opinion was overturned instantly. People who used to like and sympathize with Irene began to dislike her and attack her because of these comments. Public opinion was powerful enough to send a person to heaven and banish him to hell in the blink of an eye. Lily held the computer and laughed happily when she saw the nasty comments people made on Irene. Deborah also gave her daughter a thumbs up. "My daughter is so skillful that she came up with such a good idea." Deborah and Lily were exhilarated that they achieved such an effect without much effort. Irene was doomed now. Poor Irene was still kept in the dark and had no idea that she was being slandered online. Jordan received the news right away that Irene was being attacked online. He immediately asked the public relations team to delete the nasty posts and freeze the trolls' accounts. However, the attack still made a huge impact. People demanded a direct answer from Irene. David suggested that Irene could offer an explanation, but Jordan shook his head and said even he couldn't stand this kind of vicious smear, let alone a woman like Irene. It's better to keep Irene out of this and deal with it on our own for now. Jordan called Kinsey, who certainly knew about these comments as well. She was having a meeting with the public relations team of the TV station, discussing how to deal with the aftermath. During her call with Jordan, she was so indignant that she told him how Irene was abused by a ruthless mother-in-law, how her husband had an affair and impregnated his mistress, and how she was kicked out of the house with nothing. Jordan was astonished, since he never dreamed that Irene would be bullied like this. Infuriated, he asked Kinsey for the names of the evil mother-in-law and the worthless husband. Kinsey naturally refused, so Jordan had to give up. Nevertheless, he already had an idea of restoring Irene's reputation. On the same day, a post that clarified on Irene's behalf appeared on the internet. The post was expressive and emotional, detailing how Irene was bullied by the evil mother-in-law, hurt by her cheating husband, and kicked out of the family without a penny. Not only did Jordan help Irene tell the whole story, but he also ordered people to find Irene's attackers and sued them. The websites that reposted the nasty posts about Irene received a summons from the court. The major websites and forums didn't dare to compete with Jordan. One after another, they deleted the previous attack posts and published apology statements, explaining that the posts that had been issued before were hearsay without real evidence. The situation was reversed all of a sudden. The trolls who started the attack were scared of the police and went into hiding. Lily's plan officially failed. The table had turned. People were furious about how Irene was treated in the past. Women, in particular, railed against the evil mother-in-law, the shoddy husband, and the shameless homewrecker. The public backlash surpassed what Irene went through before. Despite her thick skin, Lily became so angry upon reading the comments that she couldn't eat. Deborah comforted her daughter. "You need to be able to move on. We will think of another way." Lily was also tough like a cockroach. After feeling dispirited for a day, she came up with another idea. Although she was not happy to see the tides changing, it was not necessarily bad for her. Since Irene's past was revealed to restore her reputation, countless people were cursing and shouting at the evil mother-in-law, the crappy husband, and the mistress. As the mistress in the story, Lily got over the insults from strangers, but the crappy husband and the evil mother-in-law might not be able to handle it so well. Lily and the evil mother-in-law were guilty of Irene's past, but the husband was innocent. Edric would lose his mind if he found out that he was being hurled at online. So would Margaret. Lily had to tell Margaret about this. With Margaret's temper, she would hate Irene immensely if she knew that she had been humiliated online. With Margaret as the roadblock, there was no way Irene could get back with Edric. Lily immediately complained to Margaret about how she was wronged and insulted by people online. Margaret was so angry that she almost fainted. Margaret had always claimed to be a noble lady, surrounded by classy people who wouldn't use profanities. But people on the internet were neither gentlemen nor gentlewomen. They didn't mind swearing when they disapproved of something. Margaret could hardly breathe after reading the vulgar curses people threw at the evil mother-in-law and shitty husband. She immediately called Edric. "Edric, take a look at how people are smearing us. Tell Irene to shut up now." Edric had been busy with a project in another city and just returned to San Fatio today. He certainly didn't have time to pay attention to entertainment news and gossips. He only turned on the computer and searched online after receiving the angry phone call from his mother. His heart was filled with anger as soon as he read about it. Why is this woman so wicked? How can she treat me like this? In a frenzy, Edric grabbed his jacket and rushed out of the office. Jordan took Irene to meet with a client after work, which lasted until 11 p.m. Although Jordan was tipsy, he insisted on sending Irene home himself. He called a designated driver at the hotel and dropped Irene off in front of her apartment building. Irene also drank some wine and felt a little dizzy. She watched Jordan's car driving away and turned around to go upstairs. The entrance of the building was unlighted since the streetlights were broken a long time ago. A hand suddenly reached out from the darkness and grabbed her as soon as she stepped on the shabby stairs. Irene was startled. She opened her mouth and wanted to call for help, but a hand covered her mouth in time. Although Irene was a little drunk, she instantly guessed the identity of the person for his familiar smell. "Edric, let me go!" Edric had been waiting for her in high dudgeon for a few hours. He was even more incensed when he saw Jordan dropping Irene off. While he was waiting in the car for hours, he already read online about everything that happened. It was all because Irene participated in the blind date program. Nothing would have happened if she didn't go on that dumb show. It was ridiculous that he had become a scumbag. He knew that his mother was a little tough on Irene when they were married, and he felt bad for her. She wouldn't be bullied if not for him. Her mother was old-fashioned. She was not an evil person, albeit her sharp tongue. His father passed away a long time ago. His mother had a hard time managing the company and raising him at the same time. It was considered unfilial to have no offspring, especially when the Myers family had only one son for several generations. His mother was deeply disappointed when she learned that Irene couldn't bear children. Edric knew that his mom mistreated Irene, and he felt sorry for her, but he couldn't disown his mother. She was his mother who gave birth to him and raised him. He was put in a dilemma and couldn't possibly make a choice between his mother and his wife. He couldn't cast off his mother. It was easier said than done. How could he turn his back on his own mother? Irene has every reason to hate my mother, but why did she call me a scumbag? I have never done anything wrong, never. How could this woman be so self-righteous? Irene was struggling when Edric dragged her outside without a word. It was dark in the alley, but Edric had been here too often and was already familiar with the path. Although Irene drank some wine, her mind was still clear. She didn't want to have anything to do with this man, so she fought desperately, grabbing and kicking. Her struggle caused Edric to bump into the walls several times. Seeing that she wouldn't cooperate, Edric picked her up and carried her out of the alley. Edric opened the car door and pushed Irene into the car. Then he squeezed in as well. "Myers, what's wrong with you?" Irene glared at him fiercely. "Why did you let people smear me?" "Smear you?" Irene was confused. When had she ever speak ill of Edric? "Are you having a fever? Don't deny it. Are you really saying that you're not behind the attacks online?" Edric stared at her. Irene was rushed off her feet all day and had no time at all to read the comments online. Nonetheless, she did receive a call from Kinsey, who told her that someone was attacking her, but it had already been handled. It seemed that Kinsey was the one who posted the comments Edric was referring to. If Kinsey did it, it might as well be Irene. Irene sneered and said, "Mr. Myers, can you make it clearer? What did I say? Are you still pretending that you don't know?" Edric grabbed her shoulders forcefully. "Irene, admit it if you dared to do it. Do you need a reminder for what you have done?" "Edric, you don't need to remind me what I have done. I have always been upright and honest. You can sue me for defamation if you think I said something wrong." Irene seldom saw Edric lose his temper. Judging by Edric's out-of-control look, she knew that Kinsey must have made a big move. She couldn't let Edric know that it was Kinsey who did it. Edric was not a forgiving person and would never let Kinsey off if he knew. She had to bear all the responsibilities. "How can you be so justified?" Edric gritted his teeth and grabbed her even harder. "You're hurting me." Irene screamed in pain. "Myers, use your words. Take your dirty hands off me." Edric let go of her when he saw her frown. Irene touched her aching shoulders. Edric stared at her with his dark eyes. "Irene, did you go on that blind date show just to attack me?" "Attack you?" Irene was amused. "Edric, you feel so good about yourself, don't you? Do you think that I'm not capable of moving on? Let me tell you, I have a bottom line and will never be interested in a scumbag who cheated on me and hurt me. Please rest assured. This was the first time she called Edric a cheater to his face. Back then, Lily had a miscarriage in the hospital, and Edric asked the lawyers to send Irene the divorce agreement. She didn't question the harsh terms and signed it quickly. Edric thought that she never cared. 3 years later, he had a mixed feeling when he heard Irene calling him a cheater. He controlled himself and said, "Irene, I have never wronged you. I'm telling you, I didn't cheat on you. I didn't have any relationship with Lily." "What's the point of saying these things now?" Irene sneered. How could he say he never had any relationship with Lily when she was pregnant with his baby? Did he think she was a fool? "I'm telling the truth. Irene, if you had a little more trust in me, will it be like this? Let me tell you, you weren't innocent in this entire thing, nor was I innocent. Lily was the most innocent one. She suffered everything that she didn't deserve to suffer." Upon hearing Edric commenting on Lily in such a manner, Irene was enraged. If Lily could be regarded as innocent, then everyone in the world should be innocent. She clearly knew that Edric was her man, but she still rushed forward and got pregnant. Like her mother, she was the most despicable woman in the world. Edric defending a butch also reflected how tormented he was. He probably loved Lily very dearly. She felt a little heartache. She had promised not to get angry or sad, but she really couldn't bear it. "Myers, did you come to me just to defend that mistress? You seem to have found the wrong person, didn't you? I was just telling the truth. If you have the ability, then try to shut the wide-reaching netizens up. It's useless to come to me instead." How can you be so cold-blooded? Are you still the Irene I know? You just have to mind your own business. Whether I'm cold-blooded or not has nothing to do with you. I, Irene, am someone that only belongs in your past. Edric saw the derisiveness on Irene's face clearly. Her mentioning that she was someone that only belonged in his past provoked Edric. He reached out and held her chin. "You sharp-tongued woman. Don't regret it. What do you want to do?" Irene was shocked by this romantically ambiguous gesture. Myers had always treated her brutally, but he wasn't treating her brutally now, was he? "You will find out what I want to do soon." He came over aggressively. Their faces were in close proximity. Irene was shocked and reached out to stop Edric. "Stay away from me." Edric looked at her blushing face and small lips. He was confused. He had actually forgotten his purpose for coming to her. Her small mouth in front of him coincided with the small mouth in his memory. In the past, she used to call him Edric with her small mouth. In the past, she always wrapped her arms around his neck and tiptoed to give him a sweet kiss. A lot of memories from the past occupied his mind, and fury boiled up inside of him. He clutched her chin and aggressively pressed his lips against hers. The kiss was soft and tender. That feeling was so wonderful. After suppressing the desire for 3 years, any normal man would have suffocated. His lips rolling around her delicate lips aggressively, Edric was like a ravenous wolf. Irene was shocked by his sudden action. She sobbed and stretched out her hand to push him away. But how could she bring herself actually to push him away? The desire that had been suppressed for a long time was finally unleashed. Edric lost control, and his big hands wandered around her without scruple. Irene was frightened by his madness. Not only was she scared, but she also felt disgusted. She didn't know how many times Edric had sex with Lily. It wouldn't be a deal if she hadn't known, but knowing that he had slept with another woman now, she definitely wouldn't allow him to assault her. Therefore, struggling desperately, she used her hands and feet to grab and bite him. Then she slapped him in the face. In the past, Irene had always acted fragile and meek in his arms, but now she was extremely fierce. Edric's face had been hit countless times, but he didn't let her go and suppressed her. Irene had no strength to break free. She wanted to put up a desperate fight and bent her legs to jab at his private part. In pain, Edric let go of her. Irene seized the opportunity to open the door and escape. Edric was so angry that he lost his sense of reason. That woman was so cruel that she kicked his private part with her legs. She really hated him so much. He might have done something wrong at that time, but he had only aggrieved Lily. Regarding Irene, he had a clear conscience. He only wanted to bring peace to his family and prevent her from being tormented by his mother. Why couldn't she understand his difficulties? Compared to his mistakes, her mistakes were more unforgivable. Why should she treat him like this? Edric became furious, and without thinking, he reached out to grab Irene. He then dragged her back. Since he dragged too hard, Irene's foot suddenly got stuck in the car door, and she let out a scream. Her scream made Edric let go of Irene's hand at once. Irene rolled on the ground and groaned with her hands around her feet. It was too painful. Her feet seemed to be broken. Tears suddenly rolled down her cheeks. Edric also jumped out of the car to hug her. Irene slapped him in the face. "Jerk, what on earth do you want to do?" "Irene, where did you get injured?" Edric ignored the slap and looked anxious. "My foot hurts. I'm in so much pain." "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'll send you to the hospital right away." Irene didn't want Edric to send her to the hospital at all, but it was too painful. She thought that her foot must have been broken. The pain made tears stream down her face. Edric felt his heart ache for her. He carried Irene into the car and drove his car to the hospital. On the way, Irene kept groaning. Every time she screamed, Edric's heart would spasm in anguish. On the way, he called the hospital's director. "My wife's foot is injured. Hurry up and arrange a doctor to wait in the hospital." The director of the hospital quickly agreed and immediately called the orthopedist to tell him to go to the hospital immediately to wait to provide treatment. After hanging up the phone, the director recalled Edric's words just now and suddenly felt puzzled. Isn't Mr. Myers single? When did he have a wife? Yes. Now the young people like to call her husband when they were in a relationship. Mr. Myers must be fashionable. The director suddenly felt gossipy inside. Who exactly was the person Mr. Myers referred to as his wife? When the car arrived at the hospital gate, Edric ran into the hospital with Irene in his arms. The highly esteemed doctor of the Department of Orthopedics had already been waiting for him. Edric sent Irene to the examination room. The doctor checked Irene's ankle. Her feet were severely twisted from being squeezed by the car door. There were visible bruises on her snow-white feet, which looked jarring to the eye. Edric blamed himself. "It was all my fault. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't become like this." Irene gritted her teeth with tears in her eyes. In front of so many people, Irene was too embarrassed to cry. She simply gritted her teeth to suppress her tears. Edric reached out his hand and said, "It would be better if you bit my hand." "Dirty," Irene spat out the word resentfully. Edric immediately washed his hands and stretched them out. "They're no longer dirty." Irene glared at him resentfully. She didn't say he was dirt because his hands weren't washed, but because who knew how many times his hands had been holding Lily's hand. Irene hated her mentality at the moment. Now that they were divorced, he was already a stranger. What right did she have to care about who he held hands with and who he slept with? She suppressed the disgust in her heart and bit Edric's hand fiercely. Edric was in so much pain that he grimaced, but he didn't struggle. Upon seeing Edric's reaction, the doctor gave him a thumbs up. "Mr. Myers is a real man. You treat your girlfriend so well." "I'm not his girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Irene suddenly let go of Edric's hand and clarified the matter. "I'm sorry, I made a mistake." The doctor apologized. It was Lily who was Edric's girlfriend, and everyone knew that. How could he confuse them? "She is my wife," Edric added. The doctor's eyes widened, but Edric didn't care. He continued to stretch out his hand. "Irene, you can continue to bite." "Pervert. Disgusting." Irene turned her face away and ignored him. There was the rush of footsteps outside the door, and an urgent voice sounded. Dr. Johnson, are you in there?" Next, the door was pushed open. Freya appeared at the door. When she saw Edric standing in the examination room, she suddenly stopped. Then, when she saw Irene, her eyes widened. Edric frowned, and the nurse beside him said, "There are patients here for examination. Please go out." Freya retreated. Her boyfriend had his bones broken in a fight with someone at a bar that night. When she sent him to the hospital, she heard that Dr. Johnson, the orthopedics expert, was in the hospital. She rushed over and wanted to ask Dr. Johnson to take a look at her boyfriend, but she didn't expect to see Edric and Irene there. How could Edric and Irene be here? This shocking discovery overshadowed Freya's worries for her boyfriend's injuries. Were Edric and Irene's old feelings rekindled? That was impossible. Didn't Lily say that she and Edric would become engaged soon? Did she mistake some other woman for Irene? No, she had to get to the bottom of things. If she was really Irene, she had to tell Lily her findings. Lily was her financial benefactor. If she told her such serious news, she would definitely give her benefits. Upon thinking of this, Freya didn't wander far and stood outside to wait instead. After a while, the door of the examination room opened, and Edric came out with Irene in his arms. Irene's foot was sprained. After the doctor examined it, he applied some specially made medicine for the injury and suggested that she should rest at home for a few days. Edric breathed a sigh of relief and left the examination room with Irene in his arms. Irene didn't stay in his embrace cooperatively. The doctor looked at them awkwardly and reminded them, "Don't move. Your injury will worsen if you move around too much." Upon hearing the doctor's words, Irene didn't dare to struggle anymore. She obediently let Edric carry her out of the examination room. Upon seeing that Edric took Irene into the ward in his embrace, Freya took out her phone and dialed a call. Lily was dazedly awakened from her sleep by the phone call. When she saw the number on her phone, she picked it up impatiently. "What's the matter?" "Lily, bad news." Freya lowered her voice. "I just saw Edric and Irene in the hospital." Lily, who was already fuming due to being awakened from her sweet dreams, suddenly sat up after hearing Freya's words. "Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" "No, I saw them clearly. Edric took Irene out of the hospital in his embrace, then got in the car and left. I don't know where they will go." "Lily, do you want to go and have a look?" "Look at what? Do you think it's suitable for me to go there now?" Lily asked her viciously in return. "It's indeed unsuitable. But do you want to stand by and let them do that?" "Let me think about it," Lily murmured to herself on the phone. Was everything she was worried about really unfolding? That night, Lily sat alone on the bed in her bedroom until dawn. When she heard her mother sending her father out at dawn, she opened the door and went upstairs. Upon seeing the dark circles under her daughter's eyes, Deborah felt a little baffled. "Did you lose sleep?" "Mom, I have something to tell you." After glancing at Maisie, who was cleaning up the living room, Lily took her mother's hand and went upstairs. She told Deborah about how Edric stayed with Irene last night. The expression on Deborah's face suddenly became grave. She knew clearly how good the relationship between Irene and Edric was, as well as why they separated. If they talked things through and rekindled their romance, things would be hopeless for Lily. This matter must be taken good care of, and they must be prevented from getting back together. Lily became anxious when she saw that her mother was deep in thought. "Mom, why don't we tell Aunt Margaret about this? She hates Irene so much that she'll definitely stop it." "No," Deborah denied outright. "Edric isn't a pushover who can be easily swayed. At that time, Margaret deceived him to make you pregnant and threatened suicide to force him to divorce Irene, which already crossed the line, so that trick is useless now." "Then what should we do?" Like an ant on a hot pan, Lily was anxious. Why can't that butch completely disappear? Why did she have to come back? Deborah glared at her. If you can't keep your calm whenever you encounter something, how can you capture the man's heart in the future? "Mom, I know what you're saying, but at the moment, it's not a matter of me capturing a man's heart. It's that Edric's heart doesn't belong to me at all." "So what?" Deborah sneered. "Your father's heart had always belonged to Myra, hasn't it? But now, instead of Myra, I am Madam Cook. Whoever gets the last laugh is the winner. Your situation is different from mine. Didn't you give birth to me? Dad married you for my sake, but I have nothing now," Lily retorted. "That's because you're stupid. You couldn't win over a man even after such a long time. What a waste of my hard efforts." Deborah was also angry. "How could I find a way to win over Edric if he wouldn't even touch me?" Lily felt extremely wronged. "It wasn't easy for me to convince Dad to ask him to propose the engagement, and he agreed. But I didn't expect that butch Irene would do this again. That butch is really cunning. She did that blind date TV program and made it popular. Now I realize that she used that blind date TV program to stimulate Edric so they could rekindle their romance. Her words reminded Deborah, and her eyes lit up with joy. I have an idea. What idea? Doesn't Irene want to go on blind dates? Let's create controversy around her blind dates so her reputation would be ruined for good. Deborah's face was full of resentment. She whispered a few words into Lily's ear. Lily's anxious expression disappeared immediately. She gave her mother a thumbs up and said, Mom, how wise of you. Of course, the older, the wiser, Deborah said smugly. After sending Irene to her neighborhood, Edric carried her upstairs. Once upon a time, he carried her around the house like this. During that time, her little hands would be tightly wrapped around his neck as she flirted with him coquettishly. What a wonderful time it was. But now, she was still the same person, but was in a completely different mood. She resisted and rejected his embrace. It was as if the person in his arms wasn't a living person, but rather an ice cube. The weight of this ice cube was much lighter than before. Edric couldn't help but say, Irene, you've lost a lot of weight. Irene didn't say anything. Whether she lost weight had nothing to do with him. Seeing that she didn't speak, Edric sighed deeply. Irene took out the key and opened the door. She supported herself against the door frame. I suffered all this tonight because of you, so don't expect me to say thank you. Mr. Myers, it is time to leave now. I won't see you again. After she said those cruel words, she heartlessly closed the door. Edric stared at the old door in front of him dazedly. The door was still the same, and she was still that same person, but everything was different. Irene propped herself up and went back to her room. She had just sat down on the bed when she heard the sound of the car leaving from outside. Although it was expected, she still tugged the corners of her mouth with self-mockery. Human beings were really strange creatures. Her heart still couldn't let go, even when the two of them had ended up like this. Did she still hope that he would stand at the door and wait for her like he used to do? She was really out of her mind. Ever since he impregnated another woman, they were destined to be estranged from each other. Edric wasn't the same Edric as before, nor was she the former Irene. Everything was in the past, and they were destined to never have any contact again. Irene took a deep breath and laid down on the bed. Irene Nelson, keep fighting on. Although Edric drove out of the alley, he didn't leave. Instead, he parked his car in the open space at the entrance of the alley. The street lights were dim at night. He sat quietly in the car and looked at the familiar place. He recalled his previous oath in his mind. They would grow old together. Irene, I remember my oath. It had always been there and never left. After waking up in the morning, Irene felt that the injury on her feet had healed somewhat, but she certainly couldn't go to work. Therefore, she called Jordan to ask for a leave of absence and planned to work after a day's rest. Half an hour later, Jordan came banging on the door. Thomas pulled the door open, and Jordan rushed in. What happened? How did your foot get hurt? I twisted it accidentally when I went upstairs last night, Irene answered. I'll take you to the hospital to have an examination. I've already been examined. The doctor said there's no problem. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Jordan didn't believe it. Ignoring the fact that Thomas was still there watching, Jordan carried Irene in a bear hug and left. Edric stayed in the car until dawn. He got out of the car and went to a nearby cafe to buy breakfast. Then he carried them to the alley entrance. From a distance, he saw Jordan hurriedly rushing out of the alley with Irene in his arms. Why are you so heavy? It would save me a lot of energy if you wrapped your arms around my neck, understood? Jordan scolded Irene as he walked. His words reminded Irene of last night when Edric said that she had lost weight, so she couldn't help but refute. I didn't ask you to carry me. Besides, am I that heavy? Why don't you try carrying me? Irene was amused by him, so she had no choice but to wrap her arms around his neck. Jordan wasn't really complaining about her being heavy at all. He just wanted to have some chemistry with her. Upon seeing Irene wrap her arms around his neck, he smiled smugly as he said, It's much better now. When Edric saw Irene wrap her arms around Jordan's neck with a dazzling smile on her face, he felt his heart ache and the breakfast in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. He watched Jordan carry Irene into the car and fastened Irene's seatbelt carefully. He didn't know what Jordan had said, but Irene gave him a slight push. These were things only he could do before. Suddenly, he felt a huge loss. An old man passing by reminded him, "Young man, you dropped something." Edric didn't speak and strode away. After taking a few steps, he turned around and picked up the breakfast that had fallen on the ground. "Irene, no breakfast for you." After making sure that Irene's feet were fine and that she would recover after resting for a few days, Jordan felt relieved to send Irene home. Thomas went to the grocery market to buy some vegetables. Jordan was cheeky enough to take the initiative to ask if he could stay for lunch. Thomas naturally agreed. Jordan was so overjoyed that he called David to send him a bottle of wine from his treasured collection. Upon receiving the instruction, David immediately drove to Jordan's apartment and brought him a bottle of Louis XIII. When David arrived, Thomas had already put all the dishes on the table. When he saw David put down a bottle of Louis XIII, which cost more than $20,000, on the table, he reached out to take it and dexterously opened the bottle. "I never expected that I would get to drink Louis XIII in this lifetime." Jordan froze and instinctively glanced at Thomas. His Louis XIII was specially brought back from France, and the packaging was in French as well. How did Thomas know that the wine was Louis XIII? Did he know French? After pondering over it, he concluded that it was impossible. People who knew English might be all over the world, but very few knew French. How could Thomas, someone who lived in such an impoverished place, know French? He was surprised. "How did you know it's Louis XIII? Thomas froze and chuckled good-naturedly. "Didn't you call to tell me that?" Jordan didn't recall mentioning the name of the wine. When he was on the phone, he simply asked David to bring his wine over. He hadn't said what kind of wine it was at all. His apartment only had Louis XIII, so he didn't need to say its name. David naturally didn't understand his confusion. He pointed to the wine and said to Thomas, "This wine was specially brought back from France by Mr. Reed. It's more than 50 years of age and very difficult to buy in this country." "Jordan, why are you so lavish?" Irene shouted dramatically. "This wine is so expensive, I could feel my heart ache." "You only have money on your mind. You have to enjoy life," Jordan said. Irene looked full of pity. "Enjoying life is for rich people like you. For poor people like me, having a full stomach is already satisfying enough." "You speak as if I've mistreated you," Jordan snorted and said. "Are you thinking about getting a raise again?" "No, I'm really not." Irene waved her hands dismissively. "It just physically pains me. This wine is worth more than $100,000, which is more than enough for me to live comfortably for an entire year." Jordan looked at Irene and asked, "You're really a plebeian?" Thomas chuckled. "Let's drink and eat." Jordan enjoyed the meal very much. He admired Thomas's culinary skills greatly. Before he left, he shamelessly requested again, "Please cook more meals for me in the future. I'll pay for the ingredients." "Get lost. Our shabby place can't afford your highness." "I'm serious. You just fool me. Get lost." Irene glared at him. Jordan left sulkily. After he got into the car, he remembered to ask David, "Did I mention Louis XIII when I called you?" "I don't think so," David replied. "Since I didn't mention it, how did Irene's uncle know that the wine was Louis XIII? Perhaps he'd seen it online before. No, the names of wines on the internet are all in English. There are very few wines in French like this." Jordan pondered over it. "David, don't you think Thomas is extraordinary?" "How so?" "Although he appears very ordinary, he has a kind of elegance, which doesn't seem like something the dregs of society can have. Perhaps love is making you blind. Since you like Irene, you grow to like her uncle as well," David replied. "Just because of that?" Jordan had some doubts. He didn't think that he was such a person. "Mr. Reed, don't worry about it. Thomas can't know French. Otherwise, how would he be unable to find a job?" The idea seemed fair enough, so Jordan had to put this matter aside. After Jordan left, Thomas cleaned up the mess. Since Irene's feet were injured that she couldn't do a favor, she laid on the reclining chair as she surfed the internet. Because of Edric's aggressive questioning last night, she opened the TV station's blind date program's website to see what had happened. Irene was extremely shocked. Looking at those harshly condemning posts and people who threatened to reveal her ex-husband and evil mother-in-law, Irene got a headache. Things seemed to be developing in an unknown direction. This wasn't what she wanted to see. She called Kinsey and asked, "Kinsey, how do I make these public outcries disappear?" "I was just about to call you," Kinsey replied. "It's true that we didn't expect things to turn out like this. Now, it's not just about people wanting to reveal your ex-husband and your mother-in-law, but a series of posts doubting your authenticity also appeared this afternoon. People who sent the posts believe that you and the TV station conspired to do all this for fame and publicity. There was never any scumbag, evil mother-in-law, or mistress. That post was immediately reposted many times. It was so quick that I suspect Edric was involved. Him, I don't think he's that bored. It's hard to say. Now the internet is full of public outcry against you. Although no one knows that the evil mother-in-law and the scumbag are his mother and him, as a concerned party, he must feel as disgusting as swallow flies when he sees such a post. He will definitely find a way to get things out of the way. He came to see me last night. Irene told her about how Edric came to see her last night. Kinsey sneered. What reason does he have to come to you? Irene, you are too kind. If it were me, I would definitely reveal his name. It would not only make him bear the pressure of public outcry, but would also ruin the mistress's reputation. Forget it. It's all in the past now. Kinsey, I really don't want to have anything to do with him. Do you understand? I know. I'm just indignant. Irene, you don't know how disgusting Edric is. To suppress those verbal attacks, he asked someone to call our chief operator and said that he didn't sponsor the TV station's program to create hype around a certain person. Our chief operator felt extremely pressured and specifically held a meeting to talk about this matter. He told everyone to come up with a feasible plan to solve this. Is there a plan? Because the incident arose because of you. Everyone suggested we create a special blind date for you so that you can find a man who is in love with you as soon as possible. As long as you find the person who is in love with you, and as long as you leave, this incident would definitely die down. Kinsey told Irene the content of the TV station's meeting that day. Now, we're choosing a blind date candidate for you. There was a continuous stream of people who signed up. The news of the selection contest at noon today has reached thousands of people. I'm confident that you can find a man who would truly love you and have mutual commonality with you. I hope so. Irene sighed. Kinsey had tried her best. This matter would be settled like this. Among the sea of people, she hoped that she would find a person who would stay by her side for the rest of her life. The person who called to put pressure on the TV station wasn't Edric, but the executive assistant John instead. John knew everything about Edric and Irene. When he saw his boss being condemned, he naturally became displeased, so he called a high-level executive of the TV station to pressure him. Because of that phone call, the TV station's public relations team had immediately changed its strategy. They began to report on Irene's blind date profusely. Although as a result, it lessened the condemnations against the wicked mother-in-law and the scumbag ex-husband, it wasn't a good thing for Edric. When he turned on his computer and saw the TV station openly recruiting marriage candidates for Irene as a TV show, he became infuriated and scolded John. Who asked you to call them? Did you have nothing better to do? I was just angered by those comments. John felt wronged. I would rather be scolded than see her choose a man. Jerk. Edric was angry, but John said nothing. His boss had finally spoken the truth. Upon seeing his beloved woman chose between men like a queen, no man would feel good. He had indeed done wrong regarding this matter and deserved to be scolded. Jordan was also furious about Irene's blind date on live TV. He sneered at Irene and said, "See how popular you are now. Your name has spread so far. Isn't it all thanks to you?" Irene glared at him. "If you hadn't gone, I would have been able to stay here the entire time and receive my reward in silence. Now, my reputation stinks because of these rumors. Those words definitely don't reflect what you truly think." Jordan looked Irene up and down. "You must feel very smug inside. After all, this is a special blind date program for you. To put it bluntly, you are picking men. Don't you have the feeling of a queen choosing her consorts?" "Jordan, you sharp-tongued simply can't say anything pleasant." Irene glared at him. "You see, I've acted as cannon fodder for you, so shouldn't you at least thank me? Just thinking about it infuriates me." I've risked my reputation for you for a while, but how did you treat me? You didn't even reciprocate. How can I bear to live with the shame in the future? Thank you, my foot. Irene, I'm serious. If you can't find anyone you like this time, we might as well get together. What do you mean? I've been caught in the crossfire anyway. I'm sure I won't be able to find a woman in the future, so we might as well suck it up and spend the rest of our lives together. I'm a divorced woman and a single mother. Would you really like to suck it up and get together with me, Mr. Reed? Irene reminded him. I'll just suffer a loss. Jordan smiled cheekily. To think about it, getting another son for nothing is actually quite good. Thank you, Mr. Reed, for being willing to suffer a loss. I might be ordinary, but I've never been willing to suck it up with anyone. Please don't make such a joke again, Mr. Reed. Thank you. You woman, did you really think that I like you? I was just teasing you, okay? Jordan's face turned bright red. That woman was really extremely arrogant and actually looked down upon him. Jordan felt extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, he was just joking and testing her. If he had directly mentioned it, he would have suffered greater humiliation. After thinking about it, he still felt angry. Why are you still standing there? I'm thirsty. Go make tea for me quickly. Irene picked up the cup and ran out quickly. There was a bang sound behind her. Jordan smashed something on the ground. Irene lamented inside. This guy was simply too bad. A minute ago he was fine, but a minute later, his mood suddenly changed. Thinking about the question and answer conversation just now, she wondered if she offended him. Because of that episode, Jordan's attitude towards Irene suddenly began to worsen. He had been sulking for the past few days. There was even trouble when a man became narrow-minded. Jordan was the pettiest man of all. After this lesson, Irene secretly made the decision not to offend Jordan in the future. In the blink of an eye, her blind date TV program also began. When she went to ask for a leave of absence from Jordan, his face was tightly drawn, as if Irene owed him a lot of money. Although his expression was unpleasant, in the end, he still didn't make things difficult for Irene. Because this blind date program was held for Irene alone, Irene didn't wear a mask. Instead, she appeared on the scene in a set of very ordinary clothes. Although she was wearing very ordinary clothes and didn't have any makeup, her appearance was still dazzling. Her natural, unadorned beauty made the audience under the stage applaud for her appearance for a long time. Irene sat on the seat prepared for her on the stage. She was very familiar with the stage, so she behaved naturally. After sitting down, she looked towards the male guest seat with composure. Suddenly, she felt a little cold. Irene instinctively looked back at the source of the coldness. She was shocked. Why did Edric come here? Upon seeing Edric, Irene felt nervous. What was he doing here? Edric had a smile on his face, but there wasn't any trace of a smile in his eyes. He coldly looked at the woman on the stage. Watching her turn her eyes to the male guest seat after sitting down, he felt very uncomfortable, as if a cat was clawing at his heart. Irene, are you really that eager to get married? The host began to host the program with a smile. After a week's selection, we have selected 50 male guests who fit Miss Irene's marriage requirements the most for 2 blind dates. This blind date was sponsored by the Myers Group. We have invited Mr. Edric, the president of Myers Group, to come to the venue. Please say something, Mr. Edric. At his ex-wife's blind date, they made him, her ex-husband, say a few words. This was undoubtedly the biggest irony for Edric. But no matter how ironic it felt, he had to come. He had to come to see what kind of man that woman would choose. Edric walked to the stage with his usual calm composure and a smile on his face. He took the microphone from the host's hand and walked towards Irene's side, and then he stood still. Upon seeing him walk to her side, Irene felt a burst of anxiety in her heart. She conspicuously felt an invisible source of pressure and instinctively clasped her hands together. Edric's eyes took in her subtle movements. When Irene was nervous, she would clasp her 2 hands together. How could she still keep this habit? Dumb woman. There were also times when she felt nervous. He originally wanted to seize the opportunity to make a few jabs at Irene, but he couldn't bring himself to do so anymore because of her subtle movements. The words that came to his mouth immediately changed. Although the Myers Group sponsored this blind date program, It became extremely popular because of the appearance of a beautiful woman like Miss Nelson. Today, I came here to witness the marriage of lovers. I sincerely hope that the program will be carried out as soon as possible. I also hope that every single man and woman who participates in the program can find their own happiness. Irene didn't expect him to stand by her side just to say a few words of formality. Her hanging heart was suddenly at ease. Edric gave her a meaningful look and walked back to his seat. The host picked up the microphone and began to talk about the rules of this evening. This time, it was completely reversed as before. Everyone knew Irene's information, so the male guests introduced themselves to Irene. Irene chose the male guests according to the male guests' information and her first impression of them. The eliminated male guests left while the rest stayed for the second round. In the first round of self-introductions, Irene eliminated 8 people. Looking at the 8 people who were eliminated, everyone down the stage was astonished, since among those 25 people, the 8 people who were eliminated were the best in all aspects. Irene turned a blind eye to the astonishment beneath the stage. She had already learned a painful lesson from Edric, so from the bottom of her heart, she believed that handsome men from affluent families would inevitably cheat on her. Therefore, the 8 people who were eliminated were actually unintentional collateral damage. In the second round, she eliminated a few more people, and now there were less than 10 male guests left on the stage. The third round was an interactive game that Irene and the male guests interacted with each other to judge the tacit agreement. And there will only be 2 male guests left on the stage after the third round of the game. The last round was the declaration of love. The remaining 2 male guests on the stage made their love declaration to Irene. In the face of their affectionate confession, Irene's facial expression didn't change at all. Without exception, all the 25 male guests were eliminated that night. Watching Irene eliminated all the male guests, Edric finally had signs of a smile in his gloomy eyes. He whispered a few words to John. Then John went forward and said something to the host. The host informed all the staff and guests of the program, "Mr. Myers will treat everyone to supper tonight. Beware of Greeks bearing gifts." Kinsey curled her lips. "But if we don't accept it, it would be a waste. We at least have to let Edric fork out money." Irene was amused by her. Edric has very deep pockets. I bet he wouldn't mind spending some. Despite having so much money, he's still a miser. Kinsey snickered coldly. "I have never seen such stingy man. Even Grandette pales in comparison to him." "Miss Miller, who are you talking about?" A low voice sounded. The two of them looked at Edric, who approached them some time ago. "Someone who knows," Kinsey retorted. Irene reached out and pulled her. "Kinsey." She looked at Edric with a fake smile and said, "Thank you for treating us, Mr. Myers." "I simply did what I should have done," Edric said back to her. Kinsey was going to scold him again, but Irene took her and left quickly. When they arrived at the private box of the hotel, where Edric was going to treat them, the room was already full of people. A seat was left beside Edric and another beside John. It was obvious that it was intentional. Kinsey smiled coldly. Edric was inviting them right into his trap. She wouldn't let him get his way. She approached Edric nonchalantly, but John quickly stood up and stopped Kinsey. "Miss Miller, this way, please." Kinsey was so angry that she wanted to curse at him. He invited Irene to Edric's side enthusiastically. Although it was just midnight snack, it was the most extravagant feast in the hotel. The wine on the table was also the kind of high-end foreign wine that they couldn't ordinarily drink. People toasted each other, and the atmosphere was very lively at that time. Edric personally served food for Irene. There was a forced smile on Irene's face. "Thank you, Mr. Myers." Although she thanked him, she didn't touch the food Edric picked for her. When Edric saw that, his eyes became a little gloomy, but he was very good at controlling his emotions. He immediately raised his glass with a smile. "I propose a toast to Miss Nelson." "Sorry, I can't drink," Irene refused. "Today is a great day, and everyone here is happy." "Shouldn't Miss Nelson drink a glass of wine?" John echoed. Kinsey stood up with a sneer. "Irene can't drink. I will drink it for her. Thank you, Mr. Myers." With that, Kinsey raised her head and started to drink. Edric had to drink the wine in his cup. Kinsey filled her glass herself. Thank you for your sponsorship, Mr. Myers. I will raise 3 glasses of wine to you. Cheers. Without waiting for Edric's reply, she raised her head and drank 3 glasses in a row. Upon seeing the bold way the woman drank, Edric didn't want to appear weak as a man. He also followed suit and drank 3 glasses of wine. John's face became gloomy. It wasn't like Kinsey didn't know that Edric had a weak stomach. She obviously did this to stand up for Irene, but he was still displeased, so he raised his glass and said, "Miss Miller, I admire you very much. I propose 3 toasts to you." Kinsey had a straightforward temper, and she immediately accepted John's challenge. Seeing the two of them drinking 1 glass after another, Irene became so anxious that she started stomping. Edric looked at them with a smile. He clearly knew how good of a drinker John was. But what astonished him was that Kinsey's drinking capacity was about the same as John's. Looking at the two of them drinking 1 glass after another, Irene grew anxious. "Kinsey, don't drink too much." Kinsey was too excited to listen. Irene looked at Edric. "Mr. Myers, ask them to drink less." Edric was about to speak when the door of the private box was pushed open. The fragrant scent of Chanel perfume wafted in first. People glanced towards the source of the fragrance and saw a beautiful young woman standing at the door. With a gentle smile on her face, Lily walked in with composure. She looked at Edric tenderly and said, "My friend and I were having a midnight meal here. I heard that you were also here, so I came to see you." In fact, after she heard that Edric went to the recording site of the TV station, she couldn't sit still, so she drove to the TV station. She had been waiting at the door of the TV station. After waiting for a few hours, she saw a group of people going to the hotel for a midnight meal, so she also came. Lily's motive was very simple. She had to be on constant guard against Irene. When the people beside Edric saw Lily, they got up and stepped aside sensibly. Lily said politely, "Thank you." Then she sat down. Irene looked at Lily derisively. The head-to-toe Chanel outfit on her was an eyesore. Edric had once said that Chanel was only for her, but now it was only for Lily Cook. Edric really had a preference for women in Chanel. John and Kinsey, who were in the midst of a drinking contest, stopped competing because of Lily's arrival. Kinsey sneered and said, "How lovey-dovey, Miss Cook and Mr. Myers. She's here for you at such a late hour." Lily pretended not to discern the sarcasm in Kinsey's tone and asked Edric very gently, "Did you drink?" "I drank a little," Edric answered. "I brought you stomach medicine. You should take some so that you won't get a stomach ache." "No." Edric refused and glanced at Irene from the corner of his eye. Irene was eating the crab in her hand and ignoring his conversation with Lily. "Miss Cook, I propose a toast to you. I wish you and Mr. Myers can love each other until you both grow old and be blessed with lots of children." Upon seeing Lily show off her romance with Edric, Kinsey somehow became very angry. Then she immediately poured a glass of wine and handed it to Lily. "Thank you." Lily took the glass and took a sip. "I can't drink, sorry." "Then let Mr. Myers drink on your behalf." Kinsey didn't back down. John had no reason to drink for Lily at the moment, so he simply fretted on the side. Lily looked at Edric pitifully. Irene put down the crab in her hand and echoed with a half-hearted smile, "Yes, let Mr. Myers drink it on Miss Cook's behalf." Edric's eyes darkened, which was a sign that he was going to lose his temper. Lily quickly picked up the glass and drank the rest of the wine. "Miss Cook is really personable," Irene applauded. "Would you all like to see Mr. Myers propose a toast to Miss Cook?" "Yes!" All the people agreed. Kinsey immediately served 2 glasses of wine in cooperation. Irene poured herself a full glass of wine and handed one to Lily and one to Edric. She smiled and said, "We're in for a lot of fun tonight." "This isn't good, is it?" Lily looked conflicted. "What's wrong?" Edric's eyes turned cold. Damned woman, he would settle the account with her in the future. He took the wine glass from Irene's hand. Lily raised her hand shyly, and their hands crossed. Lily was happily waiting to drink the glass of wine. Unexpectedly, under the table, Edric's foot suddenly stretched out and hooked Irene's foot precisely. Irene was waiting to watch the show, but she was caught off guard and fell forward. Edric quickly reached out his arm to catch Irene. He shook his other hand and poured all the wine on Lily's body. "Miss Nelson, did you drink too much?" Edric looked at Irene in surprise. "I'm sorry," Irene apologized. She couldn't voice her grievances. Lily was covered in wine stains and looked extremely embarrassed. Edric let go of Irene and grabbed a paper towel to gently wipe Lily's face. Then he told John, "Get someone to immediately send Lily back to change clothes." Of course, Lily didn't know that all of this was caused by Edric. She thought it was Irene's deliberate doing, so she became extremely resentful. "Dumb bitch, wait and see how I will deal with you." She tried her best to maintain her manners, but the wine stains all over her made her look pathetic. Feeling resentful and angry, she had no choice but to leave. Because of this episode, the midnight feast also ended. Irene and Kinsey walked out of the hotel together. Kinsey thought of how Lily was drenched in wine and felt amused. "It's so gratifying. Your behavior tonight really made me feel satisfied." Irene knew that Kinsey misunderstood. She was about to explain when footsteps came from behind. Edric strode over. He sneered at Irene. "I really underestimated you." While speaking, he kept walking. "Tummet, that scumbag, what's with his attitude?" Kinsey thought that Edric was feeling indignant for Lily, so she fought back. Irene covered her mouth. "That's enough." After Edric disappeared from sight, Irene finally let go of Kinsey. While walking out, she told Kinsey what Edric had done to her with his foot. Kinsey stared at Irene with her eyes wide. Why did he do that? Was he drunk? "No matter what he wanted to do, we'd better not provoke him. Have you forgotten what happened last time?" Irene reminded her. "What's there to be afraid of? At the worst, I'll quit this job." "Oh, dear." Irene patted her on the shoulder. "It's not worth it, don't you know? It's really not worth it for such a man." Edric drove out of the parking lot. At a glance, he saw Jordan's flashy car parked at the door of the hotel. He rolled down the window and looked at Jordan with a forced smile. "Mr. Reed, why are you still here at such a late hour?" "I have no other choice. If my girlfriend's not home, I'll be worried." Jordan lied outright. Edric sneered. "I didn't expect Mr. Reed to change his target so quickly." "Mr. Myers, why do you say that? I'm not the kind of person who philanders." Jordan was a little angry. What did Myers mean? What did he mean by saying he changed his target? His target had always been Irene, all right? "But I clearly remember that Miss Nelson rejected you, Mr. Reed. Were all the words in the newspaper fake?" Edric asked. "You're so childish, Mr. Myers. That's just publicity for the program. I have never changed my mind about Irene, and Irene's heart already belongs to me." Jordan lied with a straight face. Edric gritted his teeth and thought that Mr. Reed really was as clingy as sticky candy. He sneered and said, "Mr. Reed, keep on dreaming. I'll be leaving first." By the time Irene and Kinsey walked out of the hotel, Jordan was already feeling impatient. "What took you so long? Why are you here?" Irene was surprised. "Is this hotel run by your family? Only you can come and I can't," Jordan said in mock anger. "Mr. Reed, what lit your fuse?" Kinsey asked directly. Jordan glared at Kinsey and said, "I'm in a bad mood today. Did you specifically come to pick up Irene?" When Kinsey saw that his eyes had been staring at Irene, she immediately understood. "What are you talking about? Don't be too smug. I was just passing by." Jordan's tone was very unpleasant. "But since I bumped into you, I might as well give you a ride." Obviously, he came to pick her up, but he insisted on putting it in such an awkward way. Of course, it was because Edric's words had bruised Jordan's ego moments before. "Thank you, Mr. Reed." Kinsey was a sensible person. She immediately pulled open the car door and got in the car with Irene. Although Edric drove the car over, he didn't go far. Instead, he stopped on the opposite side of the road and looked around. Upon seeing Irene and Kinsey getting on Jordan's car with smiles, Edric felt more angry when he thought of Jordan's mannerism just now. He couldn't help but forcefully step on the accelerator under his feet, and the car roared away. Lily left the box in humiliation. In such a situation, if Edric was willing to send her home, she would be able to maintain some of her pride. But Edric handed her over to John. John was drunk, so he naturally couldn't send her back. He found a designated driver in the hotel to send Lily back. It was so humiliating and embarrassing. The more Lily thought about it, the angrier she became. When she got home, she slammed the door loudly. Deborah naturally couldn't fall asleep when Lily hadn't returned home. She stayed in the living room to watch TV as she waited for Lily. She was surprised to see the wine stains on her clothes. What happened? This was all because of that pitch Irene. Lily told Deborah what had happened. I was wondering why she suddenly insisted on making a toast. Turns out she was waiting to set me up. I'm so mad. Who told you to appear in that sort of place? Deborah poked her daughter's forehead. You were asking for trouble. Mom, I'm feeling depressed, so please don't scold me anymore. Lily felt wronged. For the next few days, you better behave yourself and don't cause any more trouble. I will help you get payback for what you've suffered. Is it really possible to get payback? Lily asked incredulously. Deborah sneered. Just wait and see. I will permanently ruin that bitch Irene's reputation. Lily knew very well how powerful Deborah was, so feeling self-assured, she went upstairs to change her clothes. The next day, Edric wasn't absent from the recording scene either. After the 25 male guests finished their introductions, Irene's eyes lingered on a male guest named Bert Kent for a few seconds. Edric had been staring at Irene. When he saw her gaze at Bert, he frowned slightly. During the second round, it was Irene's turn to ask the male guests questions. When it was her turn to question Bert, Irene asked him an additional question. I want to know your opinion on romance, marriage, and responsibility. Romance is a matter of two people being in love with each other. It can be a lifetime or a moment. Marriage is a lifetime of living together. Responsibility is what you have to bear when you do something. Do you believe in love at first sight? I believe in it. Do you think love at first sight is love? Strictly speaking, I don't think falling in love at first sight is love, but rather passion. True love should be developed over time. It requires two people's views on life and values to be basically the same. It needs two people to have chemistry and be mutually dependent upon each other. Irene nodded and moved on to the next male guest. The expression on Edric's face became gloomy. According to his understanding of Irene, if she wasn't interested in him, she wouldn't spend so much time to get to know him. He stared at Bert for a while. He wasn't handsome and at most could only be regarded as well-proportioned. As for his job, he was just an ordinary company employee. He really couldn't find any aspect where he outshone the other male guests. It was precisely because of this that he felt alarmed, and so did John. John gently asked, Mr. Myers, something's not right, is it? Edric nodded. It's up to you. The third round was an interaction game. Today's interaction game was based upon the first experience of love. Happiness is waiting for you on the other side of the Milky Way. The rule of the game was that the male guest would walk blindfolded onto the stage full of obstacles, while Irene would command from behind to see which of the male guests had the best chemistry with Irene. Bert was the last male guest who played the game with Irene. As he had been watching the game previously, he got the hang of the game. Under Irene's command, he passed through the obstacles very steadily and soon made his way near the destination. The audience burst into applause due to their chemistry, but at this moment, Bert suddenly slipped and fell to the side. Upon seeing that, Edric suddenly stood up. The stage was full of obstacles. When people fell, their instinctive reaction would be to take care of themselves. If Bert did that, Irene, who was on his back, would definitely be thrown out because of inertia. With the stage full of obstacles, if Irene was thrown out, the result could be imagined. Just as Edric stood up, an unexpected scene happened. Bert didn't attend to himself first as everyone had expected. Instead, his first reaction was to protect Irene on his back. Because of his movements, Irene didn't get thrown out because of the inertia, but continued to be fixed on his back by his arms. Bert, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. He fell forward and landed heavily on the barrier. All the staff rushed forward. Bert's forehead was scraped by the barrier. Irene was unharmed, except a little frightened. Seeing that Irene was unscathed, Edric sat down again and glanced coldly at John, who was beside him. John quickly lowered his voice and clarified, I didn't do it. I haven't thought of a plan. The staff went up to rescue Bert and Irene. Someone asked Bert how his injury was and whether he needed to see the doctor. He answered, It doesn't matter. It's just a minor injury. I'm not so fragile. Looking at the wound on his forehead, Irene took out a handkerchief and handed it to him. Upon seeing this scene, Edric's face darkened. John, who was next to him, snorted. That Kent guy is quite interesting. He had already arrived at the finish line, but he suddenly caused such a scene. There wasn't any oil on the stage, so how did he fall down? Edric's eyes darkened, but he didn't say anything. This incident quickly died down. Bert insisted that he was fine and could go on. After confirming that he was really fine, the program's staff began the fourth round. In the fourth round, the male guests made the final declaration of love to Irene. Because of that scene just now, Irene's eyes were fixed on Bert. When that man was in danger, he didn't prioritize his own safety, which made her feel very touched inside. She had suffered too much and needed such a man. Because of that incident, she had a good impression of Bert and didn't have much of an opinion on other male guests. Soon, other male guests announced that it was Bert's turn, and Bert appeared very emotional. "I'm an ordinary man who doesn't have money, power, or looks. I'm very excited to be able to stand here and make a love declaration to you today." Bert's voice was choked with a sob. "I don't want to say fancy words because if you choose me, our future life would be ordinary and devoid of luxury. So my love declaration is to tell you my story. Strictly speaking, my life is very miserable now. My father abandoned my mother and left with another woman when I was in high school. My mother couldn't accept this blow and chose to commit suicide, so I became an orphan when I was a teenager. I was able to attend college with the financial support of my relatives. After I graduated from college, I fell in love with a girl in my class. She was a high-maintenance girl from the city. We loved each other very much and got married. At first, we were very happy. Later, her parents expressed their dislike towards me due to my lack of ambition. Besides, there were also personal factors that contributed to my wife abandoning me 3 years later. I married her in an impoverished state, so I left in an impoverished state after the divorce. Bert's story was surprisingly similar to what Irene had experienced, that Irene was stunned for a moment. Edric was stunned as well. From the man's self-introduction, she felt that this man had something she was familiar with, so she asked him one more question. Irene ended up feeling very satisfied with his answer. Love at first sight was just passion rather than love. Real love was the result of years of accumulation. If it was in the past, she wouldn't think so. But after all of this, she felt it deeply. Her marriage with Edric was so beautiful and surreal that she ignored human nature and humanistic desires. That was why she suffered so miserably. She controlled herself and asked, "Do you hate your ex-wife?" "I used to hate her," Bert replied. "You don't hate her now?" "Right. Now, I don't hate her anymore. People always have to look forward and can't be consumed with hatred from the past for their entire lives, so I moved on." Bert replied calmly, "In fact, I'm very grateful to her now. I'm grateful that she once loved me, and I thank her for making my life more eventful." People should look forward and couldn't live in the past for their entire lifetime. Irene knew this saying, but she had hidden for 3 years and still couldn't let herself come out of it. She still hated Edric and couldn't keep her calm when facing him. Since Bert was able to make himself not resent or love her, it proved that he wasn't a narrow-minded person. Of course, the reason she had her sights set on him wasn't only because his experience was very similar to hers. It was because he had instinctively protected her when she was in danger. People were usually selfish when they were in danger. Irene believed that under that kind of situation, Bert's choice was from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, they were all people who had experienced the same kinds of hardship. She believed that they had a common ground to communicate so that they could avoid harm. So far, Bert was the most suitable person for her on the stage. "I have one more thing to tell you." Irene took a deep breath. "The main reason behind my divorce was my infertility. That's why my ex-husband had an affair with a mistress. If you choose to be with me, it means that we will grow old together alone. Are you willing to do that?" Edric instantly grew very sullen. Irene actually asking this question here was a slap in his face. He remembered that Irene had asked him the same question. "Edric, I can't give birth. We won't have any children for the rest of our lives. Even so, will you be with me for the rest of your life?" His answer at that time was very certain. Could it be that Irene asked this question deliberately because he was here? He instinctively looked at Irene, but found that she was staring at Bert and waiting for his answer. Bert pondered over it for a while before replying, "If I say yes, you'll feel that my answer was too hasty. I just want you to give me some time to prove it. As long as you're with me, we'll live a happy life, even if we don't have a child." "So, Irene, what's your choice?" the host asked. "I choose to start a new relationship with Mr. Bert Kent," Irene replied. Irene's blind date program ended successfully. She and Bert walked down the stage hand in hand amongst the audience's blessings. The audience dispersed in twos and threes. Kinsey rushed out and hugged Irene as she gave her blessing. She also invited her and Bert to have a midnight snack. Edric retreated from the passageway with a gloomy expression and returned to the car outside. John said, "Mr. Myers, where are we going?" Edric closed his eyes dejectedly. After a long time, he ordered John in a gloomy voice, "Go home." John started the car. The car drove quickly the entire way. Edric had his eyes closed as he rested. He didn't open his eyes until John stopped the car and opened the door. When he got out of the car, he suddenly said, "Go and investigate the background of that man named Kent." News of Irene's successful blind date was reported upon by the media in the entertainment headlines. Many people found Bert Kent, holding Irene's hand, inconceivable. Among the dozens of male guests, Bert Kent was rather below average. Him successfully getting to win Irene's hand made him seem like a dark horse. Many netizens lamented upon how she was out of his league. Lily and Deborah sat in front of the TV as they watched the live broadcast. When they saw that Irene chose Bert, Lily showed a disdainful expression. "Irene's taste in men is getting worse and worse." Deborah let out a sigh of relief. "What do you know? If there wasn't a person such as Bert tonight, the show wouldn't have been as entertaining." "Do you mean that Bert was the TV station's pawn?" Lily was confused. "How can the TV station find such a suitable pawn?" Deborah sneered. "I have to talk to your father about this matter." "Mom, what on earth are you up to? Didn't you say that you would deal with Irene? Up until now, I haven't seen you deal with her yet. Now that she has found such a person, we should turn a blind eye. Why do we have to tell Dad? He wouldn't agree if he found out." "We must tell your father about this matter. When something happens, we can get rid of it completely." "Something's wrong? What's wrong?" Lily was very curious. "You'll find out in the future." Deborah didn't want to reveal more. Stephen came back very late. After he came back, Deborah told Stephen about the success of Irene's blind date. She lambasted Bert as someone utterly worthless. Upon hearing her words, Stephen became very angry. "Irene was too rash. I will talk to her tomorrow." The next day, Stephen personally went to Irene to express his opinion on Bert. Stephen thought that since Bert was ordinary looking and had an average job, he couldn't bring happiness to Irene, so Stephen asked Irene to end her relationship with Bert. "Irene, listen to Dad's advice. People are shady nowadays. How much do you know about Bert? All you know about him is from seeing him several times during the blind date program, so you're being too hasty by choosing him." "It's not up to you to decide my affairs." Irene ignored Stephen's advice. She chose Bert partly because she was moved by him and partly because of the situation. She was already in the teeth of the storm. It was time for her to leave the blind date program. Stephen's opposition provoked Irene's rebelliousness. He might be an ordinary person, but he's honest and reliable, unlike someone who appears sanctimonious but has an extramarital affair behind his wife and children's back. Stephen's face turned bright red. "Irene, you can't risk your future because of resentment." "Mr. Cook, I don't resent anyone. I told you I don't need irrelevant people to intervene in my life. Please go back." Stephen saw that there was no way to persuade her, so he had no choice but to leave sulkily. Stephen was in a bad mood, and Jordan was also in a bad mood. Especially when he saw Irene smiling while answering Bert's call, he was in an even worse mood. Because he was in a bad mood, he began to go crazy again and torture Irene desperately. Even David couldn't stand it anymore. He secretly advised Irene, "You have to endure for a few days. Mr. Reed's illness is flaring up again." Mr. Reed's flare-ups didn't subside even after a few days. After a week, he still kept glaring at Irene and acting disdainfully towards her. As soon as Irene picked up Kent's calls, his illness would always flare up for a while. Of course, Irene wouldn't bicker over it with Jordan. Kinsey wasn't very optimistic about Bert at first, But after getting along with him a few times, she discovered that Bert was mild-mannered, gentle, and considerate, so she also praised Irene's choice. Thomas also had an excellent impression of Bert. The people around her all had a good impression of Bert. Irene was relieved and began to date Bert formally. Like men and women in normal relationships, they would go out to eat and watch movies. Bert didn't have any problems at all. Irene began to feel relieved. She planned to get along with him for a while before bringing Eden back. As long as Eden liked Bert, they could get their marriage start. Today, when Irene and Bert were having dinner together, he said that his friend's birthday was the next day. He wanted to invite Irene to accompany him. Irene knew that Bert intended to introduce her to his friends, so she agreed after thinking about it for a while. The next morning, it began to drizzle as soon as Irene got up. It lasted for the entire day. When Irene was about to get off work, Bert called her and said that he was waiting for her downstairs. Irene saw that it was about time, so she packed up her things and got ready to leave. However, Jordan began to go crazy and forced Irene to stay for more than an hour until there was nothing else to ask her to do. Then, he resentfully let her go. By the time Irene rushed out of the company, Bert had been waiting downstairs for more than an hour. The expression on Irene's face was extremely apologetic, but Bert didn't seem displeased at all. He said that it was her job and should therefore be prioritized. Upon seeing that he was so considerate and generous, Irene was very touched. Bert started the car and told Irene that his friend's home was an hour outside the city. He took out snacks and drinks for Irene to eat first. Irene also felt hungry, so she took the snacks and drinks and started to eat them. The two of them talked the entire way. Gradually, Irene began to feel sleepy. She rubbed her eyes to increase her alertness, but her eyelids felt heavy. Bert said considerately, "You're too tired. Sleep for a while. I'll call you when we arrive." Irene knew that this was very rude, but she was too sleepy. She couldn't hear what Bert said later. When she woke up, she heard the rustling sound of rain. Irene opened her eyes and found herself lying on a bed. It was very dark in the room. She struggled for a while and found that her limbs were weak. She began to regain her memory. Wasn't she going to attend Bert's friend's birthday party with Bert? Why was she here? Was this Bert's friend's home? But where was Bert? "Bert!" she yelled. Irene didn't hear any response. She called out a few more times and the door was pushed open. Several strange men appeared in front of Irene. "Are you awake? Who are you? Where's Bert?" Irene was startled when she saw the strangers who had suddenly appeared. "It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is that you're our guest tonight." One of the men said insidiously, "You're the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. It's a pity you don't film AV." "What did you say?" "Turn on the lights," the man ordered. As the lights were turned on, Irene saw the environment she was in clearly. It turned out to be a room full of cameras. The walls of the room had obscene photos hung on them. Upon seeing those bare obscene photos, Irene closed her eyes instinctively, then jumped up reflexively. Upon seeing her rush straight to the door, one of the men grabbed her hand and forcefully threw her on the ground. "Third brother, be gentle to the beautiful lady. It's her first time, so she would inevitably feel shy. Let's give her some drugs," a man ordered. "I don't want to take drugs." Irene reached out her hand and pushed the pill away that was about to be sent into her mouth. "Be obedient. You'll feel very comfortable after taking the pill." The man reached out to hold her mouth and stuffed the pill into Irene's mouth. Then he poured a glass of water into it. Irene coughed desperately. She put her finger into her throat and spat out the pill. "Beautiful lady, if you take the drug, you'll feel like you're on cloud 9. But if you don't, it would be a sort of torture for you. You have to serve more than one person tonight. Our theme for tonight is a birthday party. How many men will serve you together at that time? Are you sure you can handle them all?" "I beg you to let me go," Irene pleaded. "Let you go? Impossible." The man shook his head. "We've received the money. How can we not do anything?" "Who made you do this to me? Was it Bert?" Irene felt angry and resentful. "Who made us do this to you is not important now, lady. The current issue is whether or not you take the pill and cooperate with us." The man shook his head. "You can't escape tonight. If you cooperate with us, you won't be tortured too much. Otherwise, this happy birthday party will turn into a cruel SM. Do you understand? Let me think about it. Irene calmed herself down. Give me a cigarette. That's right. The man pulled out a cigarette and lit it up for Irene. Think about it. Should we have a happy feast or SM? Irene took the cigarette but didn't take a puff. She glanced around inside the room. There were 3 men in the room. One was playing with the camera, and the other 2 were standing beside her while staring at her. She was 10 meters away from the door. If she could rush out, she might have a chance. I have a request, Irene said. What request? I need money. You have to give me a sum of money. The 2 men looked at each other. They didn't expect that she would suddenly change her mind. One of them looked puzzled. Have you decided? I've made up my mind. I can't escape anyway, but you have to give me a sum of money. I can't do it for nothing. As long as it's not too much, we will give you money, one of the men answered. The man stretched out 5 fingers. If your work sells well, we can cooperate together in the long term and raise the price. Irene felt extremely disgusted inside, but her face didn't reveal it. Who's first? The 2 men looked at each other. Irene looked impatient. Haven't you decided yet? Should we all go together? The 2 men discussed. Whatever, Irene said as she reached out to unbutton her shirt. They didn't expect her to agree so readily. One of the men began to take off his clothes. Irene walked up to the man who didn't move and narrowed her eyes. Do you want me to take it off for you? While speaking, she reached out to take off the man's clothes. When her fingers touched the man's clothes, she suddenly launched an attack. The cigarette in her hand accurately poked into the man's eyes. The man never dreamed that she would do this. Eyes always were the most sensitive part of the body. With pain, the man screamed and squatted down with his eyes covered. Irene rushed to the door, then opened the door and ran away. The sound of cursing came from behind. It was probably the other 2 men chasing behind her. Irene didn't dare to look back, and she ran out desperately. A dark alley was outside, and it was raining heavily. Irene's clothes were instantly soaked, and her eyes couldn't open because of the heavy rain. She frantically ran as she shouted. When she was about to rush out of the alley, she heard the people behind her shouting, "Catch her! Don't let her get away!" A black figure in a raincoat suddenly jumped out and punched Irene in the face. Irene's mind buzzed, and stars appeared in front of her eyes. Her body fell limply. When Irene woke up, it was already bright outside. She had a throbbing headache and couldn't open her eyes. She felt even more uncomfortable after she saw the blinding light. She closed her eyes slightly. At this moment, her mind was still a little dazed. She smelled the faint scent of musky cologne. Why was the smell so familiar? She searched in her memory, but she couldn't remember where she had smelled this scent. Her head still felt very painful. She raised her hand to rub her forehead, but she accidentally touched something hard. The solid object with a body temperature made Irene's body tighten. The memories of last night flashed through her mind. Irene screamed and suddenly opened her eyes. A magnified, handsome face appeared in front of her. His 3-dimensional facial features, firm nose, and his eyes were so passionate that they were about to melt her. Irene screamed after seeing it clearly. "Ah! What are you shouting for?" A familiar voice sounded, and there was a hint of teasing in Edric's eyes. "You? Why are you here? Edric, what are you doing here?" Irene was so shocked that she couldn't speak clearly. Edric put one of his hands on the back of her head and the other on her waist. His hot breath hit Irene's face. "Why am I here? This is my home, understand?" "Your home?" Irene stared at him in disbelief. Edric's eyes were full of mirth. He stared at the snow-white surface of her body unabashedly. "Irene, after so many years, you are still the same as before." Irene's face suddenly burned. She used to like sleeping in his arms, and now she was closely pressed to him like in the past. She could feel the warmth emanating from his body, the sort of warmth from bodily flesh. They weren't wearing any clothes at all. Irene felt ashamed and angry as she slapped him in the face, but Edric quickly grabbed her hand that she couldn't break free. She could only curse angrily. "Edric, what have you done to me? You bastard! How can you be so shameless?" Edric frowned slightly and held her hands tightly. "What do you think we can do if we're in the same room? No, in the same quilt." Irene's heart sank. It was over. Edric, you're so inhumane. How can you treat me like this?
Thinking that she slept with this disgusting man and had sex with him, Irene felt ashamed. She desperately stretched out her hand to push him away and kept cursing while struggling. But how could she use her meager strength to break free from Edric's imprisonment? He hugged her tighter and tighter. Embarrassment and anger made Irene's eyes flow with tears. When Edric saw the tears in her eyes, his hand couldn't help but let go. The person he had been thinking about day and night was in his arms, but he could only covet her without making a move. It could be imagined how much pain that was for Edric. It wasn't that he didn't want her, but he was afraid that she would hate him even more. He tried his best to suppress his desire and held her tightly for the entire night. His letting go gave Irene the opportunity to slap him in the face. Slap! This slap was so crisp that Edric's face was immediately covered with 5 clear fingerprints. He stared at Irene in shock. You slapped me? You dared to slap me? So what if I slapped you? Irene glared at him fiercely. You stinking hooligan, I'm not only going to slap you, but I'm also going to call the police to arrest you. Are you out of your mind? Edric's handsome face showed some hints of anger. How could this woman be so ungrateful? If he hadn't arrived last night, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You are the one out of mind. Irene pushed him hard. Caught off guard, Edric was pushed off the bed by her. When Edric got off the bed, Irene found that he was naked. Pervert, get out! Irene's face turned red with embarrassment. Edric got up from the ground and looked at her while naked. You seem to have made a mistake. This is my home. If someone has to get out of here, it has to be you. Irene glared at Edric. Myers, why am I here? Did you play dirty to get me here? Edric's beautiful eyes revealed hints of anger. I got you here? Irene, are you actually delirious? I don't believe that you don't remember what happened last night at all. Irene suddenly stopped talking. The ugly faces of those men from last night were still vivid in her mind. She couldn't connect them with Edric. Do you remember something? Edric raised his eyebrows slightly, but no emotional fluctuation could be seen in his dark eyes. As Irene quickly thought about what had happened last night, her eyes became filled with fear. She remembered that she ran out of that house and was knocked unconscious in the alley. How could she appear beside Edric? If you can't remember it, I'll tell you. Your so-called sweetheart was a middle agent for the porn industry. You were sold by him, and I rescued you. How did you know? How did I know? Edric's face sank. He felt that something was wrong when he saw Bert and Irene fall in the game at the scene that day. At that time, any normal person would have been concerned about himself first, unless they were a couple who loved each other so much that they were willing to die for each other. Bert and Irene had never known each other. He also said that he didn't believe in love at first sight, so why did he have such great affection for Irene? The only possibility was that he was pretending. The so-called fall was just to get Irene's sympathy, and she would be more likely to choose him. So he asked John to investigate. Bert's true identity was very well hidden. His real name was Bill, and Bert was just a fake identity. It took John a long time to find out his real identity. When John sent Bert's real information to Edric, Edric immediately drove to find Irene. However, Irene had disappeared with Bert. Edric located Bert's phone and immediately found his location. Bert actually took Irene out of the city. Edric informed the police and followed them the entire way. They found Bert's car in an old residential area. The police searched one by one and finally heard Irene's cries for help. In the end, he rescued Irene and caught 4 people on the spot. However, Bert, the criminal mastermind, had disappeared. The police were currently surveilling the entire city to arrest him. Edric brought Irene back to his quarters. Why did he do this to me? Irene didn't understand why Bert had to deal with her like that. Why did he set up a trap on a blind date TV program just to let her take part in an AV? Why did she feel that the matter wasn't that simple? Edric sneered. People dread fame the way a pig dreads getting fat. Don't you know that your net worth is already very high now? Irene glared at him angrily and even forgot that she was naked. She lifted the quilt and was about to get up. When she saw Edric's astonished eyes, she suddenly pulled the quilt over to wrap her body. A smile appeared on Edric's gloomy face because of her actions. Do you have to be like this? Is there any part of your body I hadn't seen before? Irene's face turned bright red. Pervert. With a serious expression on his face, he said, Your clothes were wet, so I took them off for you. I don't have any women's clothes here. You wait for a moment. I have sent someone to send you the clothes. After saying this, he put on his pajamas and left the room. Watching his figure disappear, Irene leaned against the bed dejectedly. Her head ached, and her mind was in turmoil. Why was he always there to see her in her most pathetic state? In front of Edric, just now, she forced herself to bite the bullet. In reality, she was extraordinary inside. If something really happened last night, would she still have the will to live? If she died, what would Eden do? After an unknown period of time, she heard the doorbell ring. After a while, Edric appeared at the door with a bag in his hand. He threw the bag on the bed. Your clothes. After saying that, he turned around and left. Irene looked at the clothes on the bed. The eye-catching tag made her freeze. In the past, she only wore this brand of clothes because Edric liked it. Now that Lily also wore this clothing brand, she felt a little humiliated inside, but there was no other way. She couldn't go out naked. Her hand had no strength at all. Her head felt not only painful but also dizzy. It took Irene a long time to change her clothes. She felt as hot as a stove. Her mouth was parched, and her throat was smoking. She must have gotten a fever from being soaked in the rain last night. She knew very clearly that she needed to see a doctor at this time. Her clothes and wallet weren't with her, so she could only rely on Edric at the moment. Irene didn't want to have anything to do with Edric anymore. Edric once said that she was no longer his friend. She also knew that she wasn't his friend. She couldn't trouble Edric anymore and had to rely on herself. She struggled to open the door of the bedroom. Edric was sitting on the sofa and heard the noise. He turned to look at her. He clearly bought the clothes according to her size, but why did the clothes appear obviously oversized on her body? That woman had indeed lost much weight. He felt very sad, but his voice was cold. I have ordered breakfast, and it will be delivered soon. Thank you, Mr. Myers. Irene tried her best to speak as if nothing had happened. Mr. Myers, could you lend me your phone? Her diplomatic tone made Edric's head ache, and he handed her the phone speechlessly. Irene shook her hands and dialed Kinsey's number. Kinsey, come pick me up. She didn't know the name of the place, so she looked at Edric and asked, May I ask where this place is? Edric stared at her for a few seconds and calmly said a name. Irene repeated it and hung up the phone. She handed the phone to Edric and thanked him. Edric snorted, What are you doing standing up for? Do you want me to invite you to sit down? Irene didn't want to stay in front of this man for a minute longer, especially after experiencing such a thing. She had already been completely humiliated, but she still wanted to maintain her dignity as much as possible. Thank you for what you did last night. It's time for me to go. After saying that, she turned around. A trace of helplessness flashed through Edric's beautiful eyes. She was still so tough and unwilling to admit defeat. Would it kill her to show a little weakness? He said, Are you going to leave like this? Irene turned her head. I will return the clothes to you. Upon seeing her aloof countenance, Edric was very angry. She was acting indifferent even after experiencing something so serious. How could she be so indifferent? Did she know what she would have experienced if he arrived there too late? There was fury inside his heart. What's the use of giving me back the clothes? Throw them away. Irene was choked by his words and couldn't breathe for a moment. Her head felt very dizzy and painful. Her vision went dark, and she didn't have the strength to argue with Edric. Irene staggered to the door and opened the door to go out. Irene felt she was about to collapse, but there was a belief in her heart that Kinsey would come to pick her up as soon as receiving the phone call. She just needed to hold on until Kinsey came. Irene held on to the wall and slowly walked to the elevator. It was a very short distance. Usually, it would only take a few steps to get there, but she felt that it was so far away. Her footsteps felt heavy as if she weighed 1,000 pounds. Every step took much effort. When she finally moved to the elevator door, she raised her hand to press the elevator button, but her body collapsed. Looking at Irene's cold back figure, Edric sighed dejectedly. He patted his head in exasperation. He knew she was stubborn, but he always provoked her. Whenever he remembered how she hadn't given him any chance to explain, and whenever he thought about how she had disappeared for 3 years without a word, he felt that he couldn't forgive her, and he couldn't control his mouth. Listening to her retreating footsteps, he could no longer bear to stay in the room, so he got up and chased after her. From a distance, he saw a person lying in front of the elevator. Edric's pupils dilated. He rushed towards Irene in a few steps and ran away with her in his arms. Irene had been seriously frightened and got drenched in the rain, so she had a high fever. Edric looked at her blushing face and felt extremely distressed. He blamed himself for being so greedy for her gentleness. Otherwise, he could have sent her to the hospital last night. Kinsey drove to the address Irene had mentioned, but she couldn't find Irene anywhere, so she had to dial the number that Irene had just called her from. When she heard Edric's voice, she froze and thought she had made a mistake. Edric told her that Irene had a fever and he was sending her to the hospital. After hanging up, Kinsey rushed to the hospital without stopping.
When Kinsey rushed to the hospital, Irene was getting an infusion. Edric was anxiously guarded by her bedside. Upon seeing Edric holding Irene's hand, Kinsey rushed forward and asked, "What have you done to Irene? Keep your voice down." It was rare for Edric to have such a good temper. Something happened to her. What happened? Myers, Irene went on a date with her boyfriend yesterday, so why is she with you? What do you want to do? Isn't it enough that your affair caused Irene to be so miserable? Do you want to destroy her happiness that she finally obtained as well? Kinsey didn't have a good impression of Edric at all, so she spoke without scruple. Edric didn't refute her. Last night's incident wasn't a good thing for Irene. He had specially asked the police to block the news. He was afraid that the news would have a bad effect on Irene. Although Kinsey was Irene's good friend, it would be less troublesome if one less person knew about it. So in the face of Kinsey's interrogation, he had to choose to be silent. When Kinsey saw that Edric didn't explain or argue, she became more and more convinced that Edric was the culprit. "Myers, you can get out of here. You're not welcome here." How could Edric be willing to leave? Kinsey snapped. "Are you going to leave or not? If you don't go, I will call Mistress Cook to ask her to come and take you away." While they were bickering, Irene slowly woke up. Seeing Irene wake up, Kinsey didn't bother condemning Edric anymore. "Irene, how do you feel?" "Water." Irene felt that her throat was on fire. Edric immediately poured a glass of water and handed it over. Irene drank the glass of water, and her throat felt a little better. Kinsey took the glass from her hand. "Did Myers harass you?" Irene shook her head and looked at Edric. "Thank you for sending me to the hospital, Mr. Myers. I have nothing else now, so you can go attend to your work now." Edric still stood there, so Irene had to drive him away. "I have something to say to Kinsey. Please excuse yourself, Mr. Myers." Edric hesitated for a moment, but he still didn't want to leave. Kinsey drove him away rudely. "Myers, are you deaf? Hurry up and leave. I will be outside. Call me if there's anything." Edric turned around and left the ward, but he didn't go far. "What on earth happened? How did you end up like this?" Kinsey couldn't resist asking her as soon as Edric left. "Kinsey, I thought I would never see you again. That Bert, he's not a good person." Irene's eyes reddened. "Bert hit you?" Domestic violence came to Kinsey's mind first. "No." Irene intermittently told Kinsey about what happened last night. Kinsey was so angry that she was fuming. "Bastard! That bastard! If I see him, I will skin him alive." After thinking about it, she was terrified. Fortunately, Edric passed by. Otherwise, things would have been unimaginable. But why did Edric happen to appear there? Why was Edric there? I don't know either. I didn't ask. After Irene woke up, she felt surprised, afraid, and ashamed. She didn't think of asking that. Kinsey thought about it for a while. "Why do I feel that this matter isn't that simple? That man surnamed Kent has no grudge against you. Why would he think of setting up such a big trap to harm you? Is it possible that Mr. Myers deliberately pretended to be the good guy, but he did it all behind the scenes in reality? Otherwise, why would he appear there so coincidentally? Edric schemed against me?" Irene froze but immediately shook her head. "He's not that despicable. You don't have to put in a good word for him. A man who had an extramarital affair and raised a mistress can't be a kind one. Kinsey had no good impression of Edric. What's his motive? The motive is straightforward. You made him lose face, so wouldn't he have to get payback? Kinsey reminded. Would he? Irene still didn't believe that Edric would do such a thing. I just want to remind you that the human heart is sinister. Since Myers was capable of doing such a disgusting thing back then, you have to be wary of him. No matter what, you can't feel grateful towards him because of this matter. You must firmly remember that it was he who caused you to become like this. Irene nodded. I know. Don't worry, I won't have anything to do with him. Kinsey didn't believe that Bert would deliberately set up a trap to harm Irene, and Edric didn't believe it either. He also suspected that someone must be trying to cause trouble. In connection with the relationship between Irene and Jordan, he naturally thought of the Reed family. Although Jordan's reputation wasn't good, in the eyes of old Mr. Reed, he was a treasure. Old Mr. Reed would never allow his precious grandson to have a relationship with a divorced woman. However, it was just a suspicion, and he had no evidence, so it wasn't appropriate to say anything in front of Irene. He simply became more alarmed inside. To prevent things like what happened last night from happening again, he had to be more attentive towards that woman. He called John to keep an eye on the movements of the Reed family. He wanted to see if Kent had been acting under their orders. After finishing the call, he found that there were a few missed calls from Lily on his phone. Edric frowned slightly and called her back. What's the matter? Lily's soft and charming voice sounded. Do you have time tonight? My mom bought some fresh seafood and wanted you and Auntie Lynn to come over for dinner. I don't have the time, Edric answered. He refused without hesitation, so Lily had no choice but to hang up the phone and turn to Maisie, who was in the kitchen, then say, Maisie, you don't need to buy seafood anymore tonight. Upon hearing that, Deborah came downstairs. Why don't we need to buy seafood anymore? He said that he doesn't have the time. Lily leaned back against the sofa and answered listlessly, Is he that busy? Deborah didn't believe it. It's just an excuse. Didn't he always take the time to accompany Irene for dinner even when he was busy? Lily felt unfair. Mom, didn't you say that the matter would come out soon? Why hasn't there been any news yet? Deborah glared at her, then looked at Maisie, who was busy in the kitchen, and lowered her voice. Is now the appropriate time to talk about this matter? I feel anxious inside, Lily said with a bitter expression on her face. As long as this matter isn't settled, I won't be at peace. Don't worry. There will be news in the next 2 days. Deborah seemed very assured. Mom, what did you do? Can you reveal it to me? Lily was very curious about what Deborah was going to do. You don't have to know, but as long as that matter is successful, that bitch's reputation will be permanently ruined, and she will never be able to compete with you for a man, Deborah said in a low voice. When she saw Maisie coming out of the kitchen, she stopped the topic and told Maisie, Go and buy some seafood. Buy a lot and the best ones. Maisie agreed to go to the market. Lily waited for Maisie to go out and asked her quizzically, Edric can't make it, so why are you buying seafood? To get the answer, Deborah said with a sinister smile. In the evening, Stephen came back a little earlier. When he entered the door, Deborah gently came over to take the bag in his hand and went to make tea. Stephen sat down on the sofa comfortably, and Deborah came over with tea. Have you gone to visit Irene recently? No, Stephen replied. After he went to find Irene and unsuccessfully told her to stay away from Bert, he didn't look for her again. Upon thinking of Irene's attitude towards him at that time, he felt a little dismayed. Irene is too harsh. She doesn't take me, her father, seriously at all. Irene is like that because she resents us. We aggrieved her at that time. It's normal for her to have resentment. You have to be close to her. After a long time, she will naturally change her mind. Deborah persuaded. No matter how resentful she is, she can't joke about her own marriage. Look at the man she chooses now. How terrible he is. Stephen became angry as soon as he thought about it. The more so, the more you need to persuade her. Deborah looked like a kind stepmother. I asked Maisie to buy fresh seafood today. You can give some to Irene and take this opportunity to talk to her. She is your child anyway. You can't abandon her. Deborah spoke as if she truly cared about Irene. Stephen was very satisfied with her and went out with the fresh seafood. Lily had been on the side the entire time. She couldn't figure out why her mother would do that. Her mother's hatred for Irene wasn't any less than hers. Why did she think of sending seafood to Irene? However, her mother always had a method to her madness. She didn't dare to ask when she saw that Maisie was busy in the living room. It didn't take long for Stephen to come back. Upon seeing that he was carrying the seafood in his hand, Deborah walked up to him and asked in a gentle voice, "Irene won't accept it?" "No," Stephen sat down. "Irene is sick. She is in the hospital now." "Why don't we go visit?" Deborah looked worried. "Let Maisie make some soup, and I'll go to the hospital to visit her. Maisie will make chicken soup tonight. I'll let her pack it for you to take." Deborah immediately went into the kitchen and packed the chicken soup with Maisie. Stephen rushed out with the chicken soup. After Stephen went out, Deborah and Lily had a meal and sat on the sofa as they waited for news. Lily couldn't help but lower her voice. "Mom, is the matter dealt with?" Deborah nodded. "Yes, but why didn't he call me to ask for the rest of the money?" As she spoke, Deborah's phone rang. She picked up the phone and looked at it. Then she immediately got up and went into the bedroom, followed by Lily. A man's hoarse voice came through the phone. "It's done. Send me the balance and I'll give it to you." Deborah was delighted. "I'll give you the rest right away." Lily saw her mother smiling and knew that it must have been successful. Deborah hung up the phone and told her daughter, "Lily, it's done. Transfer the money to this account immediately." She took out a slip with a bank account number from the drawer and handed it to Lily. Lily was a little hesitant. "Mom, aren't you afraid of being defrauded since you haven't even seen the thing yet?" "No, Dunn recommended him, so he wouldn't swindle me. Besides, didn't your father say that little bitch was hospitalized? It must have something to do with that matter." Lily had no choice but to turn on the computer and log onto the internet. According to Deborah's instructions, she transferred $100,000 out. It didn't take long before Stephen came back. Deborah came up to him and asked, "How is Irene? I didn't get to see her." Stephen sighed and handed the thermos bottle to Deborah. "She doesn't want to see you?" "No." Stephen looked at Deborah and Lily with a complicated expression. He didn't know what to say. When he arrived at the hospital with the thermos bottle, he saw Edric's special assistant John carry the thermos bottle into Irene's ward. He knew that Edric must be in the ward as well. Upon seeing that Stephen was about to say something but stopped himself, Deborah was secretly elated. It seemed that Irene's situation wasn't very good. She controlled herself and asked, "Didn't you ask the doctor?" "Yes." Stephen sat down. "What did the doctor say?" Deborah and Lily were very anxious. The slow Q&A made them impatient, but they couldn't go overboard with their questions. The doctor said it was just a fever. An intravenous drip should do it. Stephen sighed and looked at his clever and sensible daughter. "Lily, you should give up on the idea of you and Edric together." "Dad, what do you mean?" Lily's face suddenly turned pale. "What happened?" Deborah was also shocked by Stephen's abrupt words. "I saw Edric in Irene's ward." Stephen hesitated for a moment, but he had to tell the truth. "Did he find out about your relationship with Irene?" Deborah's heart sank. If Edric found out about the relationship between Stephen and Irene at this moment, Lily definitely wouldn't be able to get engaged to him. "No. I was just thinking that since he stayed by Irene's side while she was sick, it proves that he still has feelings for Irene. We all know clearly what happened between Lily and Edric. If it wasn't for Irene's inability to have children, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Now that Irene has returned, Edric's feelings for her have been rekindled. Lily, you'd better back out." "Dad." Lily looked sad and pitiful, with her tears rolling down. "I know that you like Edric, but his heart doesn't belong to you. He only feels guilty towards you and you won't be happy." Stephen persuaded her. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have sacrificed you because I felt sorry for Irene." "Stephen, have you forgotten why Irene got a divorce? Even if Lily can back out so Irene and Edric can rekindle their romance, Irene still won't be able to have children. Wouldn't Margaret still meddle in their affairs? The Myers family spans several generations, so it's impossible for them not to want children." Deborah calmed herself down. If she hadn't told Stephen that Irene was bullied by Margaret all the time, and if she hadn't said that she was willing to sacrifice Lily so Irene could be happy and have a harmonious family, they wouldn't have been able to convince Stephen that easily. Stephen was silent. It was indeed troublesome that Irene couldn't give birth. He saw clearly what kind of person Margaret was. Since Irene couldn't give birth, Margaret would still make things difficult. Upon seeing his hesitation, Lily regained her composure and burst into tears. "Dad, the entire San Fernando city knows about what happened between me and Edric. Aren't you forcing me to die by making me back out now? How can I live with the shame?" "Nonsense. What do you mean by saying you die?" Deborah shouted at Lily fiercely. Lily understood her mother's insinuations and knelt down on the ground. "Dad, if no one knew what happened between me and Edric, I definitely would back out. But now, everyone knows. So if I back out, I have no other choice but to die." Stephen looked at his crying daughter and sighed. "I was just mentioning it, so why are you so emotional?" Deborah helped Lily up. "Lily, your father was just mentioning it. He simply feels anguished about your sister's suffering. It's just that we owe you, sister. But you can't threaten your father with suicide. You're also his child. How can he bear to let you die?" Stephen sighed heavily when he heard this. He was torn between his two daughters. If he hadn't foolishly agreed to let Lily give birth to a child for Irene at that time, this matter wouldn't have turned out like this. When he thought of Lily's suffering and saw her crying, he felt very bad. So he got up and went into the study. Then Deborah helped Lily upstairs. Deborah closed the door and let go of Lily. She sat on the bed and gasped, "I'm so angry." Lily also wiped the tears off her face and said fiercely, "Dad is so biased. Biased. Let him stay biased for a while. When the matter comes out, I'll see how biased he can be." Deborah looked ferocious. "Mom, what did you do?" "What could I have done? Of course I did something that would ruin that little butch's reputation forever. When we get the thing, we will spread it out. At that time, everyone in San Fernando will know that she's a slut. Let's see what a disgrace she will be." Deborah looked full of hatred. Lily didn't expect that her mother was planning that. Her mother wasn't an ordinary person indeed, and never left a way out for others. Irene was dead meat. However, when she remembered that Stephen said that Edric was guarding Irene's bed, Lily felt extremely distressed. "Mom, Edric is in the hospital now. Don't worry, I'll prevent him from guarding by her side right away." Deborah sneered and picked up the phone to call Margaret. When Margaret heard that Edric was visiting Irene in the hospital, she fumed with rage. Her son was a typical fool who was blinded by love. That woman had lambasted them so severely, yet he still rushed to the hospital. She immediately ordered the driver to drive to the hospital. Since her son insisted on being stubborn, she had to be a villain again. Margaret pushed open the door of the ward angrily and startled Thomas and Kinsey in the ward. Margaret glanced around the ward but didn't see her son, so she asked, "Where's Edric?" When Kinsey saw clearly that it was Margaret, she sneered and said, "Madam, aren't you in the wrong place?" Margaret ignored Kinsey and went straight to the bed to look at Irene. "Irene, people should have a sense of shame. Since you know so clearly that I'm an evil mother-in-law and Edric is a scumbag, why are you still clinging to Edric?" Irene was about to speak when Kinsey spoke before her. "Madam Myers, perhaps you're too narcissistic, but Irene isn't the kind of person who forgets about the pain after the scar heals. She isn't interested in an evil mother-in-law or a scumbag." Margaret stared at Kinsey fiercely. "Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here?" "If I don't have the right to speak, then you don't have the ability to speak at all. You have no manners at all. You came to other people's ward to cause a huge scene. Do you think this hospital is run by your family?" Kinsey was angry and spoke with no mercy at all. Irene continued Kinsey's words. "Madam Myers, this is my ward. Please leave, or I will call the security guard." Margaret felt embarrassed. She glared at Irene and said, "Irene, are you talking nonsense? Our family didn't disparage you even though you married into our family when you couldn't have a baby. I had been looking for medicine for you the entire time. It was you who couldn't stand the loneliness and had an extramarital affair with someone outside. Even though you had an extramarital affair, Edric tolerated it. but you were so vicious that you even pushed Lily and caused her miscarriage. Let me tell you, our Myers family had never aggrieved you. If it had been someone else, we could have sent you to jail just because you pushed Lily and caused her miscarriage. Irene was so angry that she trembled. What on earth was she going on about? It was Edric who had an extramarital affair with a mistress. But now, Margaret confounded right and wrong by blindly accusing her of having an extramarital affair. Margaret was really good at confounding right and wrong. Thomas, who was on the side, was very angry. What are you talking about? Believe it or not, I'll beat you. I dare you to touch me. Margaret didn't take Thomas seriously. Believe it or not, I'll get you sent to jail as soon as I make a phone call. You feel self-righteous about having an affair with a mistress? Do you really think that the police station is run by your family? Do you want me to shout outside and make a fuss about your family's adulterous scandal? Kinsey was very angry. Irene already knew what kind of person Margaret was. She couldn't let Kinsey stand up for her, so she stopped Kinsey. Madam Myers, I'll tell you the truth. You and your son are the most outlandish people I've ever seen. I was blind at that time, so I had a relationship with your son. Now, I know I was wrong. I beg you to stay away from me, okay? As long as you and your son can stay away from me, I will thank heaven for that. Did you hear that? Your son is the one clinging to Irene. We have already driven him away countless times. Please take your son away. Him staying here makes the air stuffy. Kinsey was extremely sharp-tongued. You. Margaret's face turned bright red. Madam Myers, please leave. Thomas's face darkened. Looking at the 3 pairs of unfriendly eyes in the ward, Margaret left the ward with her face flushed. When she walked out of the door, she saw Edric looking at her with a poker face. Edric turned around and said in a cold voice, "Why are you here?" "How could I not come? Look at yourself." Margaret was completely humiliated. In the past, although Irene was rude, she never said anything malicious. But Kinsey was different. Margaret now understood Kinsey's strength. What's so good about that woman? She's vicious, unfilial, and she can't give birth to a baby. Why are you still clinging to her? You don't know how she scolded me just now. I was completely humiliated. While speaking, Margaret began to wipe her tears. Edric frowned and his eyes flashed with impatience. "I'll send you back." On the way back, Margaret didn't forget to say that Irene and Kinsey were vicious. Edric had been silent for a long time, but he finally couldn't bear it anymore. "Mom, you don't have to pretend anymore. I heard everything you said just now." Margaret's face turned red. "What did you hear?" "Mom, I'm your son. Don't you feel tired pretending in front of me?" "When did I pretend? I just wanted her to stay away from you. Is that wrong?" Margaret was being unreasonable. "You weren't wrong. It was me who was wrong for shamelessly approaching Irene. Do you understand? Why did you approach her? Why?" Edric sneered. "Mom, do you really not know?" Margaret's face burned. "Son, it's all over. We have to look forward. Lily is such a good girl, and she has done so much for you. You can't let her down." "Let her down? Aren't you the one who designed all of this?" Edric laughed in self-mockery. "Mom, you're the one who let Lily down, not me. If it weren't for you, would things be like this? Didn't I do all of this for your sake? You were bewitched by that vixen and refused to divorce her. The Myers family can't end in your hands. If you don't have a child, how will I be able to face your father?" Margaret said eloquently, "What's more, it's already bad enough since that vixen can't have children, but she even had an extramarital affair behind your back. I get angry whenever I think of that. Can you stop talking about that?" The word affair irritated Edric, and he suddenly raised his voice. "If I don't remind you, you will forget the pain after your scar heals. I don't understand what's so good about that vixen. She's totally useless when compared with Lily." Margaret tried her best to belittle Irene. "She's a poor little plebeian without any etiquette. Lily is different. She's from an affluent family and she's kind. If it weren't for me, would she have gone for surrogacy? Let me tell you, we are mother and son sons must repay their mother's debts. You must treat her well." "Sons must repay their mother's debts?" Edric suddenly sneered. "Since it's to pay off your debts, why don't you give the entire Myers group to Lily to pay off your debts?" "What are you talking about?" Margaret was shocked by her son's indifferent tone. Mom, I want to ask you a question. Which is the most important thing in your heart? Your company, your pride, grandchildren, or my happiness? Of course, your happiness is the most important. Since it's my happiness that matters the most, can you stop pressuring me? I'm a human, not a puppet. Can you let me live my life as I wish? As long as you don't have anything to do with Irene, I won't interfere with your life. Margaret made a concession. But except for her, I'm not interested in any woman. Edric's voice was cold. Unless someone is so stupid that she's willing to live a lonely life. Margaret knew that Edric wasn't joking. In the past 3 years after Irene left, her son had been living with her. No other woman appeared beside him except Lily. The reason Lily was able to appear beside him was pressure from her. In the past 3 years, the relationship between her son and Lily had never improved. This was the first time her son had officially told her what his true thoughts were. Margaret let out a dejected sigh. What sort of sins have I committed? When Irene didn't come to work for a whole day, Jordan felt distressed, as if a cat was gnawing at his heart. That woman really went too far. She didn't go to work without even asking for a leave of absence. What on earth did she want to do? She must be having fun with her lover. Upon thinking of this, Jordan was extremely angry. He originally wanted to call Irene directly, but upon thinking of this, he asked David to call Irene to tell her not to come anymore if she didn't come to work. As a result, David called, but her phone was turned off. Jordan became even angrier. He thought she turned off her phone because she was afraid of being disturbed. Good for you, Irene. You'll see how I will deal with you. Jordan spent the entire day cursing. In the evening, he finally could not help driving to the place where Irene lived. He found that it was dark and Thomas was not at home. Jordan was extremely angry. Did that woman actually move away? He waited downstairs all the way until midnight, but she still didn't appear. Full of resentment inside, he returned home. Early the next morning, he arrived at the tube-shaped apartment building again. This time, he finally saw Thomas. Only then did he find out that Irene had been hospitalized because she was sick. Jordan rushed to the hospital without stopping. What's wrong? Why do you get sick like this in such a short time? Looking at Irene's pale countenance on the bed, Jordan inexplicably felt distressed. Irene felt ashamed when she saw Jordan. If Jordan found out that she was almost raped by someone, how would she deal with the shame? Kinsey, who was next to her, said, "She got drenched in the rain yesterday night." "You got drenched in the rain? Why did you get drenched in the rain?" Jordan looked Irene up and down. "Why is your forehead bruised?" "She accidentally bumped into the wall," Kinsey answered. "You were drunk." That night, Irene left with Bert to attend his friend's birthday party. Jordan assumed that Irene got drunk. As a woman, why did you drink so much alcohol? Why didn't your sweetheart drink for you? When he mentioned her sweetheart, he realized that he didn't see Bert around. Theoretically, Bert should have come to the hospital to visit Irene, shouldn't he? "Where's Kent?" "Don't mention him." Kinsey's face turned cold. "What happened?" Irene looked at Kinsey pitifully. Kinsey was a straightforward person, so Irene worried that she would tell others about her. Kinsey naturally wasn't that stupid. She said angrily, "Kent broke up with Irene." "Really?" Jordan's face was full of joy. During this period of time, whenever he saw Irene and Kent going on dates, he felt anguished, as if a cat was clawing at his heart. He had been thinking about how to separate them. Now they had really separated. God was really on his side. Jordan was happy for a while, but then he felt a little angry. He guessed that Irene getting drunk and hitting the wall must have something to do with Kent. Wasn't he just a man? They had only known each other for a few days, yet she was torturing herself like this. He looked towards Irene with a sulky expression on his face. "Look at yourself. Isn't he just a man? A breakup is just a breakup, so did you have to torture yourself like this?" "Mr. Reed is right. Isn't he just a man? A breakup is nothing, so you don't have to torture yourself like this." Kinsey winked at Irene. Irene lowered her head and kept silent. When Jordan saw that she lowered her head without speaking, he scolded her for a while and then stopped talking. He picked up the phone and called David happily. "I'm in the hospital. Irene is sick. She appears sallow and emaciated. It's obvious that she's malnourished. Bring some nutritional supplements right away." David agreed and hung up the phone. He said to himself, yesterday he was still calling her executive assistant Yi while scolding that woman and saying that he wanted to teach her a lesson. But why did the situation change overnight? He not only called her Irene, but also wanted to prepare nutritional supplements for her. It's really hard to guess what the boss is thinking. Deborah thought that she would be able to get what she wanted once she sent the money out. Then, she would be able to ruin Irene's reputation forever. 2 days passed by quickly, but there was still no sign of the package promised to send her. She was a little anxious, so she called Dunn, but found that the number was invalid. How could Dunn turn off his phone? Was something wrong? Deborah felt a little uncertain. After waiting at home for an entire day, she couldn't help driving to Mauer Alley. Mauer Alley was the place where she used to live when she was in poverty. It was the most chaotic place in San Fatillo. The largest gang in San Fatillo lived there. In the past, Deborah, an unmarried mother, dragged Lily around there and got to know a lot of mafia members with her cunning ways. Dunn was one of them. Taking drugs, doing drug trafficking, fighting, raping, committing burglaries, Dunn had done them all. Therefore, Deborah thought of him first when she tried to set up Irene. Irene wasn't an ordinary person. She had Stephen's protection, so she couldn't allow gangsters to deal with her in their usual way. Deborah definitely wouldn't be able to wipe herself clean of the matter if things got blown up. Therefore, she thought of a way to get someone to set up Irene through the blind date program. After the incident happened, Irene could only blame herself for not seeing people's true colors. Deborah knew that Dunn knew a lot of people in different trades, so she told Dunn her intentions. In less than 2 days, Dunn replied to her and said that it could be done, but the price was a bit high. After all, it wasn't an ordinary case of kidnapping or defrauding. It would take a little acting to get it done. Deborah readily agreed to Dunn's offer and forked out $100,000 first. Deborah knew all about Irene's personality, so she prepared all the information for Dunn. Dunn handed the information to Bert, then asked him to think of ways to deal with Irene according to her personality. He mustn't fail. Bert was a master liar. After thoroughly analyzing Irene's information, he finally came up with a solution. First, he used his identity to draw Irene's attention. Then, he deliberately put on a show during the interaction game, which moved Irene. Finally, he threw out the same background story as Irene's to garner sympathy and create a good impression. Upon seeing that Bert and Irene successfully held hands on TV, Deborah was overjoyed. She knew that Irene had an intensely rebellious attitude towards Stephen. Therefore, she deliberately asked Stephen to persuade Irene so that Irene could believe in Bert more firmly. By this time, more than half of the plan had been successfully completed. Afraid that unexpected events would arise if things dragged on for too long, Deborah had Dunn urge Bert to take action immediately, so there was the so-called birthday party. Irene, a single woman, had been lured out like a sheep into a wolf's den. The consequences could be imagined. Deborah was 90% sure that she was in danger. She was cautious enough to let Stephen go find out the truth. After getting the news that Irene was in the hospital, Deborah thought that she had definitely succeeded. So when Dunn called and asked about money, she gave it to him without hesitation. But now, she realized that she seemed to have been a little careless. She should have sent the money only after she got the stuff. But now, the money had been sent out, so she was only crying over spilled milk. The only option left was for her to ask Dunn to figure it out. Deborah parked the car in the open space at the entrance of Mauer Valley and walked into the alley. She arrived in front of a yard with familiarity. The door of the yard was unlocked. Deborah pushed the door open, and in the yard, she saw a man with golden teeth and a pipe in his hand, basking in the sun. "Dickie," Deborah was the first to speak. Upon seeing Deborah, he took out the pipe in his mouth. The man was surprised. "What brings you here, Madam Secretary?" Deborah walked up to the man and asked, "Dickie, where is Dunn?" "What are you looking for Dunn for?" Dickie asked. "It's a private matter." Deborah didn't want to reveal more. "Why are you in Dunn's house?" "This isn't Dunn's home, but my home now," Dickie replied. "Dunn sold the house to me." Deborah was stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect that Dunn would sell the house. How come he sold the house? How would I know? Dickie picked up the pipe again and stared at Deborah's face with anger. I must say, Sugar, you're really not a good comrade. You only look for Dunn, but you never look for me, Dickie. I can do what Dunn can do, can't I? Sugar was Deborah's nickname when she lived in Mauer Alley. Because she was beautiful, everyone called her that. In the past, when someone called her that, Deborah would feel very proud, but now she felt extremely uncomfortable when she heard it. Dickie didn't seem to see Deborah's embarrassment. People say that women get uglier as they get older. These words don't apply to you. Why do I feel that the older you get, the more attractive you become? Dickie had always had romantic intentions towards her ever since the past. He always harassed her verbally and physically. In the past, Deborah had to tolerate because she lived under his roof. But now, things were different. She was no longer the former Deborah who had no support. She was Madam's secretary. How could she be bullied by a gangster? Deborah's face darkened. Dickie, watch your mouth. Watch my mouth? Dickie sneered. You're different after you married an official. I feel bewildered. Why didn't you say anything when I touched you before? Do you believe I'll beat you? Deborah was trembling with anger. Sugar, I don't like to see you like this. Don't pretend to be a wolf. Others might not know you, but how can I not know you? Don't think you're all high and might just because you're married to the secretary. I remember all your scandals from the past very clearly. Dickie wasn't afraid of her at all. Deborah's facial expression changed. She thought about how she shouldn't bother getting angry at a thug, so she turned around and left. Then she heard Dickie Lawson's voice behind her. You both came out of Mauer Alley, but Myra was different. She was upright and admirable. Who do you think you are? You stole your friend's man, so how dare you come here to cause a scene? If you provoke me, I'll expose all your dirty scandals from the past. Deborah quickened her pace, and when she walked to the entrance of the alley, she bumped into a person. Deborah? Deborah glanced at him with a look of disgust, but he didn't care about her attitude. What are you doing here? Deborah didn't want to talk to him at first, but when she thought about her purpose of coming here today, she could only bite the bullet. Where is Dunn? Dunn got into trouble and ran away, the man answered. He ran away? Deborah froze and couldn't believe what she had just heard. Why are you looking for him? Deborah was unwilling to reveal it. Remember to inform me if you have any information about him. I have debt to settle with him. He won't come back. The man shook his head. He had already finished his immigration papers as early as a month ago. That bastard! Realization dawned upon Deborah. She had been deceived by Dunn. Her angry countenance aroused the man's curiosity. What is the grudge between you and Dunn? Of course, Deborah wouldn't reveal that Dunn swindled her, so she randomly made up an excuse and left. But the man behind her called out to her. Deborah, how are you? Fine, Deborah answered curtly. How does he treat you? The man asked again. What does it have to do with you? Deborah was impatient. I have something to do, so I have to go now. She got into the car in a hurry. After she started the car from the rearview mirror, she saw the man standing in the alley and looking at her. When she saw the man's appearance, she felt suffocated. What the hell? Deborah cursed angrily as she started the car to leave. On the way back, she thought of Dunn's escape and condemned him, along with all his ancestors again. She felt financially distressed as she thought about it. The money she paid wasn't a small sum. It was all the money she had saved over the years. Because she believed in Dunn, because she wanted to get rid of the troublesome Irene too much, she was actually played for a fool by Dunn. Deborah felt extremely hateful. She had always schemed against others, but no one had ever schemed against her. Now she had been set up by Dunn. Not only was she humiliated, but she also lost her money. Hundreds of thousands of dollars had gone to waste. Upon thinking about it, she couldn't bear it. How could she miscalculate? Back home, Lily had also just returned. Mom, did you get it? Deborah threw her bag on the sofa angrily. Don't mention it. Son of bitch, how dare he lie to me? I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars for nothing. I'm so angry. Who lied to you? A cold voice sounded. The mother and daughter looked over and saw Stephen standing at the door of the study with a cold expression on his face. Stephen, you were at home? The sudden appearance of Stephen shocked Deborah. Wasn't Stephen supposed to be at the government during this time? Why was he at home? Lily was also dumbfounded when she saw Stephen. Dad, why are you back? Who did you just say cheated you out of hundreds of thousands of dollars? Stephen came over and stared at Deborah. He went to see Irene today, and then he found out that she was almost raped by people. Stephen was so angry that his heart ached. To think about it, she was really lucky. If Edric hadn't realized that something was wrong, he didn't know what would have happened. Irene was a fiery-tempered person. If she were really raped by other people, she would certainly lose the will to live. Stephen was distressed, angry, and sorrowful. It was all because of him. If he hadn't married Deborah, Irene wouldn't have run away from home or be kicked out of the Myers family. Stephen felt extremely remorseful and guilty. He wasn't in the mood to stay in the office, so he pretended to feel unwell and went home to rest. When he returned home, there was no one there. Stephen felt uncomfortable and sat in the study as he was consumed with guilt. When he heard the sound of the car outside, he walked out of the study, but he didn't expect to hear Deborah and Lily's words inadvertently. Although Deborah was shocked, she reacted quickly. Stephen, I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Stephen's voice was cold. It had never been his intention to be together with Deborah. Deborah and Myra were friends, so he also regarded Deborah as a friend. He had never dreamed that he would accidentally hook up with Deborah when drunk. After that, Deborah didn't pursue the matter, and he also forgot about it. However, he didn't expect that Deborah would appear again in his life after more than 10 years, and she also brought a child with her. Myra believed that he had an affair and wouldn't forgive him until she died. Stephen didn't want to have anything to do with Deborah at all. He originally intended to place Deborah and her daughter in another place, but he didn't know who leaked the news and brought this matter to the surface. Fortunately, the insider was his old boss. He protected him and suppressed the matter, but he had no choice but to marry Deborah and became estranged from his beloved daughter. After living with Deborah for more than 10 years, he found Deborah gentle and virtuous. Although she didn't come from a good family, she was a great cook, and her life revolved around him. The most important thing was that he often saw shadows of Myra on Deborah. Because of that, he gradually developed some affection for her, but he didn't expect to see Deborah's vulgar side by accident. This side of Deborah was unfamiliar, and it was also disgusting to Stephen. Deborah naturally felt Stephen's disgust. She immediately explained, "Isn't your birthday coming up soon? Since you like antiques, I planned on buying you a vase. I didn't know that the shady go-between would actually take the money and run away." "What did you say?" Stephen raised his voice. "I'm sorry, Stephen. I didn't mean it." Deborah lowered her head with a pitiful expression. "Dad, Mom didn't mean it. She just wanted to give you a surprise." Lily came up in time to mediate the dispute. Stephen stared at Deborah for a while, then dejectedly went to the sofa and sat down. "I've been so down on my luck for the past few days." "What happened?" Deborah asked considerately. "Irene almost got into trouble. Fortunately, Edric found out that something was wrong. Otherwise, the consequences would have been severe." Stephen sighed and told them that Irene was almost hurt. Deborah felt extremely hateful inside. She never dreamed that the person who messed up her plans was Edric. Although she hated him in her heart, she still pretended to be surprised and distressed on the surface. "How is Irene?" "She was a little traumatized, but she's fine now." Stephen's face was gloomy. "If I catch the man surnamed Kent, I'll skin him alive." "Yeah, that Kent guy is so vicious. If we catch him, we must teach him a good lesson." Deborah echoed, but her heart was beating fast. If that Kent guy was caught and Dunn was hunted down, would the police unravel her connection to the matter as well? "I don't know what the police are doing. 3 days have passed, but there's still no news of Kent. I'm so angry." Stephen rubbed his forehead. Deborah felt slightly relieved. Dunn said that those people were all cunning and had several ID cards. She hoped that Kent would run away and wouldn't be caught for the rest of his life. Irene had recuperated in the hospital for 3 days and was discharged from the hospital. Although she wasn't seriously injured, there was still trauma inside of her. She already didn't believe in men because she had been hurt in the past. Now she felt more and more convinced that men were unreliable. In the past, she really wanted to find a father for Eden, but she changed her mind now. She would work hard to earn money and raise the child by herself. Screw men. Jordan didn't know the inside story. When he saw the absence of a smile on Irene's face even after a few days, he thought that she was sad because of the breakup with that Kent guy. Jordan felt very upset. No matter what, he was better than that Kent guy. Why couldn't that woman see him? Thinking of Kent's gently smiling face, he began to reflect upon himself. Was it because he was too harsh? Therefore, she didn't like him. Thinking of this, Jordan decided to change his attitude to be more gentle to please Irene. He stopped shouting to her and spoke gently. After he suddenly changed his attitude, Irene wasn't in the mood to experience it. On the other hand, David began to guess blindly that Mr. Reed's illness was flaring up again, wasn't it? Nathan also knew that Irene was hospitalized because she was ill. He called to ask about the situation. Irene felt very aggrieved, and she didn't have her guard against Nathan, so she told Nathan what she had encountered. Shocked and angry, Nathan was prepared to fly back immediately. In the end, Irene stopped him. Eden didn't know what his mother had gone through. When he heard that her mother was ill, he felt sorry for her. He comforted Irene on the phone in a childish voice. "Mom, are you sick? Is it because you were feeling anxious that you couldn't find Dad? I don't want him anymore. Take care of yourself. When Uncle Nathan has the free time, I will come back with him to see you." With Nathan and her son's comfort, Irene felt much more at ease. The gloomy expression on her face also faded somewhat. Jordan thought it was caused by his change of attitude, so he secretly felt happy inside. After the Golden Age Group won the city's security project, the Golden Age Group awarded a bonus to each staff member of the San Fatillo branch. The amount of the bonus wasn't small. In addition to the remuneration paid by the TV station, the amount of the reward was quite substantial. Irene told Thomas about this matter. She said that she wanted to use this bonus as a down payment to buy a bigger house. Thomas was also delighted. With that money, the housing issue would be resolved. "Irene, you can bring Eden back after you buy a house." "I want to do so too. Uncle, let's go and view houses tomorrow. As soon as we take care of the housing issue, I can bring Eden back." The next day, she and Thomas went to see houses. After careful selection, they finally chose a 3-bedroom second-hand house in a less popular area. The house was already constructed, and Irene's money was just enough to pay the down payment. Irene signed the contract and paid the down payment. Envisioning sweet family life in the future, she looked forward to it and was in a great mood all day long. After dinner, she surfed the web in her room. Thomas watched TV in his room. It was 10 o'clock. She was ready to go to sleep when her phone rang. She picked up, and Jordan's incoherent voice sounded, "Irene, Nelson, Mr. Reed? Don't call me Mr. Reed. Why don't you ever take my words to heart?" Jordan's voice was full of anger, but this sentence was especially clear. "Jordan, what can I do for you at such a late hour?" she asked patiently. "Can't I talk to you?" "Okay, speak, and I'll listen to you. Why aren't you the one speaking while I listen?" "I don't know what to say," Irene replied. "Say stuff that will make me happy." Jordan was rude and unreasonable. "What's wrong with you? Did you drink?" "I'm in a nightclub, and I drank a lot," Jordan burped. "Irene, I like you. Do you know I like you?" Irene didn't say anything. She understood very well that this guy was on a drunken rampage. "I'm very sad. I've never been so sad. Irene, do you not like me at all?" Irene still didn't say anything. Jordan laughed at himself. "I know you really don't like me at all. In reality, if you liked me in the slightest bit, I wouldn't mind that you're a divorced woman." "Jordan, you've drunk too much. Go home quickly." "I won't go back. I'll wait for you here until you like me." While speaking, Irene heard a cry from the other side. Sir, what's wrong with you?" Then there was no sound on the other end of the phone. Irene was alarmed. Did something happen to Jordan? She immediately called David, but his phone was turned off. Irene was worried about Jordan, so after thinking for a while, she decided to go over and have a look. She went out in a hurry. She hailed a taxi on the road and went straight to the nightclub. After getting in the car, She anxiously asked the driver to drive faster. She didn't notice a luxurious car driving smoothly and elegantly behind her. Edric stared at the taxi in front of him. That woman ran out of the alley the entire way with an anxious expression on her face. She ran so hurriedly that even not mentioned him standing at the entrance of the alley. "As long as you are within 3 miles from me, I can feel it." That was what she used to say to him. But today, he stood there and stared at her with burning eyes. Yet she ran past him without even glancing at him. It had to be said that women were better liars than men, and more alluring when they lied. Irene entered the nightclub in a hurry and found Jordan's private box. With several beautiful ladies sitting next to him, he leaned against the sofa with his eyes closed. Upon seeing Irene open the box's door, several young ladies showed vigilant expressions on their faces. Irene couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them and went straight to Jordan's side. "Jordan, how are you?" Jordan opened his eyes and smiled when he saw Irene. "You're here? Are you all right?" Irene's face was full of worry. "I'm fine. I'm just a little dizzy. If you hadn't come, I would have been devoured by these women." Since he could still joke, Irene realized that she had been fooled. She turned around and was about to leave, but Jordan said behind her, "Irene, come help me up and take me home." Irene helped Jordan to get into the car outside. Jordan was really drunk. After getting into the car, he leaned back against the seat and didn't move. Irene helped him fasten the seatbelt and started the car to leave the nightclub. After Jordan came back, he bought an apartment in a hot area. Irene had once seen the apartment file, so she had some impression of it. When Edric, who followed them, saw Irene driving with familiarity, his eyes grew cold. "Irene, I didn't expect you to come." Jordan, whose eyes were closed, suddenly said this. "How could I not come?" Irene said with displeasure. He was her boss and the hand that fed her. How could she dare to offend the hand that fed her? "Irene, you actually like me a little deep inside, don't you?" His words startled Irene, and she instinctively slowed down. With his eyes closed, Jordan murmured, "I'm so handsome, so wealthy, and so capable that few women can resist my temptation. Irene, when did you fall in love with me?" "Jordan, are you dreaming?" Irene was a little amused. This man was truly extremely arrogant. "Irene, I'm sure you like me, just not aware of it inside." "I don't like you, not even in the slightest bit," she said in a louder voice. "You women are just pretentious. Is it that embarrassing to say that you like me?" Jordan seemed to be obsessed with the idea. Irene ignored him and sped up the car. Soon, the car stopped in front of Jordan's apartment. Staring at the car in front of him, Edric also stopped the car behind her. Before the door was opened, he saw her helping Jordan unbuckle his seatbelt. In the past, it was he who helped her unbuckle her seatbelt, but now she was doing it for another man. It seemed that she liked Jordan very much, and Jordan certainly liked her too. Otherwise, knowing that she was divorced, he wouldn't have flirted with her. Edric felt a little jealous when he thought about how there was no womanizing scandal about Jordan during this period of time. That woman's charm really wasn't ordinary. She had made him fall head over heels in love with her back then, and now she made a playboy changed his ways. But why didn't they get out of the car? What happened next was even more unacceptable to Edric. He saw clearly that when Irene unbuckled Jordan's seatbelt, Jordan suddenly hugged Irene. The two of them began to kiss. They were so anxious that they started kissing in the car. Edric could only feel his brows suddenly twitch. It definitely wasn't the first time they did this. However, at which stage were they in their relationship? Had they slept with each other? The answer was obvious. When he thought of Irene moaning under Jordan's body with her beautiful eyes half closed, he fumed with rage. Unable to bear it any longer, he forcefully started the car and left. Irene didn't expect that Jordan would suddenly make a move on her. By the time she reacted, he had already gained tight control of her. Jordan's lips quickly sealed her lips. He was so fierce that he didn't seem like a drunk man at all. Irene struggled feebly. Jordan's kissing skills were excellent. She was quickly dominated by him. After an unknown period of time, she heard his repressed breathing, and Irene snapped back to reality. Jordan relaxed his grip on her hand a little, and she seized the opportunity to push him away. Irene. Jordan didn't get to spat out his words before Irene slapped him in the face. After that, she opened the car door and escaped. Jordan touched his burning face, but there wasn't a trace of anger on his face. Getting a slap in exchange for a kiss was worth it. Thinking about Irene and Jordan kissing in the car, Edric drove aimlessly. He felt burning rage in his chest. This couldn't go on. He must stop Irene and Jordan from being together. Jordan was a notorious playboy. Womanizing was his only weakness. Edric thought about it for a while and finally came up with a solution. He called John and said, "Let Lily immediately fly to San Fatio to shoot an advertisement." Irene slapped him so hard that the red mark on Jordan's face didn't fade completely after a night. When he saw Irene coming in, he deliberately showed his face to Irene. Refusing to see him, Irene lowered her head and looked down. There was nothing Jordan could do if she didn't look at him. David happened to come in and send the documents. When he saw Jordan, he asked with concern, "Mr. Reed, what's the matter with your face?" "I just suffer hives," Jordan laughed. "Hives? Strange. Why don't you have hives on your left face but hives on your right face? Do hives actually pick spots to appear in?" Irene said, "I once had hives that only appeared on one of my wrists." Feeling somewhat incredulous, David went out. Jordan coughed awkwardly. "Irene, did you hit me with that hand with hives?" Irene ignored him and said with a serious expression, "Mr. Reed, I'll report today's schedule to you." Jordan saw that she was down to business, so he also returned to business. He could tease her outside of work, but he had to be serious when he was at work. "You will have a magazine interview at 10 a.m. and go to the urban construction site to sign a contract at 2 p.m., Irene said in a diplomatic tone. These were the two things that Jordan had to do today. Even if Irene hadn't mentioned them, he would still remember clearly. "Is there anything else?" "There's another crucial thing." Irene seemed to think of something suddenly. "Miss Lilith will arrive at the airport at 4 o'clock in the evening." The name Lilith made Jordan raise his eyebrows. He looked at Irene with a half-hearted smile on his face. Irene paused for a moment. "I've already arranged a hotel for Miss Lilith and ordered a meal for you two. After signing the contract, Mr. Reed can go directly to the airport to pick up Miss Lilith and welcome her back." "Who asked you to make the decision for the matter regarding Lilith?" Jordan asked slowly. "I didn't make the decision on my own. Everything was done according to your instructions." Irene revealed a look of grievance. "My instructions? Why didn't he remember issuing such instructions before?" "Yes, Miss Lilith was in a hurry last time and only stayed in San Fatio for 1 day. At that time, you told me that we would follow that day's procedures when Miss Lilith came back again. At that time, we also arranged a hotel, ordered dinner, and Mr. Reed, you personally went to pick her up." Jordan naturally didn't expect that Irene was waiting to set him up here. He had already forgotten whether or not he had said that. Even if he hadn't said so, Irene would definitely say that he said so. Now, he had no way of obtaining any evidence. He stared at Irene for a long time and smiled mischievously. "All right, you're progressing." "It's all because of Mr. Reed's good guidance," Irene answered obediently. Her answer made Jordan furious. Upon seeing Jordan's angry expression, Irene was in a good mood. Jordan hadn't said anything about Lilith at all. It was all made up by her. Last night, when Jordan kissed her crazily under the influence of alcohol, she was extremely angry. With Jordan's shamelessness, he would definitely say that he didn't remember forcibly kissing her at all. She had already slapped him in the face, and there was no sign of his outburst repeating. But when she thought about it, she decided she couldn't let him off the hook so easily. After returning home and lying down on her bed, she suddenly received a phone call from Lilith. "Executive Assistant Nelson, I'm Lilith. Why can't my call to Mr. Reed get through?" "I don't know either," Irene replied. "I'll fly to San Fatio at 4 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. Executive Assistant Nelson, please tell Mr. Reed." Lilith's voice sounded condescending. In the past, Jordan had been very enthusiastic towards Lilith, so Lilith had always been haughty. Although Irene wasn't interested in women whose livelihood depended on their looks, Lilith's appearance was undoubtedly a good thing for her. If she remembered correctly, Jordan hadn't talked about Lilith for a long time. Jordan was a womanizer, and if he were interested in a person, He would talk about her all the time. Otherwise, it meant he had already forgotten about her. Irene became excited. The sudden appearance of a woman he was no longer interested in was definitely enough for payback against Jordan. She made up her mind to book a room for Lilith and didn't forget to remind Jordan to pick her up. Irene was secretly happy to see Jordan's defeated expression, but it didn't last long. A few minutes later, Jordan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I'll welcome Lilith tonight. You'll go with me." Irene didn't expect Jordan to use that move. "Mr. Reed, isn't that a bad idea? If I say it's good, then it's good. That's it." Jordan was a complete tyrant. She would be a third wheel at Lilith and Jordan's dinner? Why did it seem so frightening? Irene froze there for a moment. Upon seeing her dazed expression, Jordan was in a good mood. She was way too naive to be able to put up a fight against him. At 4 o'clock in the evening, Jordan personally drove Irene to the airport. At the airport, Lilith walked over from the VIP terminal while accompanied by her assistant. Irene enthusiastically opened the door for her. Because it was Jordan who drove the car, she naturally opened the door of the co-driver's seat. Upon seeing Jordan, Lilith was very happy. She smiled softly and asked, "Dear, did you miss me?" Irene, who was sitting behind them, felt goosebumps rise up all over her. The people in the entertainment industry were really unrestrained. Jordan smiled evilly and looked at Irene, who was sitting in the back seat. "How could I not think about you? You are the one I'm always thinking of." The two of them flirted with each other the entire way. Irene turned a deaf ear, and she ignored their nauseating conversation. Jordan's eyes had been looking at Irene, who was in the back row. Upon seeing her indifferent countenance, he felt a little dejected. When the car stopped at the door of the hotel, Irene got out of the car and opened the door for Lilith. Lilith thought that there should be no reason for Irene to follow them there. She took Jordan's hand and walked up the steps of the hotel with a smile on her face. Jordan turned back and snorted at Irene, who was standing still beside the car. "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and follow me." What did that mean? She and Jordan had to bring that assistant to dinner? Lilith immediately felt a little unhappy, but there was no reason for her to get angry. However, the way she looked at Irene suddenly changed. She was warm and pleasant before, but now she acted icy and cold. Irene naturally discerned the change in Lilith's mood. Lilith was blaming her for being insensible, but she couldn't explain her bitterness. Jordan was vicious enough to think of torturing her like this. If she had known that this would happen, she would have never made the decision on her own. The three of them went to the private box and sat down. Soon, the waiter sent in the food. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but when Jordan and Lilith talked about the old days, he didn't forget to give Irene food. He said in a casual tone, "Special Assistant Nelson, this seems to be what you like to eat." Upon hearing Jordan's casual words, Irene immediately felt cold. She forced a smile and said, "Mr. Reed, you must be mistaken. I wouldn't say I like eating this. These are all other women's favorite foods." As soon as Lilith finished her words, she put her hands over her mouth and looked annoyed, as if she had said something wrong. Lilith's facial expression turned even uglier. The meal wasn't a joyous one, at least in Irene's eyes. She didn't dare to stay in the box anymore. She made an excuse to go to the bathroom and went out of the room. Jordan came out with her. He blocked Irene's way in the hall. "How about it? Is it comfortable being a third wheel? Mr. Reed, I'm begging you, can you let me go? If I stay here, I will die." Jordan scoffed at Irene derisively. "If you want me to spare you, I can. However, you have to promise me one thing." "What is it?" "Give me a kiss and I'll let you go." "Get lost." Irene pushed him away. Jordan shouted behind her, "You have to think it over. Don't regret it later." Lilith's voice rang out. "Honey, what are you doing outside?" Jordan winked at Irene and said, "I'll wait for you." Then he entered the box again. Yeah, Irene felt disgusted. She turned around and bumped into someone. Edric's eyes were cold, and his lips were curled into an icy sneer. "Irene, you don't even have a sense of shame now?" It seemed that he had just overheard the conversation between her and Jordan. Irene also sneered. "Can Mr. Myers teach me how to write the word shame?" "You." Irene was insinuating his extramarital affair with someone else. Edric's face turned livid. Irene, you don't have the right to scold me. Ask yourself, how much better were you than I was back then, if it wasn't for you? Irene interrupted him. Mr. Myers, I have never been a person who liked to reminiscence about the past. The so-called past is no longer present, so what's the point of saying it now? Her nonchalance made Edric feel as if his heart had been cut with a knife. That woman didn't care about him at all. She had forgotten about what happened that year, and she was going to erase him from her life. How could she be so cruel? Irene, don't think that you can be at ease just because you have Jordan by your side. I'll remind you that Jordan is just a playboy. Don't be tempted by his sweet words. It's just a show for him to be with you. Irene's mouth curled slightly, and she looked at Edric indifferently. At least in my opinion, Jordan is much better than some brute feigning sophistication. After saying that, she stepped on her high heels and left. Edric stared at her back and clenched his fists. Irene didn't return to the restaurant, but left directly. She called Jordan in the taxi and said that she had something to attend to at home. Jordan gritted his teeth and said, Irene, your bonus for this month will be cut in half. Lilith was pleased to hear that. That executive assistant was really sensible. Without a third wheel around, she felt refreshed. She leaned closer to Jordan and asked, Dear, where will we go later? Jordan smiled gently and said, I'll send you back to the hotel first. That meant that he still had something to do. Lilith was a little disappointed. Did she really go too far playing hard to get? The last time, she left after staying for a day. She thought Jordan would make countless phone calls and greetings every day like before, but the result disappointed her greatly. Jordan didn't make any phone calls. She realized that things weren't good, so she took the initiative to call him. It was at night, but he gently told her that he was very busy at the moment and didn't have the time. Later, all the calls she made were no response. Lilith realized the severity of the issue, but her schedule was already full. She really had no way to go back to San Fatillo to see Jordan. The matter had been dragging on until the Myers Group invited her to shoot an advertisement in San Fatillo. She happily called Jordan, but she couldn't get through. Therefore, she had to call Irene to find out more information. Unexpectedly, Irene booked a hotel for her without hesitation. At the airport, she was delighted to see Jordan pick her up. She secretly reminded herself that she couldn't go too far playing hard to get this time. However, although she didn't plan to play hard to get at all, Jordan was completely uninterested in her. After sending Lily back to the hotel, Jordan left without staying. Lilith was furious and sat on the sofa alone while sulking. Jordan went out of the hotel, drove straight to the tube-shaped apartment, parked the car at the entrance of the alley, and took out his phone to dial a number. Irene had just arrived home for a few minutes. When she received Jordan's call, she was very unhappy. She controlled her emotions and asked, President Reed, what may I do for you? I'm at the entrance of your home's alley. Come out, Jordan ordered. Irene angrily ran to the entrance of the alley. What is it? Nothing. I just came to tell you that I didn't go to the hotel. Upon seeing Irene looking at him with bewilderment, he explained, I just wanted you to know that I'm no longer a frivolous man. Psycho! After Irene said that, she turned to run away. Although it was at night, Jordan still saw the blush on her face, which totally amused him. Seeing Irene's figure disappear, he whistled and started the car to leave. When Irene returned home, she felt that her face was still hot. Jordan is really a psycho. He came all the way there to tell her that, did whether or not he was frivolous to have anything to do with her? No. He must have misunderstood that she was interested in him. She had to make it clear to him that she had no interest in him at all. Irene picked up the phone and was ready to call Jordan. The phone rang first, and Nathan answered in a low voice. Irene, Eden and I will arrive tomorrow. Remember to pick us up. This fast? Irene froze. I have something else to deal with, so I came back early. Nathan explained. Because of the phone call from Nathan, Irene became excited. She wasn't in the mood to care about Jordan's affairs. Her little darling was coming back. She had to prepare for it. She walked around the room but found nothing to prepare, so she sat down with disappointment. Her darling was accustomed to a lavish life at Nathan's place. Would he dislike her small and shabby home? Irene spent after dark in anxiety and joy. At noon the next day, she and Thomas rushed to the airport together. Upon seeing his mother, Eden was delighted. He threw himself into Irene's arms while he rubbed against her. Thomas was very happy. "This is Eden, right? I'm your granduncle. Let me have a look at you." Eden came out of Irene's arms and called Thomas uncle. Thomas hugged him and kissed him hard. Eden burst out giggling after being pricked by his beard. "So Leicester, thank you for your hard work." Irene stepped forward and held Nathan's hand gratefully. Dinner was served in the best private club in San Fatillo. It was Nathan's treat. After Eden filled his stomach, he looked around with curiosity. He even opened the door of the private room to look outside. Thomas also finished eating and followed Eden outside. There were many beautiful lights on the wall of the club. Eden pointed at the lights and carefully counted them the entire way. Afraid that he would get lost, Thomas followed him closely. Several screens appeared in front of the long aisle. When Eden saw the image of court ladies on the screen, he reached out to touch it curiously. Later, he and Thomas scurried back and forth between the screens while playing hide-and-go-seek. Accompanied by John, Edric strode over. Eden came out from behind the screen and accidentally bumped into him. Eden fell to the ground and burst into tears. Edric reached out to help, but Thomas rushed out and placed Eden in his arms before he could. When he saw Thomas, Edric was shocked. "Why are you here?" Thomas ignored him and turned around to leave with Eden in his arms. When Edric saw Thomas, he knew that Irene must also be there. He was very curious who Irene would bring Thomas here to have dinner with. Thomas rushed into the box with Eden in his arms. Eden was still sobbing. Irene was confused. "What happened?" "We met someone we shouldn't have met," Thomas replied. Irene naturally understood who that person he shouldn't have met was. Her countenance changed. Did he see Eden? He didn't see him clearly. "Don't worry. Everyone says that boys resemble their mothers. Eden resembles you more, so he wouldn't notice." Nathan comforted her. Irene nodded and breathed a sigh of relief inside. She had to be careful in the future. Although Edric was dining with his client, he was still thinking about Irene. Who on earth was she dining with here? This clubhouse was the most high-end clubhouse in San Fatillo and a status symbol. How come Irene brought Thomas here? Who were they here with? Could it be Jordan? To think of it, Jordan was the only person by Irene's side who could get in and out of this club. Jordan must have invited Irene and Thomas to dine here in order to win her over. But who was the child? Edric was absent-minded, and his client wasn't slow-witted. He sensibly said goodbye to Edric. Edric sent his client out and saw a familiar figure outside the clubhouse. Wearing a floral dress, Irene stood at the door. Beside her stood a tall and straight figure. Edric recognized that the person standing beside Irene was Nathan. There was a gentle and charming smile on Irene's face. With her big eyes, she stared at Nathan, who also looked gentle and doting. A handsome man and a beautiful woman as a couple appeared, especially eye-catching. The club's attendants gossiped on the side. "A match made in heaven. This is the first time I have seen such a golden couple." The words golden couple made Edric feel anguished. He strode out without glancing sidewards. John trotted after him and opened the door for him. After he got into the car, Edric said with a poker face, "When did he come back?" "He returned today," John replied. "Do you know why he came back?" "I don't know." "You eat the bread of idleness, don't you?" Edric's voice was full of anger. John didn't say anything. He had been working for Edric for so many years, so he knew why he was angry. If it were him, he would definitely feel uneasy as well. After all, one was a woman he was deeply in love with, and the other was his love rival, who was an eyesore to him. When John started the car, Edric glanced at the door of the club again. Upon seeing Irene waving goodbye to Nathan, he felt a little more at ease. After Irene left, Nathan returned to the hotel. Not long after, someone knocked on the door. He opened the door, and Jordan stood at the door with his hands on his hips. "Nathan, you're not a good sport. Why didn't you tell me you came back?" "I wanted to tell you, but you've always prioritized women over your friends. With a beautiful woman by your side, how could you think of me, your old friend?" "What beautiful woman by my side?" Jordan leaned against the sofa and said, "I'm abstinent now." "Stop fooling me. How about Lilith?" Nathan was straightforward. I heard that she flew to San Fatio yesterday, and you guys didn't even go to the company. Who said that? It doesn't matter who said it. Just tell me if you stayed with Lilith for the entire day today. Yes, that's right, Nathan snorted softly. When you see a beautiful woman, your legs go slack. A leopard never changes its spots. Nathan, when it comes to this, I have something to settle with you, Jordan said angrily. Let me ask you, why did you make a beautiful woman look like that and send her to me? It's none of my business that you don't have a good eyesight, Nathan retorted Jordan with ease. If it weren't for you, would I be so distressed? Jordan let out a long sigh. What's the matter? Does Miss Lilith put on the air? She wants me to, but I'm not interested in her now. Women are really strange creatures. When I was interested in her, she played hard to get. Now that I'm not interested in her, she uses all sorts of methods to stay by my side. Unfortunately, the ship has sailed. Who do you fancy now? Do you need to ask? Jordan, I have to make it clear that Irene is not someone you can touch. Why? Jordan glared at Nathan. Don't think that I don't know about your ulterior motives. Let's compete fairly now. Jordan, you're not qualified to compete fairly with me. Nathan didn't take him seriously at all. Would the Reed family agree to let you, the young master, marry a divorced woman? Would the White family agree to let you marry a divorced woman? Jordan retorted derisively. Nathan's facial expression changed. This matter has nothing to do with you. I will handle it myself. Nathan, I'm different from you. You are the young master who bears the hope of the Tang family. If you insist on having your way, those old guys in the Tang family would be infuriated by you. But I'm different. I'm just the most useless person in the Reed family, and no one will keep an eye on me. I can fight them till the end. Nathan's eyes darkened. But Irene won't waste time with you. Jordan snickered frivolously. You're a gentleman, unlike me. I've always been a petty person, so I have petty methods. If the old guys in the Reed family get an offspring, wouldn't they be overjoyed? Why are you so petty? Nathan glared at him. Jordan, don't play games with me. If I find out that you bully Irene, you know the consequences. Nathan, you don't have to huff and puff at me. If Irene liked you, she wouldn't have waited until today. In my opinion, you have already been eliminated. Jordan was very confident in himself. Give it a rest. You're a notorious womanizer, and you aren't Irene's type at all. What she hates the most is men with wandering eyes like you. Nathan didn't hold back at all. Upon hearing this, Jordan didn't get angry. Instead, he brought up another topic. Nathan, who is Irene's ex-husband? Go ask her yourself. If she had told me, would I ask you? Jordan glared at him and said, Tell me, I'm begging you. Why do you want to know that? I'm going to teach that old guy a lesson and let him know how serious the consequences of cheating. His words made Nathan laugh. I can't reveal it. I promised Irene. Tell me, is that guy in San Fatio? Nathan nodded, and Jordan's face was full of excitement. Is he a businessman? Nathan nodded, and Jordan asked again. How is the business scale? It's huge, Nathan answered. As I know, there's only one divorced man with a large-scale business, and he's Edric. Irene's ex-husband is Edric? Jordan thought about it and shook his head. That can't be. If he was Edric, how could Stephen hand his second daughter to him as well? Nathan was shocked by his speculation and soon relieved when he saw that he shot down the idea. All right, now it's about time. You can go back. I'm going to rest. The next day, Nathan went to the Golden Age group. At the entrance of the president's office, he saw Irene standing outside the hall. When she saw him, she pointed at the office with a smirk. What happened? Nathan was confused. Miss Lilith has arrived at the company. Irene lowered her voice. Nathan burst into laughter. When Irene saw him coming, she was not longer in the mood to watch the show. Let's go to my office. As soon as she finished speaking, the door was opened. Jordan glared at them fiercely and said, What sort of assistant are you? How can you not report to me the arrival of such an important client? Upon seeing Jordan's wrinkled clothes and the red lipstick marks on his face and neck, Irene almost laughed out loud. How intense was it for him to appear like this? But the duration was too short, wasn't it? It had only been a few minutes since Lilith entered the office, but he quickly came out. Could it be that Jordan did it early? Jordan didn't care about what she was thinking. He reached out to grab Nathan's hand and dragged him into the office next to him. While walking there, he told Irene, "Clean up my office." Irene stood outside for a long time before she opened the door. There was nothing to clean up in the room. It was still as neat as before. Lilith sat on the sofa with her clothes in disarray. Seeing her coming in, she looked very terrible. Irene put on a show of taking Jordan's cup and left. Lilith had no interest in staying, so she packed up and left the Golden Age group. In the office on the other side, Nathan pointed at Jordan as he laughed and said, "Jordan, look at what you've become." "What are you laughing at? I'm perfectly clean. If it were you, would you have been able to sit still as I did?" "Perfectly clean? You look like you just had some." Nathan stopped laughing. "Your clothes are in disarray and you have lipstick marks all over your face. How intense it must be." "No, I didn't. Who would believe you?" While they spoke, Irene pushed the door open and walked in with 2 cups of tea in her hand. She walked straight to Jordan and Nathan and put down the tea. Jordan looked Irene up and down carefully. When he saw her lowering her head and looking down, he felt a little flustered. Just now, Lilith kissed him as soon as she entered the door. At that time, Irene was standing by the side. He didn't know if she would be angry. No, he had to show his stance. "Call the front desk right away. Don't let just anyone come into the company." Irene was very obedient and immediately grabbed the phone on the desk to dial. "Brian, Mr. Reed said not to let just anyone come into the company in the future." Brian had a good relationship with Irene. "Sister, yay, I didn't let just anyone in. Miss Lilith was specially ordered to be let in by Mr. Reed." Irene looked at Jordan, who was a little embarrassed. "Tell him not to let her in from now on." Irene repeated Jordan's words. "Mr. Reed said don't let her in from now on." "I see," Brian replied. Irene hung up the phone, and the phone Jordan gave her rang. She glanced at Jordan and asked, "Mr. Reed, is it a call from Miss Lilith? You can pick it up by yourself." When Irene turned on her hands-free, Lilith's voice sounded, "Miss Nelson, I have a question to ask you." "What's the question? Is there anything wrong with Mr. Reed's body?" "No, Mr. Reed is in good health. What I mean is whether something happened during the car accident last time. For example, his erectile functions?" Irene said seriously, "I'm just an assistant. I'm not aware of the president's private affairs." Lilith hung up the phone with disappointment. After Irene hung up the phone, Nathan laughed out loud while Jordan felt speechless. After Nathan came back, Edric was in a bad mood. According to John's investigation, there wasn't any serious matter that made Nathan return, so it was clear that Irene was the reason behind his return to San Fatio. Edric's eyes darkened. He knew about the relationship between Nathan and Irene very clearly. If old Madame Tang hadn't threatened Irene with Nathan's inheritance, Irene wouldn't have broken up with Nathan. That had always been his sore point. Irene chose him not because of how much she loved him, but because she wanted to help Nathan. Although they are in a good relationship after marriage, Edric knew very well that Nathan was a sore point in Irene's heart that couldn't be touched. He had been attentively safeguarding their hard-earned relationship, but the result was that their relationship wasn't something that could be preserved just by being attentive. Irene's heart had never belonged to him. Edric sighed, and his phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be Stephen calling. He said that he bought fresh seafood at home and asked him to have a drink with him. Even if Edric could refuse Lily, but he couldn't refuse Stephen, so he agreed. Since he was going to dine with him, he couldn't go empty-handed. Edric ordered John to buy a gift and went to the Cook family after work. He spent more than an hour on the road and finally arrived at the Cook family's home at 7 o'clock in the evening. Lily had been looking around at the door and saw Edric's car appear. She ran over happily and said, "Dad thought something came up and you couldn't come anymore." "Since I promised Uncle that I would come over, how could I not come?" As he spoke, Edric took out the gifts bought by John from the trunk. Lily's face was full of joy. She thought that Edric had arrived so late because he went to buy gifts. "The nutritional supplements you bought for Mom last time haven't been finished yet." As she spoke, Deborah also came out. "It is enough for me that you come here. Why did you have to spend so much money?" Edric smiled politely. That's what I should do. After entering the living room, he saw that the housekeeper had already set the dishes. Stephen told her, "Bring out my treasured wine. I'll have a good drink with Edric today." "Dad, Edric has a weak stomach," Lily reminded him. At that time, Edric's stomach was damaged because of Irene's daily buying and drinking. Even now, his stomach still suffered flare-ups. "Girl, do you think your father is a drunkard? We're just drinking a little for entertainment." Stephen chuckled. As expected, a grown girl can't be kept at home. You're siding with an outsider when you aren't even married yet? "Dad." Lily gave Stephen a coy look and glanced at Edric. He smiled but said nothing. Even though she had been with him for such a long time, she had never seen any other expression on his face. He was always smiled so gently, as if he never lost his temper. Although this made Edric seem gentle and approachable, it wasn't genuine, as if he was wearing a mask that people couldn't see through. Everyone said that Edric was kind and gentle to her, but Lily knew it wasn't a good sign. If he had to hide his joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness in front of her, she knew very well that he was resisting intimacy with her. She suddenly felt a little bitter inside. She was indeed nothing when compared to Irene. Even though Irene had left the house without a penny, had she ever won against her? After dinner, Edric and Stephen went to the study. For his daughter's future happiness, Stephen needed to give Edric an account of the previous urban construction incident. It was the first time Edric entered Stephen's study. He sat down on the sofa of the study. Deborah sent tea in person, then closed the door and went out. After Stephen explained what had happened last time, he said that a sports event was about to be held in San Fitio. After that sports event, he would try to obtain the urban construction project for Edric. Edric originally wasn't that curious about the urban construction project that he didn't obtain, but he didn't expect Stephen had given him such a big compensation, which made him feel the things couldn't be that simple. Jordan must have used some underhanded tactics to secure the urban construction project. He suddenly thought of how Stephen had met with Irene. Did that matter have anything to do with Irene? Yet thinking about it further, he felt that it was impossible. How could Irene influence Stephen? While they were talking, Stephen's phone rang, so he interrupted the conversation with Edric and began to answer it. It seemed to be something about work, and he spoke on the phone for a long time. Edric felt a little bored, so he picked up a book on Stephen's desk and flipped through it. But he didn't expect that a photo would fall from the inside. Edric picked up the photo and was ready to put it back in the book, but he froze as if he had been electrified when he saw the person in the picture. The person in the photo looked exactly the same as Irene. Edric suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. He studied it carefully and realized that he was right. It was Irene. She dressed plainly and looked 18 or 19 years old in the photo. How did Irene's photo end up in Stephen's book? Edric also noticed 2 words, "My love," written on the back of the photo when he was about to put it back in the book. My love? How was Irene Stephen's lover? How could it be? How could Irene be Stephen's lover? Stephen was old enough to be Irene's father. Suddenly, Edric remembered how Stephen pulled Irene's hand outside of the tea house. Did Stephen fall in love with Irene? Was that why Stephen handed Irene the project? This could also explain why Stephen wanted to compensate him with the sports event. He was feeling guilty. While Edric was pondering, Stephen had finished his call and turned around to continue to talk to Edric about the sports event. Edric was not in the mood to listen to it anymore. He collected himself and put the book back to its original place. I also heard about the sports event, but the Reed family seems to be interested in sharing a piece of cake as well. I'm afraid that it won't be so easy if they get involved. Stephen was stunned. Who told you that? Inside news. But it's likely to be true. The Reed family will definitely not let such a good opportunity slide by, Edric said while observing Stephen's face. I'm afraid that there will be changes in this matter at that time. Stephen's expression changed obviously. Irene and Lily were both his daughters that he loved equally, but he would definitely try to satisfy Irene first if she made the request, since he owed more to her. Edric noticed all the changes in Stephen's expression. He felt emotional for some inexplicable reason. He always thought that Stephen was an upright official, rare in the government, and he never expected him to be the same as everyone else. He controlled his anger and left with an excuse. Edric's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He couldn't imagine that Stephen and Irene would have that kind of relationship. Had they slept together already? Or was it a one-sided crush? Irene was not that kind of person. She would never get involved with someone old enough to be her father. So it was Stephen who was obsessed with Irene? It must be so. Stephen must covet Irene's beauty, and Jordan was so cunning that he lured Stephen with Irene as the bait. It seemed that Jordan didn't have any true affection for Irene. He was just using her. I knew this playboy was not up to anything good, Edric thought to himself while driving to Irene's neighborhood. After Irene went home, she had dinner with Thomas and Eden, took Eden out for a walk, and watched 2 episodes of a TV show. When it was time to sleep, she bathed Eden and helped him put on his pajamas. When Eden wanted a glass of milk before going to bed, Irene opened the fridge and realized that they ran out of milk, so she had to go out and buy more. She suddenly felt that someone was watching her when she walked out of the alley. An inconspicuous car was parked outside of the alley. Irene trembled when she saw the person sitting in the car. Irene could feel his piercing gaze even through the window. She didn't dare to look at him longer, but turned around and went straight to the convenience store. She only ran a few steps when she heard the car door closing behind. Soon, a familiar smell caught up to her. Edric stopped Irene without saying a word. Irene realized that she couldn't go around him and said in a cold voice, "Sir, excuse me." Edric looked at her frosty face and remembered how she used to smile at him in the past. He felt congested in his chest. "Irene, what's your relationship with Stephen Cook?" Irene was stunned. What did Edric mean? Did he know her relationship with Stephen? Even if he knew, so what? It was all over. Everything was over. Does it have anything to do with you? Irene's answer made Edric's heart twist in pain. Was she admitting it indirectly? How can you be so shameless? Stephen is old enough to be your father. Only then did Irene know what Edric meant. She sneered and enunciated. I said, "Does it have anything to do with you, sir?" You. Edric's face was gloomy. Irene saw that Edric was gritting his teeth as if he was going to hit someone. She was a little scared, but she still held her head high and stared at him. Edric was speechless for a long time and finally said, "Is this the life you strived for?" "Why can't it be?" Irene asked. "Irene, I really regret to know you." Edric glared at Irene in agony. He would rather Irene stay with Nathan or Jordan than an old man like Stephen. "We have long been strangers, sir. Excuse me." Irene didn't back off. Edric didn't stop her this time. He let her go. When Irene came back with milk, Edric was already gone. She rushed home with milk in her hands. Thomas was surprised to see her in a panic. "What's wrong, Irene?" "Uncle, I just saw Edric outside of the alley. Why did he come here so late?" Thomas was also surprised. "Did he see Eden?" "No, I left with Eden in my arms before he got a clear look at Eden's face." "We can't stay here any longer, whether or not he saw Eden clearly. Let's go to the new apartment tomorrow and clean it up. We will move right away." "Okay, I'll listen to you," Thomas agreed. When Edric returned home warily, Margaret was waiting for him in the living room. "Edric, you're back." Edric mumbled in a low mood. He went through the living room and was about to go upstairs. Margaret stopped him and said, "Come and talk to me." Edric glanced at Margaret and sat down on the couch on the opposite side. "What do you want to talk about?" Edric said in an impatient tone with a deadpan face. Margaret was stunned and wondered why her son was in a bad mood. "What did they say when you went to the Cook family's house for dinner today?" "What do you want them to say?" Edric asked. "I thought you were going to talk about the engagement." "Engagement?" Edric sneered. "Didn't you take over the engagement?" "Even though I'm in charge of it as the groom, you need to talk to Stephen and the others. It's better to ask Lily what she wants to do." "You wanted this engagement. Do whatever you want." Edric spoke in a harsh tone. "How can you talk to me like this? Did I say something wrong?" Edric sneered. "Mom, do you remember what you said to me?" "What?" Margaret was confused. She had said so much to Edric and had no idea what he was referring to. "You said that you would leave me alone as long as I promise you 2 things. You want me to divorce Irene, and I did it. You want me to be engaged to Lily. I agreed as well. I hope you will keep your promise and leave me alone after the engagement. Margaret was astounded. She seemed to have said that in the past. How could a mother leave her son alone? Seeing that Edric was in a foul mood, she had to comfort him. I will leave you alone as long as you get engaged to Lily. Edric's face eased a little. Thank you, Mom. I have exchanged some ideas with Mr. Mustat Cook and his wife about your engagement with Lily. Mr. Cook doesn't have any request and believes that we should keep things simple. He needs to set an example in light of his position. But we're businessmen without so many scruples. I think we'd better plan it carefully and inform the media first. I'm not a celebrity. Why should I talk to the media? Edric asked. The press will be paying attention to the engagement. Instead of letting them poke around and print nonsense, it's better for us to control the narrative. Edric was a little impatient. It's just an engagement ceremony. What's the point? You're right, but we can't make it too basic. After all, we have to respect Stephen. Respect Stephen? Does he deserve that? Edric suddenly became enraged. It was the first time he flipped out Margaret. Do you all have nothing else to do? Why are you making a fuss about an insignificant engagement ceremony? Edric got up and went upstairs after that. Insignificant engagement ceremony? Margaret didn't like how he described it. It sounded like something she said to Irene back then, but now it was Edric who was saying it. Margaret stared at her son's receding figure and felt very strange. What happened to her son today? This seemed to be the first time he got angry at her after the divorce. What on earth happened? Edric shut the door and collapsed in bed. He really didn't want to believe that Irene and Stephen had that kind of relationship. There must be some misunderstanding. Irene was not that kind of woman. How could she be with a man old enough to be her father? There must be something he didn't know about. Edric's head started to ache again when he thought about how the Golden Age group won the bid with ease, and how Stephen hesitated when Edric brought up the Golden Age group during their conversation about the sports event. He was certain that there was a secret between Irene and Stephen. He must figure out what the secret was. Edric tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep until early in the morning. He had a dream about Irene. She whispered to him with a bright smile and deep affection. Edric, Edric. Her voice had an indescribable charm that trapped him. Irene. He reached out to grab her hand, but she dodged gently and walked in another direction. A tall and handsome man was waiting for her with a warm smile on his face. Edric stood in a daze and watched them hug each other and leave hand in hand. His heart ached like it was being torn apart. The pain made him open his eyes. Tom, it's a dream again! Eden was sleeping soundly beside her and even snored. But Irene couldn't fall asleep. Although she tried hard to stop herself from thinking about it, her humiliating past still haunted her. She was under great pressure when she was with Edric. Handsome and rich, how could he fall in love with a Cinderella like her? She resisted him at first by instinct, but then she was slowly moved by his love and affection and fell for him as well. She knew that Margaret didn't like her. Margaret had a long face the first time she met Irene. She sized her up and down with a disdainful look and asked her in an arrogant voice, "How old are you? What do your parents do?" Irene could easily tell how dissatisfied Margaret was from her expression and tone. She glanced at Edric, suppressed the grievance in her heart, and tried her best to talk to her politely. Margaret was even more displeased when she heard that Irene's mother had passed away. How could that be? Is it because you bring bad luck? Irene's face changed instantly as Margaret blamed her for her mother's death. Edric held Irene's hand and said, "Mom, that's a superstition." Margaret snorted, annoyed that her son was siding with Irene. "You look so thin. Are you capable of giving birth to a child?" Irene did not know how to answer her question and could only remain silent. Edric said, "Mom, you just met the first time. Why did you say that?" None of them enjoyed the first meeting. When Edric was sending Irene back, she asked him nervously, "Edric, your mom doesn't like me at all." "Don't think too much. My mother has a bad temper, but she doesn't mean anything bad," Edric comforted her. After a few days, she saw Edric's mother at the cafe she was working in. Margaret and Lily were having coffee together, which was served by Irene. Margaret made spiteful remarks about her. Lily, a person needs to have some self-awareness. A chicken has to know her place and shouldn't dream about becoming a golden phoenix. That's not realistic. Irene could feel her blood boiling at Margaret's apparent derision. Thinking of Edric, she gritted her teeth and suppressed her anger. She turned around and left with the tray. A few days later, Margaret came to see Irene and told her straightforwardly that she didn't like Irene and wanted Lily to be her daughter-in-law. She asked Irene to leave Edric on her own. Margaret's aggressive look made Irene sick. Irene asked her if she would want Lily as her daughter-in-law if Stephen weren't her father. Embarrassed and furious, Margaret threw Irene a check of $500,000 and forced her to break up with Edric. Irene wanted to slap Margaret with her check so badly, but she eventually controlled herself and left. She broke up with Edric after she went back. Edric begged her not to leave, but she was determined. Heartbroken, Edric got drunk in bars every day and was sent to the hospital for gastrointestinal bleeding. Edric's sickness softened Margaret's heart. She reluctantly called Irene and asked her to go to the hospital. Edric grasped Irene's hand and wouldn't let her leave. Margaret finally acquiesced in the relationship between Edric and Irene. However, she was not resigned. She never stopped provoking and criticizing Irene after they got married. She met with Lily frequently and treated Irene even worse after knowing she couldn't bear children. Margaret often forced Irene to drink bitter medicine that was alleged to be able to treat infertility. She also found some strange prescriptions that were said to be effective, including one that required Irene to drink liquor with black ants soaked in. Margaret claimed that Irene would be able to conceive once she drank it. Irene was so disgusted by the ants and didn't want to drink. Margaret shouted at her and asked her to get out so she could have a daughter-in-law that could actually give her grandchildren. Irene tried her best to put up with Margaret, but her patience was limited. She couldn't bear the physical and psychological torture and started to quarrel with Margaret. Edric happened to see her fight with Margaret a few times. Margaret was a good actress. Even though she was yelling and cursing at Irene just moments ago, she managed to play the victim in tears as soon as she saw her son. She forced Edric to divorce Irene. Irene had had enough of this life and couldn't stand it anymore. She had a long conversation with Edric and told him that she had taken enough medicine and done enough exams. She didn't want to drink anything else or go to the hospital for those exams that gave her creeps. Since the Myers family had to have a son, she'd better break up with Edric and wouldn't blame him. Guilt-ridden, Edric held her tightly in his arms. "Irene, don't be silly. Having children is not important to me. I only care about you. You're all I want." Many women like to listen to men's sweet talks. She made concessions for Edric once again. Edric made up his mind and decided to talk to Margaret. Irene didn't know what they talked about, but someone Margaret agreed to let them move out. Life was so much better without Margaret's harassment. Irene no longer had to endure the physical pain and mental torture. She and Edric had a relatively peaceful time together. Much to her surprise, she was pregnant, probably thanks to her better mood. When the pregnancy was confirmed, she was ecstatic and couldn't wait to call Edric. It didn't go as she imagined. Irene never dreamed that Edric would cheat on her. How could she believe him when he said he only wanted her? He already found a mistress who was able to bear children. Of course, he would say such things to deceive her. She blamed herself for believing him. Fortunately, Lily came to her in time. As much as she hated Lily, she felt gratitude for her later. If it weren't for Lily, how could she know that Edric was such a disgusting man? How could she witness the lies and evilness under his mask? He vowed to love Irene forever and gave her everything he had before she found out about his affair with Lily. But his dark side was revealed as soon as his relationship with Lily was exposed. He couldn't wait to divorce her in the cruelest way. Irene almost wanted to laugh out loud when she read the divorce agreement. What a wonderful irony. Men treated women like treasures when they fell in love and like dirt when they fell out. She never believed that until she saw the divorce agreement. She was the most foolish person in the world indeed. She signed it without hesitation and left the house with nothing but the clothes Thomas bought for her. The next morning, Irene went to the company with big dark circles under her eyes. Jordan teased her. "Are you a panda?" Irene was not in the mood to joke with him. She started to work in silence. Jordan studied her secretly and wondered why she was full of worries. Was it because of Nathan? He had always known that Nathan was hanging up on a woman, but he didn't know it was Irene. Jordan had no idea what kind of relationship Nathan had with Irene. He was certain that Nathan liked Irene. But what about her? Irene was not a small-minded woman. Jordan felt by instinct that she didn't love Nathan romantically. Otherwise, she would be moved by Nathan's affection a long time ago. Jordan had mixed feelings after knowing that Nathan liked Irene. It was said a man shouldn't desire his friends' lovers. Jordan knew he should bow out once he found out about Nathan's feelings for Irene, but he didn't. He realized that he couldn't control his heart for the first time in his life. He knew exactly what he wanted. He liked Irene and wanted to protect her and give her the warmth and love she deserved. However, she didn't care about him. Jordan knew that Irene was different from other women around him and had long believed him to be a philanderer. He was at a serious disadvantage compared to Nathan, but he didn't want to give up because of this. As a man, he had to work hard to fight for what he liked. Irene was his target now. Judging by the fact that Irene picked Bert, Jordan guessed that she liked gentle and considerate men, so he had been trying to be gentle himself these days. Irene's attitude toward him seemed to have changed a little. It appeared that he made the right move. He wanted to take things slow before knowing about Nathan's love for her. Now it seemed that he couldn't wait any longer. He must take action quickly. He had already made it clear to Nathan that they would compete fairly. He must let Irene know about his feelings to do so. He decided to confess his love to Irene officially. Jordan was an experienced playboy who knew that women enjoyed romance. In order to please Irene, he booked a restaurant and decorated it with roses, balloons, and candles, planning to confess to her in the most romantic settings. Irene had no idea what Jordan was doing and only realized his intention after tricking her into the restaurant. The flowers, balloons, and candlelit dinner reminded her of Edric. That was how he trapped her. She now understood how stupid she was at the time. Her experience had proved to her that men couldn't be trusted. Irene picked up a rose and sniffed it with a mocking smile. Jordan didn't know what she was thinking. He thought he had a chance since Irene didn't appear angry. Therefore, he dimmed the light as he planned before. The soothing music sounded and the candlelight flickered. Jordan prepared himself and said, "Irene, be my girlfriend." Irene looked at him. "Why me?" "I like you." "You like me?" Irene cracked a wicked smile. "Didn't you despise me as a divorced woman?" "I've never despised you," Jordan explained himself. "I was just feeling disgruntled that you didn't meet me in the first place, and you were hurt like that. But I'm here now. Irene, I like you. Be my girlfriend. You don't have to work so hard when you are with me. I will respect you no matter what happens, and will never force you." A snicker interrupted him. Then a voice rang out abruptly. "Mr. Reed, are you acting in a play?" Jordan and Irene turned around. Wearing a navy suit without a tie, Edric was standing at the entrance with his arms crossed. Edric had been holding grudges against Jordan. He was already gnashing his teeth when he thought about how Jordan used Irene to seduce Stephen to win the construction bid. He asked John to keep an eye on the Reed family. When he heard that Jordan booked the restaurant, prepared flowers and balloons, and took Irene there, he knew what this womanizer was trying to do. Irene was his woman. How could he let others covet her? Edric drove here immediately. Jordan was more than annoyed. He booked the entire restaurant, which should be closed for business. How did Edric suddenly appear? "I'm sorry, Mr. Reed." Edric ignored Jordan's expression, strode over, and sat down next to Irene. "I'm particularly fond of this restaurant and came here for dinner. I was surprised that it was not open, but I came in since I heard it's you who reserved it. We are not strangers to each other. You don't mind me eating here, do you?" Bullshit. Jordan was so mad that he wanted to smash Edric's head. "Is he blind? Can't he see what I'm doing here?" Edric looked around with a smile. Roses, balloons, and candlelight dinner. Tsk, tsk, so beautiful and romantic. Mr. Reed, I thought that you're not supposed to shit where you eat. Did you take a fancy to some woman and bring Miss Nelson here to practice? Watch your tongue, Mr. Myers. Jordan finally figured out that Myers was here to stir up trouble. Don't be shy. We are friends. Edric was still smiling. Miss Nelson hasn't worked for you for a long time, right? How did you know Mr. Myers? Irene put on a fake smile. She wondered what Edric came here for. Mr. Reed loves romance, especially pursuing women in a romantic way. I remember that Mr. Reed once did an earth-shattering thing a few years ago. Miss Nelson, do you know that? Edric Myers. Jordan's face changed. He bellowed Edric's full name in a warning tone. Mr. Reed, what are you nervous about? Edric said with a faint smile and icy gaze. However, Irene was curious about the big thing Edric mentioned. What did Mr. Reed do? Miss Nelson, do you want to hear about that? Edric smiled and said, Let's talk while eating. He clapped his hands. The waiters came in and served the food. Edric didn't care about Jordan's gloomy face. He snatched Jordan's silverware and started to wolf down the food. It's delicious. I'm starving. Why are you not eating, Mr. Reed? Jordan couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed Edric's collar and punched him in the face. Edric had long been prepared for Jordan's attack and reached out to defend himself while ridiculing him at the same time. Mr. Reed, what are you doing? Everyone knows how you confessed your love to Coco, the superstar in the villa in the Maldives. I only mentioned it casually. Why are you so angry? Bastard! Jordan punched him again and Edric dodged sideways. Mr. Reed had a deep affection for Miss Coco, and his profession caused a sensation. Everyone thought they were a perfect couple until Mr. Reed dumped Miss Coco for a model. Poor Miss Coco claimed suicide for that. This was a bombshell at that time. Edric, I'm going to beat you to death today. Jordan knew that nothing good would come from tonight. He pounced on Edric and tangled with him. Watching them fight, Irene was anxious but couldn't help. The fierce brawl didn't stop until they were both injured and exhausted. Jordan's face was beaten black and blue, and Edric was bleeding from his mouth. Irene went forward to help Jordan up. Mr. Reed, are you okay? I'm all right. Jordan stared at Edric with menace. Myers, I won't let this slide. You just wait and see. Irene helped him up. Let's go to the hospital and dress the wound. Edric was angry that Irene didn't even dart him a glance. He warned her from behind. Miss Nelson, you need to learn from Miss Coco's lesson and not fall into the same rut. Irene ignored him and helped Jordan out of the restaurant. Jordan's face was gloomy, but Irene didn't pay attention to him and focused on driving. After a while, Jordan broke the silence. Don't you want to ask me something? Ask you? What should I ask you? Irene asked. You. Jordan's lips twitched. I'm telling you, it was not like what he said. It was not. Do you understand? Oh, Irene replied flatly. Irene, you really don't like me at all? Jordan was frustrated by her indifferent attitude. I respect you as my superior, Mr. Reed, Irene replied. Don't call me Mr. Reed. Call my name. Irene's answer enraged Jordan. Isn't that inappropriate? How is that inappropriate? I told you to call me by my name in the future, Jordan ordered her. Irene answered quickly responded. Jordan lowered his voice and said, Irene, I'm not a bad person. I'm really not. Can't you at least try to like me? No, Irene answered with determination. I'm telling you, don't regret this. Don't worry, I won't regret it. Jordan leaned back in disappointment and suddenly ordered Irene in a frenzy. Stop the car. Irene stopped the car. Jordan pushed her out. Get out of here since you don't like me. Don't let me see you again. Irene was pushed off the car for no reason. Jordan moved to the driver's seat and threw Irene's bag out. He stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Jordan watched her figure getting smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror and felt a void in his heart. This is all Edric's fault. Myers, wait for me. I won't let you off so easily. Irene picked up the bag and sighed. Jordan had always been impulsive and reckless. He just ditched her on the road. Fortunately, he also threw the bag. She could get home by taxi since her phone and wallet were all in her bag. Jordan drove away and became worried again. He turned around and drove back to where he pushed Irene off. Looking at the empty street, he was a little concerned if she was okay. In spite of his worry, he was still angry at how apathetic she was about him. It'd be better if something happened to you. so you wouldn't be so arrogant in the future. Jordan mumbled out of spite, but still called David and asked him to find out where Executive Assistant Nelson was. David muttered in his heart, "What's wrong with Mr. Reed? Why can't he call her himself?" He didn't dare to say it out loud and called Irene. Then he reported back to Jordan that Irene was on her way home. Finally, Jordan went to the hospital with ease. Irene and Thomas moved soon. It didn't take long since they didn't have many belongings. They were both happy as the new 3-bedroom apartment was much airier and more spacious than their old home. Irene bought food from a nearby store and cooked a delicious meal to celebrate the move with Thomas and Eden. Thomas was tipsy. "Irene, you're very capable. Your mother must be happy to see all this from heaven." "Yes, Mom would be glad." Irene put a chicken drumstick on Thomas's plate. "Uncle, have some chicken. Your mom used to save money to buy us chicken as well." With a sorrowful look, Thomas didn't touch the chicken. "Irene, do you know that your mom and I were very close? Your mom was my only family in this world. I hate myself for being powerless. I let your mom marry Stephen, that ungrateful scumbag, and made you suffer this kind of humiliation." "Uncle, it's all over," Irene comforted him. Her uncle always got emotional at the mention of her mother. It was a taboo topic. "Irene, it was me who dragged your mother down. She wouldn't be like this if it weren't for me." Tears rolled down Thomas's eyes. He was in deep sorrow. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." Irene quickly got up and handed Thomas a napkin. "Uncle, today is a happy day. Let's not talk about the sad things. You're right. Let's not talk about those. We should be happy." Thomas wipes his tears and looked at Irene with fatherly love. It took Nathan a lot of effort to come here this time. Irene wanted to be a good host and accompany him to visit the San Fetio before he went back. After dressing up, Irene took Eden to the hotel where Nathan was staying. Nathan was glad to see them. "I thought you were just joking. I'm surprised that you really asked for leave to keep me company." "You made me sound so insensible." Irene glared at him. "Nathan, I will show you the best scenes in San Fetio. It's rare for you to be so generous with your time. I'm honored to obey." Nathan picked up Eden and said, "Let's go." Irene was determined to show Nathan the scenic spots and historical sites in San Fetio, but Nathan was not very interested. He asked Irene, "Irene, just take me to see where you grew up." "Are you sure?" Irene asked. She grew up in the inner city and didn't understand why Nathan wanted to visit there. "Yes," Nathan replied. "Well, I'll take you to revisit my childhood life. But let me say this first. My family was poor when I was a child. It's not a nice place to see. Don't blame me if you are not satisfied." "No, I won't." Irene was shocked by how familiar Nathan was with her old home since he had never been there before. He knew there was a convenience store to the left of the alley, a noodle shop to the right, and a tailor shop on the opposite side. Irene asked, "Nathan, how do you know?" "Didn't you tell me? I'm going to eat the delicious oil-streaked noodles and stinky tofu you told me about. I suppose the ice sticks are no longer 20 cents each, right? You can only have stinky tofu and noodles. The ice stick is at least 50 cents now and doesn't taste the same as before," Irene answered. While talking, the car stopped at the entrance of the alley. The three of them got off the car. Irene took Nathan and Eden to the noodle shop. The owner knew Irene well and immediately invited them to sit down. Irene ordered 2 serves of the oil-streaked noodles. Eden couldn't eat spicy food, so she ordered a chicken soup noodle for Eden. While waiting for the noodles, she went to the stinky tofu shop next door and bought 3 serves. The noodles were ready when she came back. Nathan picked up the chopsticks and smiled at her. "I'm going to have a bite of the delicious food now." His forehead and nose were sweaty after a few bites. Irene handed him a napkin and said, "All right, that's enough. You obviously can't take spicy food. Do you want to have some stinky tofu?" Nathan ignored her and ate up all the noodles in front of him. Irene looked at him, eyes widened. She remembered that Nathan couldn't eat spicy food at all. What was going on? As if guessing what she was thinking, Nathan smiled and said, "Eden said it would be difficult for me to live with you in the future if I can't eat spicy food. So I started to train myself slowly. I'm getting used to it now and will be better at it in the future." "Nathan," Irene was deeply moved. Looking at Nathan, she knew how he felt about her, but she didn't deserve him at all. "Don't talk. Let's eat." Nathan saw Irene's guilty expression and knew what she thought, so he immediately picked up the stinky tofu and took a bite. The stinky tofu smelled bad but tasted good. Nathan ate several pieces in a row. "Not bad, it's delicious." Irene didn't believe him. Nathan was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. How could he be accustomed to this? She pulled Nathan up and said, "Stop eating. Let's have a stroll along the river." Edric was upset when he learned that Nathan was back. He couldn't focus on work all day. She must be with Nathan at this moment, right? What are they doing now? Watching a movie, eating, or having sex like any ordinary couple? He couldn't stand those thoughts and grabbed his coat and rushed out of the company. He drove aimlessly and somehow got to Irene's old neighborhood. There was a car accident ahead and the road was jammed. Edric sat in the car, waiting for the road to be cleared, irritated and impatient. "I wouldn't take you here if I knew this. So many cars and people." Edric heard a familiar voice. He looked over and saw Irene. She was not alone. Nathan, all dashing and handsome, was standing beside her. Nathan was holding a child in his arms. Edric couldn't see the kid's face since he was facing him with his back. Irene kissed the boy on his cheek. He knew very well how much she wanted a child. His heart suddenly tightened and he stared blankly in the direction of Irene and Nathan. He came out of the daze when the car behind him honked angrily. The police had dealt with the accident and the blocked road started to clear. Irene and Nathan passed by his car while holding the kid. He could see the happy smile on her face, yet she didn't notice him at all. They were strangers now. Edric was troubled by an indescribable feeling. His chest felt congested. Nathan and Irene had disappeared after Edric found a spot to park the car and turned around. He didn't know why he was so distressed to see Irene and Nathan here together. This place bears Irene's happy memory. She said that she would only share her happiness with Edric. But now she took Nathan here as well. What did that mean? She wanted to share her happiness with Nathan. What a hateful woman. Edric would like to see how Irene could enjoy her time with another man when her ex-husband was around. Edric parked the car and looked for them around the alley Irene used to live in, but he didn't find them. Edric clearly saw them walking with a child. How could they disappear so quickly? All of a sudden, Edric remembered that Irene liked to go to the brook behind the alley, so he hurried to the riverside. Irene took Nathan and Eden to the riverbank. Although San Fatio had been developing rapidly, the neighborhood Irene lived in remained the same as it was more than a decade ago. Poverty protected the neighborhood from pollution. The brook was clear, and the grass was green. They could see tadpoles and fish swimming in the water when standing on the riverbank. "I used to catch fish here when I was a child." Irene gazed at the river, feeling emotional. "My family was very poor at that time and couldn't afford good food. So I came here to catch fish to have a square meal. Once, I was caught in the rain and swept away by the water. Fortunately, I caught the big tree over there and didn't get carried away. My uncle never allowed me to catch fish again ever since that." Nathan could feel the danger from her recount. He gazed at Irene with a sad look, said, "You must have a bitter childhood." "Yes, very bitter, but I was very happy," Irene replied. "I often dreamed of catching fish since my uncle kept me from doing so. I still dream about it now." Eden, who was standing aside, was very excited. "Mom, I want to catch fish." Irene and Nathan looked at each other and smiled. "All right." She took off her shoes and rolled up her pants to jump into the river without a shred of embarrassment. The water was chill and the sand was soft. She finally experienced it again more than 10 years later. Irene sighed. "This may be the last time for me to catch fish here." Eden did not know what Irene was lamenting about. He also took off his shoes, rolled up his pants, and went into the water. Holding a plastic bottle, he asked Irene to help him catch the fish. Although Irene hadn't done this for years, she was still quite skillful. She caught a few small ones and put them in Eden's plastic bottle. Eden was over the moon. He raised the bottle and said to Nathan, "Uncle Nathan, come here too." Nathan was tempted when he saw how much fun Irene and Eden were having and joined them in the water. He grew up in a wealthy family and had no idea how to catch fish. All he could do was poking around along with Eden when he saw the fish swimming over. Not only didn't they catch the slippery fish, they got themselves soaked. Irene burst out laughing when she saw Nathan and Eden. The mud in the river reminded her of the time when she played in the mud with her childhood playmates. Irene suddenly grabbed a piece of mud and smeared it on Nathan's face. Nathan was staring at the fish and didn't expect Irene to sneak up on him. Eden laughed loudly when he saw the mud on Nathan's face. Irene didn't spare Eden either. She smeared Eden's face with mud as well. Bad mom? Eden grabbed some mud to wipe Irene's face too. With Nathan's help, Irene was attacked from both sides and was covered in mud as expected. The three muddy faces looked ridiculous. Mom, are we having a face mask now? Eden asked innocently. Yes, we are having a facial mask, a natural clay mask. Irene and Nathan exchanged a look and laughed. Edric was flustered at the sight of such a happy scene when he rushed to the river. He strode over to them. Irene was shocked when she noticed Edric. Why did he come? Nathan also saw Edric. He reached out to hold Irene's hand and told her not to panic. Edric's eyes darkened when he saw Nathan holding Irene's hand. Does he think I'm a dead man? Anger rose in Edric's chest. He was eager to beat Nathan up until he was humiliated and begged for mercy in front of Irene. But he could only fantasize about it in his mind. He had no reason to beat Nathan right now. Edric walked over and stood by the river. Looking at them in the water, he said, Mr. White, you're in a good mood. He stared at them maliciously, even though he greeted them first. Nathan turned a blind eye to his hostility. Are you here for inspection, Mr. Myers? Why would he come to the riverside for inspection? Edric certainly understood Nathan's sarcasm. This river has beautiful scenery and is a good place to live, especially for retirement. I'm going to build a house on the bank, so I'm here to check the surroundings. While speaking, he stared at Irene with his blazing eyes. Irene used to snuggle up in his arms and tell him about her childhood. She mentioned this brook many times and said that they could build a house by the river after they retired. She would catch fish for him every day. Irene recovered from her momentary panic. Eden's face was covered in mud, so Edric wouldn't recognize him. Why should she be afraid? A hint of derision flashed in her eyes. I used to think of building a house by the river to live out my life as well, but now I realize that it's such a foolish idea. You! Edric never thought that she could move on from their past so easily. He was tongue-tied with anger. Nathan followed Irene's words. You've always been silly, but I like it. Edric was beside himself upon watching their duet. I wonder what your grandma would think if she knew you're playing with mud here in San Fatillo. Mr. Myers, you worry too much. My grandmother is old, and she has been concentrating on enjoying her life without meddling in our affairs. However, Mr. Myers, I heard that Madam Myers is eager to have some grandchildren and hand-picked a fiancé for you. She has been accompanying her future daughter-in-law to prepare for your engagement. You're so lucky to have such a mother. Edric didn't expect that Nathan would bring this up. He didn't want to get engaged to Lily, but it was not the time to explain right now. Nathan was obviously slapping him in the face with this. Edric sneered. Mr. White is really sharp-tongued. Mr. Myers, you're quite good at complimenting others. However, my sharp tongue is nothing compared with your callousness and cruelty. Nathan taunted him back. Edric certainly understood that Nathan insulted him to take revenge for Irene. He snickered and said, It's a pity that you used your compassion in the wrong place. How could a gentleman like you hanker after a married woman? A gentleman has his code of conduct. I have been an honest man and am not afraid of being judged. On the other hand, there are some people who pretend to be sanctimonious while having no trouble committing adultery themselves. I'm sure you have plenty of men like this around, right? You, Edric was furious. Nathan was well known for his eloquence and had never lost a debate. Edric was not a match for him. Eden had no idea what was going on. He saw a beautiful butterfly flying over the grass and went ashore to chase after it. Edric had been focusing on Nathan and Irene and didn't pay attention to Eden at all. Irene was relieved to see Eden went ashore to chase the butterfly. She reminded Nathan, You're soaked. Let's get up. Nathan nodded and pulled Irene up to the bank. While putting on his shoes, he looked at Edric provocatively and said, Don't forget to send the wedding invitation after you're engaged. I will definitely come to have a toast." Irene was delighted to see Edric speechless. "Didn't think you would suffer like this, did you?" She put on her shoes and saw Eden had run away, so she reminded Nathan, "It's almost noon. Let's go for lunch." Nathan agreed and made more derisive remarks when he passed Edric. "Mr. Myers, take your time to study the terrain. We won't disturb you anymore." Edric watched them swaggering past him and only came to his senses when he saw them catching up with Eden to help him put on his shoes. Edric didn't notice the kid at all before. Seeing how close the child seemed to be with Nathan, Edric wondered if this was the child who suddenly appeared beside Nathan. He had been keeping an eye on Nathan because of Irene. He didn't see anything about Irene on the news. Instead, he heard that Nathan suddenly had a child around him. Everyone felt strange since Nathan was not married. The press had been trying to dig out the background of the child but didn't succeed. The kid showed up out of nowhere. Later, some people speculated that he might be Nathan's illegitimate child. Nathan did not deny it, and no one from White family came out to clarify it. Edric scoffed when he saw the news at that time. Didn't Irene always think that Nathan was a gentleman? He wondered what Irene would think if she knew Nathan had an illegitimate child. But now he realized that he was wrong. Irene seemed to be very fond of Nathan's kid. It appeared that she had known this for a long time and had a good relationship with the child. Sure enough, Edric was no match for Nathan in Irene's heart. She could accept Nathan's illegitimate child, but not Edric's. Edric suddenly became angry when he thought that she condemned him to death without giving him a chance to explain. Edric went back to his car in long strides. He leaned back in the seat and realized how ridiculous he had been. He gave her his heart, yet she never cared about him at all. He had a miserable time after she left, yet she lived a relaxed and comfortable life. She had both Nathan and Jordan. Edric felt bitter at the thought of the men following her around. Could he let her go like this? It was not worth wasting his time for a heartless woman. But he was not resigned. He kept hearing her sweet voice in his head, to hold your hand and grow old together. He thought to himself, "Irene, you promised me that. Don't think you can go back on your words." Edric pondered for a while and called John. "Ask someone to tell Madame White that her precious grandson is hanging out with my woman in San Fetilo. Ask her what she wants to do about this." "I'll do it right away," John answered immediately. "One more thing. Tell Chuck White that his future son-in-law has been pestering a divorced executive assistant all day long. It's quite inappropriate, and the gossip is spreading around San Fetilo." John answered again. He thought to himself, "Who said that only women can be jealous? Men can be worse. Mr. Myers is going to separate them once for all." Edric rubbed his eyebrows after the call. He finally vented his anger a little bit. He didn't believe that Madame White would be indifferent if she heard that his baby grandson was with Irene. Back then, Madame White wouldn't let Nathan have anything to do with Irene, even when she was single. She would only object more now that Irene was a divorced woman. Nathan would disappear from San Fetilo as soon as Madame White stepped in. As for Jordan, Edric believed that the Reed family would take action once Chuck gave Jordan's grandfather a call. Thinking of this, Edric cheered up again. Irene and Nathan left the river with Eden. People stared at their muddy faces with a strange look when they were trying to get a cab on the side of the road. They didn't pay attention to the stare and went home by taxi. Thomas was very surprised to see them back. "I didn't go grocery shopping because I thought you're not coming back for lunch. I can go to buy some prepared food now." "Don't bother. We can just make some noodles," Nathan said. Irene nodded and said, "Uncle, just make some noodles for us. Nathan isn't picky." Thomas moved fast. The steaming egg noodles were already on the table when they came out of the bathroom after washing their faces. Eden ate half a bowl and fell asleep. Irene carried Eden into the bedroom and placed him on the bed. Nathan finished his meal and Thomas was cleaning up the table. Irene poured Nathan a glass of water. They sat on the couch together and chatted. Nathan frowned when he recalled Edric's sudden appearance earlier in the day. What happened with Edric today? It was quite a coincidence. Who knows, I've seen him around rather often recently. Irene replied. Is that so? Is he following you? Nathan became vigilant. Follow me? I don't think Myers is that bored. Maybe it's just a coincidence, Irene answered. From the way he behaved today, I think he hasn't given up on you yet. So what? I've given up on him already. Irene sneered and became a little angry when she thought about it. I would have thrown mud at him if Eden hadn't been there today. Nathan frowned slightly. Irene, you and Edric have a lot of chances to meet. He will find out about Eden sooner or later. You need to think of a way to deal with it as soon as possible. You can't be as flustered as you were today. Irene nodded and said, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. I was in a panic today because I'm not ready yet. It won't be like this if we meet again in the future. You already know how to handle him? How? Nathan was confused. Yes, I have a solution. Eden is my child. I'm going to admit it in the future. As powerful as Myers is, he can't stop me from having a child with other people. Edric wouldn't buy it so easily. Eden looks like you. He will definitely investigate it. Things will be tricky when he finds out. Nathan was not so optimistic. Why don't you let Eden go with me? Nathan, you've done too much for me. I'm very grateful for your help, but I have to keep Eden with me this time. Irene was very determined. She entrusted Eden to Nathan because she didn't have the ability to raise him. It was different now. She already had a stable job and could provide for Eden. She did not have to bear the pain of separation anymore. I know you can't live without Eden, but I'm really worried that Edric will fight for Eden after knowing the truth. You won't be able to win the custody battle. I won't let him know that Eden is his child. Eden's birthday is fake. According to that date, I became pregnant 3 months after I left him. Edric is not stupid. He would have thought that the date could be fake. Don't worry, I have something more convincing, Irene replied. He will definitely believe it. Nathan stayed for a while longer before leaving. Soon after he returned to the hotel, Jordan came to visit him. Nathan was surprised to see Jordan's black eyes. What happened? Didn't Irene tell you? Jordan asked. No. Jordan was upset to hear that Irene didn't tell Nathan what happened. This woman is so fucking heartless. He told Nathan about his fight with Edric. Don't you think there is something wrong with Myers? Why does he mess with me again and again? How would I know? Maybe he doesn't like you, Nathan answered. He certainly knew that Edric was jealous that Jordan liked Irene. However, if Edric cared about Irene so much, why did he cheat on her in the first place? Could there be other reasons? But he shouldn't betray his wife, no matter what the reason might be. Does he take a fancy to Irene as well? Jordan mumbled to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was true. I will teach him a lesson if Myers dares to hanker for Irene. How are you going to teach him a lesson? Nathan asked. I'm going to tell him about Irene's true identity and piss him off, Jordan said smugly. Isn't Myers dating Stephen's youngest daughter? It'll be a good show if he knows that Irene is Stephen's eldest daughter, Jordan thought to himself. Nonsense. Nathan's face darkened. You can't tell anyone about Irene's identity. Seeing Nathan's expression, Jordan also remembered that Irene asked him to keep her secret. Knowing that he misspoke, Jordan smiled embarrassedly and said, I don't understand. She is not an illegitimate daughter. Why doesn't she want others to know about her relationship with Stephen? Isn't it a good thing to have the secretary as her father? Everyone has their own thoughts and intention. Of course she has her reasons for not wanting people to know. Just remember that you can't reveal anything. I'm just joking. I still remember what she asked me, Jordan replied. But I'm holding grudges against Myers now. I'll take my revenge someday. You're so petty. Nathan shook his head. Jordan glared at him and said, How am I petty? It's only because Myers repeatedly screwed me over. Why would Myers find your soft spot and attack you if you didn't act so impulsively? Nathan asked. You're right, but I had to do it, Jordan said bitterly. Nathan, to tell you the truth, I really have no interest in Joanne. Or maybe just a little, Nathan teased him. No, not at all. You know I can't shit where I eat. I grew up with Joanne. How can I hanker after her? You don't shit where you eat? Then what's going on with Irene? Irene came out of nowhere. She was different from Joanne. I'm begging you, Nathan. I really don't want to marry your sister. Please ask Joanne to turn her eyes to someone else. I can't take it. Jordan, let's be honest. Do you think I want you to be my brother-in-law? Nathan snorted. Since neither of us wants this, please help me. I'm so tired of being called a womanizer. If it weren't for stopping Joanne from badgering me, why would I pursue Coco in such a grandiose manner? Jordan, you're thinking this the wrong way. You should make it clear to Joanne if you don't like her. Of course, your ambiguity is going to make her think that you still have her in your heart. I'm so wronged. I have made it very clear to her, but she just won't believe it. You know, the Reed family has always hoped to form an alliance with the White family through marriage. I'm the unlucky one here. You're close to Joanne. Please try to talk to her and tell her that I don't deserve her heart. While Nathan was speaking, his phone rang. A woman's voice came through the phone in a hurry. Brother, bad news. Jordan frowned and stood up instinctively when he heard the woman's voice. Nathan looked at him and couldn't help but laugh. Joanne was not a monster. How could Jordan be so afraid? Joanne, what happened? Grandma fainted. She fainted. Nathan was startled. Why did she faint for no reason? I don't know either. I just got a call from Aunt and I'm on my way to the hospital right now. I called you right away since I'm worried. Has everyone else been notified? Yes, don't worry too much. I'm just telling you this. Maybe Grandma is fine. I will call you later when I see her in the hospital. Nathan answered and hung up the phone. Seeing the worried look on his face, Jordan comforted him. It's going to be okay. Don't worry. Grandma is getting old and her health is worsening in recent years. I'm very worried, Nathan sighed. He was raised by his grandma and had a very close relationship with her. How could he not worry when he heard about the news? Let's wait until Joanne gets to the hospital and see what's going on. Nathan nodded with a concerned look. Seeing him like this, Jordan had to leave for now. John's report to Edric that old Mrs. White had said that she would find a way to get Nathan back put Edric in a very good mood. He met with a couple of clients in the afternoon, had dinner outside, and sang karaoke before going back home. His cell phone rang on his way home. Edric picked up and heard a strange female voice. Is this Mr. Myers? Who is it? Edric asked. I am Lily's friend. We're hanging out tonight, and Lily drank a little too much. Can you come to pick her up? Freya said in a coquettish voice. Edric was surprised to hear that the gentle and well-behaved Lily would be drunk. He snorted and agreed. After hanging up the phone, Freya made an okay gesture to Lily, who was sitting on the sofa and worrying that Edric would not come. Lily was elated to know Edric was coming soon. She grabbed the liquor on the table and took a shot. Freya poured another glass for her. One more shot. It can boost your courage. I'll wait for your good news tonight. Lily took the glass and drank it again. Freya immediately helped her to dress like a drunk beauty. Edric pushed the door open and saw Lily lying on the couch, inebriated. Without thinking, he stepped forward to help Lily stand up and leave. But she couldn't stand on her own and leaned her limp body against him. Edric instinctively wanted to push her away. He saw Freya standing aside and ordered her, "Come here and help me get her out." Lily was extremely disappointed to hear that. She thought Edric would carry her out, yet it didn't happen. Thinking how she used to see Edric carrying Irene into the car like a princess, Lily felt aggrieved and irritated. Edric and Freya helped Lily into the car. He threw her in the back seat and started the car. Lily thought he would come to buckle the seatbelt for her gently, so she could seduce him with all she had. But Edric didn't take the bait. She had no choice but to roll off the back seat when he started driving. Edric saw her rolling down in the rearview mirror and immediately stopped the car. He helped Lily to sit up again and reached out to fasten the seatbelt for her. Lily seized the chance to hug him and kiss him. Edric leaned his head aside. Lily's lips didn't fall on his lips as planned. Instead, she kissed him on his neck. Lily couldn't care about the details anymore at this point. She hugged Edric tight and rubbed her soft chest on him while moaning, "It's hot." Edric was shocked by her sudden provocative behavior. He pushed her away and jumped out of the car. Lily watched Edric returning to the driver's seat. The car sped to the hospital. Soon, Edric dropped her off at the hospital. He didn't suspect that she was pretending to be drunk. What she did just now startled him, since she had always been gentle and appropriate. He ordered the doctors to examine her. They gave Lily some medicine and even hung an IV bag for her. In the end, he also called Deborah and Stephen to inform them. Things turned out to be completely different from what she imagined. Freya said that Edric wouldn't resist Lily as long as she dropped her pretense and took the initiative to seduce him. Everything would be settled once they had sex. However, it was not what happened. Edric didn't have any interest in her. Instead, he pushed her away as if she was some monster. Her back accidentally hit the armrest, which made her gasp in pain. Lily was suffering but couldn't complain. This is all Freya's fault. She suggested that I could have sex with Edric if I pretended to be drunk. What a fucking bad idea. Just as the nurse prepared the IV bag for Lily, Stephen and Deborah rushed over. When smelling the booze on Lily, Stephen took on a ghastly expression. How did you educate our daughter? He turned back and questioned Deborah angrily. Why didn't you stop her from going out with these dodgy friends? Stephen was furious. Edric was not very enthusiastic about Lily already. Now her ludicrous conduct had truly humiliated herself and Stephen. Deborah did not dare to speak. She was also disappointed by Lily and thought, "What are you doing at this time? This is only going to make Edric look down on you." Edric didn't know what they were thinking. He didn't need to stay longer now that the mission was completed, so he excused himself. Stephen became angrier after Edric left. He scolded Deborah and said she didn't teach their daughter well. Irene had had a hard life these past years, but she never did anything out of the line. After that, he left in a huff. Deborah and Lily were the only ones in the ward. Lily opened her eyes after Edric and Stephen left. Deborah glared at her and said, "What are you trying to do?" "Mom, I didn't know it's going to be like this." Lily didn't hide anything from her mother and told her about her plan to seduce Edric tonight. Deborah was so angry that she poked her daughter's head with her finger. "You are so stupid. You are going to get engaged soon. What are you so impatient for?" "Mom, I'm worried. He has always been perfunctory to me, even more so after Irene came back. I saw that he went to Irene's home to find her. What should I do if they start over again?" "So you want to seduce him in such a crude way?" Deborah snorted. "Did you know that you did the exact opposite?" "The exact opposite?" Lily was bewildered. "He doesn't want to touch you when you're perfectly fine. Why would he have sex with you when you're drunk? It would be more likely if he were drunk." "He never drinks with me. How can I get him drunk?" "Can't you find a way?" Deborah sneered. "Nothing is impossible to a willing mind. Don't you understand that?" "Then I'll find a way to get him drunk next time." "Save it. It's not about getting him drunk now." Deborah glanced at her daughter and said, "You need to act in a proper way now. You will be engaged to him in half a month. I will help you find a way when the time comes." Lily nodded. "I'll listen to you." Nathan waited in the hotel for his cousin's call for a long time, but she didn't call him back. He had to call her himself, yet only found out that her phone was turned off. Why did she turn off the phone at this time? He was so anxious that he had to call the aunt who took care of his grandmother. The aunt told him that his grandmother had woken up and was fine now. He should take care of his business and not to worry. Nathan felt relieved when he heard that his grandmother was fine. However, Joanne called him back a few hours later. "Brother, come back quickly. The doctor said that Grandma is in terrible condition." "But Auntie said she's okay now?" Nathan was stunned. "Grandma told her to lie to you. She didn't want you to worry." Joanne's voice was a little choked. "I wanted to call you, but she wouldn't let me. I heard her talking to Auntie and said she was sorry she asked you to sacrifice your love to take over the family business and made you depressed for so many years. She doesn't want you to suffer anymore. Be with Irene if you like her. She doesn't care anymore." Holding the phone, Nathan was in a daze. He didn't expect Grandma to say that. Joanne sobbed in a low voice. "Come back and see Grandma. I'm afraid that you won't be able to see her for the last time if you're late." Thinking of how his grandma had devoted herself to him, Nathan felt his heart aching. "I'll book a flight right away." After hanging up the phone, Joanne stuck her tongue out at the old madam sitting on the sofa. "Grandma, he said he will come back tomorrow." Old Mrs. White gave her granddaughter a thumbs up. "Not bad. Your acting skills are getting better and better." Joanne walked up to her and sat down. "Grandma, what if he finds out and becomes mad at me?" "Grandma won't let him find out," old Mrs. White answered. "I know you won't, but just in case." "There's no in case," old Mrs. White replied. "I have made careful arrangements since I'm going to trick him back." "Grandma, I helped you to get him back. You have to pay more attention to my thing now." Joanne was reassured by her grandma's confidence and immediately thought of her own matter. The old lady sighed. Why were her grandchildren so stubborn? There were so many women in the world better than Irene, yet her grandson was obsessed with her. And her granddaughter obviously knew what a playboy Jordan was, but she was determined to marry him and just wouldn't change her mind. Joanne thought her grandma sighed because she didn't want to help her. Flustered, she sat. "Grandma, you can't go back on your words." "Girl, have you really thought it through? That boy from the Reed family is fickle and cunning. You won't have a good life with him," the old lady reminded her again. "I know how he is, but that's exactly my type. I don't want anyone else," Joanne replied. The old lady sighed heavily. "I will go talk to the Reed family and settle your matter as soon as this is over." Joanne's face lit up when she heard her grandma's promise. Nathan booked a flight and called Irene, telling her that his grandmother was sick. Although Nathan's grandmother separated her from Nathan, Irene didn't hate her as she understood where the old lady was coming from. The old lady's condition made Irene worry as well. She told Nathan to go back immediately. Nathan's flight was in the next morning. Irene and Eden went to the airport to send him off. Crying, Eden was reluctant to leave Nathan. Irene had to comfort the child. "Uncle Nathan will come back soon." Eden broke into laughter. "Uncle, I will wait for you to come back to see me." Irene took Eden home after they sent off Nathan. Eden asked Irene on their way back, "Mom, my real dad is dead, not lost, right?" Irene was stunned. "Who said that?" "Granduncle. He said my dad died a long time ago, and you are finding a stepdad for me, not my real one. Is that true, Mom?" Irene's heart ached. She knew that her uncle told Eden this because he hated Edric. She had no idea how to answer. Eden would keep asking her if she said his dad was still alive. She sighed. "Yes, he's dead." A sad look came over Eden's face. "Mom, I don't want a dad anymore. I just want you and Granduncle and Uncle Nathan." "Good boy?" Irene hugged his soft little body tightly. "Mom, what did Dad look like? Was he handsome?" Eden asked again. "He was," Irene replied. "As handsome as Uncle Nathan?" "As handsome as Uncle Nathan. I knew that my dad must be very handsome." Eden slid into her arms with a smile on his face. "Mom, can I make a request?" "What request?" "I want Nathan to be my dad." Irene was speechless for a moment. Eden was still waiting for her answer. "Mom, no." Irene shook her head and said, "If you want a dad, I will find you a dad. Trust me, I will definitely find a dad for Eden. But I like Uncle Nathan to be my dad." Irene did not speak. Children only knew who treated them well and never understood the grown-ups' trouble. Nathan was a star in the sky while she was a speck of dust on the ground. They were destined to be in different worlds. Eden was a sensible kid. He changed the subject right away when he saw the sad look on his mom's face. "Mom, I want to eat pizza." "I will get it for you." Irene got off the car with Eden since there was a pizza restaurant nearby. Pleasant music was playing in the car. Edric sat in the back seat, resting with his eyes closed. He just got the news that Nathan went back to visit the sick Mrs. White. Edric was in a cheerful mood now that Nathan was gone. His fingers were tapping along to the music even though his eyes were closed. John, who was driving the car, accidentally saw Irene crossing the road with Eden in her arms. He was surprised. "Madam, Miss Nelson is holding a child?" Hearing John's words, Edric opened his eyes and saw Irene and Eden. Why would Nathan leave the child behind? Was he not this kid's father? Edric suddenly remembered that Irene claimed to be a single mom on the dating show. His temples throbbed. He ordered John, "Drive over to take a look." Irene put Eden on the seat and ordered a 6-inch pizza for him. Then she got 2 cups of juice and a plate of snacks. Eden happily buried his head in the food. Irene smiled and watched him wolfing down the food. "Slow down, take a sip of the juice. Be careful not to choke." "Mom, eat this." Eden took a bite of the pizza. Seeing that Irene didn't eat, he handed his slice to her. "I'm not eating. I just want to watch you eat." I want you to eat with me, Eden insisted. Irene had no choice but to take a small bite. Eden took another bite, his little face full of smiles. Is it delicious? Delicious. Edric walked in and went straight to a seat next to Irene and Eden. He sat down and ordered a random 10-inch pizza and a plate of snacks. He was not in the mood to eat. Instead, he had been paying full attention to Irene and Eden and heard their conversation clearly. He was shocked when he heard Eden calling Irene Mom. He glanced at John and realized that John was looking at him as well. They were both astounded. Irene's voice was so gentle and motherly. With mixed feelings, Edric stared at her and Eden in a daze. Why did this child call her mom? Did she adopt him? After the meal, Irene took Eden and was about to leave. A man appeared in front of them out of nowhere. Irene was startled. Edric stared at Eden with his scrutinizing eyes and asked, "This is your child?" "Yes." Irene spat out one word and strode away with Eden in her arms. Her figure disappeared, yet Edric was standing still on the spot. He saw clearly that the boy looked very similar to Irene. Their wide eyes, long lashes, and pink cheeks were exactly the same. Waves of emotion were surging in his heart. It took him great courage to ask her, and he only hoped to hear her denial. But Irene didn't deny it. She admitted it without any hesitation. Edric's heart sank when he heard Irene's answer. He felt a void inside, as if he lost something. "She is already a mother? Isn't she infertile? What's going on?" It's said that boys look more like their mothers. That child definitely inherited her genes. Edric's doubts were all cleared when he saw the boy's face. He was her child indeed. She had a child with another man. Edric returned to the car in a daze. His ex-wife, who didn't get pregnant for 3 years, had a beautiful son after their divorce. How ironic. Irene hurried out of the restaurant with Eden in her arms. She stopped a taxi and went home. Her heart was pounding the whole time. The child was in an accident. She had lost hope at that time after trying so many different ways and stopped taking any medicine. The day before Lily came to her, she realized that her period had been delayed for 10 days. She didn't dare to wish for a child, but still went to the pharmacy and bought a test kit. It turned out to be positive. She couldn't believe it and went to the nearest hospital for a blood test. The result confirmed that she was pregnant. She was ecstatic and called Edric right away. However, it took him a long time to pick up the phone. He said to her coldly that he was busy and asked her not to bother him. After hanging up the phone, she turned around and met Lily, who was flaunting her big belly, and handed her a pregnancy test report. She was filled with hatred and disbelief when she saw Edric's signature on the report. She felt that her whole world just collapsed. She remembered exactly what happened that day, but she didn't want to recall it at all. She didn't want to relive that kind of pain and humiliation ever again. Irene hugged Eden tightly in her arms. Edric's sudden appearance scared her to death. Why did he keep popping up out of nowhere, like a ghost recently? She was sure that Edric had just seen Eden's face. Would he doubt her? She looked at her son carefully. Eden looked very much like Irene, but not Edric, perhaps for his young age. Irene was a little relieved. Everyone knew they couldn't have children back then. He shouldn't be suspicious. Even so, she still needed to think of a solution to make sure that he never found out about the truth. Irene carried Eden home in a hurry and instantly noticed an eye-catching car parked under the new apartment building. Irene asked for a leave and hadn't gone to work since the brawl between Jordan and Edric. Jordan was also embarrassed to see her. Irene was the first woman who turned him down and broke his heart. He loved her and hated her at the same time. In the end, his love for her trumped the hate. As a man, he should be able to move on and treat her the same as before. Jordan finally found sufficient excuse for himself to come to see her again. After waiting downstairs for several hours, Jordan started to get impatient. Just when he was about to leave, he saw a cab approaching. Irene got out of the car with Eden. Jordan opened the car door and asked impatiently, "Where have you been?" "We went to send Uncle Nathan off," Eden answered in a childish voice. Nathan was acting quite mysteriously. "This dude didn't even tell me when he left. I suppose he only wanted you guys to send him off?" Jordan knew that Nathan went back because of old Mrs. White's illness. He deliberately said so to start a conversation with Irene as he still felt embarrassed to see her. Uncle Nathan is not a dude. Eden looked upset. Uncle Jordan always called Uncle Nathan dude. How rude. He's not a dude. You're. Jordan gently pinched Eden's cheek and said, "So this kid is your son. I thought he was Nathan's illegitimate son. I was quite jealous of him at that time." "Uncle Jordan, what is an illegitimate son?" Eden asked in a childish voice. "An illegitimate son is—" "Jordan," Irene interrupted him angrily. Looking at Irene's long face, Jordan smiled embarrassedly. "Irene, is he your ex-husband's child or your illegitimate son? You can't say anything decent." Irene ignored him and walked away with Eden. Jordan followed her and nimbly held the door open when she tried to shut it in his face. "I am your guest. Is this how you treat guests?" Eden stuck his tongue out at Jordan and said, "You made my mom upset. The consequences will be severe." "Bullshit. I'm your mother's boss. She is supposed to be afraid of me." "You said a bad word. This is called personality. Do you understand? It would be best if you learned more from me in the future. Don't be like a sissy like Nathan." "Uncle Nathan is not a sissy," Eden retorted. "He is if I said so." Jordan actually started to quarrel with a child. Irene shook her head. She couldn't be angry with someone like Jordan. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "What am I doing here? How can you even ask me that?" Jordan turned to look at Irene. "How long have you been skipping work? Don't you know?" "Didn't I ask for leave? And you agreed," Irene retorted. "I changed my mind now. Hurry up and go to work." "Now?" Irene looked at him as if something was wrong with him. "I'm going to a party tonight for entrepreneurs in San Fatillo. I need a female companion. You have to go with me," he ordered. "Edric would definitely be there." Irene shook her head. "I'm not going." "This is your job. I will take away your bonus if you don't go." Jordan threatened. "Will you give me more bonus if I do?" Irene asked. "Why are you so obsessed with money? I'll go only if you give me more bonus. I'm your assistant, not your female companion." "Fine, I'll add it to your bonus. Come with me now." Irene didn't expect Jordan to agree so easily. She didn't want to go with him at all. "I don't have any suitable clothes." She continued to find excuses. But it didn't work with Jordan. "I've bought it for you already." Irene glared at him, but Jordan acted as though he couldn't detect her reluctance at all. "Don't worry about the size. I have a 20/20 vision for sizing women. One glance, I will know their cup size." "What is cup size?" Eden asked again. Irene was really worried that Eden might learn something bad from Jordan. "I'll go with you. Hurry up and leave." Jordan smirked. He didn't know how to deal with her in the past, but now he had found her soft spot. He would have plenty of ways to handle her in the future. As Irene expected, Edric also attended the party. Irene wanted to run away as soon as she saw Edric and Lily. However, Jordan did not give her the chance to leave. He forcibly took her hand and walked over to Edric, who was surrounded by a group of people. Edric looked sideways when he heard people saying that Mr. Reed was here. His eyes lit up when he saw Irene. It was not that he didn't know how beautiful Irene was in the past, but he was still amazed by her beauty since he hadn't seen her in a gown for years. Her gorgeous face, smooth and slender neck, fair and clear skin, and slim waist. Watching her coming over with Jordan, Edric forgot that someone else was still talking to him. Lily was filled with jealousy when she noticed that he had been staring at Irene. To demonstrate her ownership of Edric, she pressed her body against him with no scruples. Edric could only see Irene in his eyes and didn't notice Lily's actions at all. Irene sneered in her heart when she saw them clinging together. Although she was reluctant to go near them before, she didn't want to retreat now. Jordan and Edric greeted each other friendly. They were both experienced businessmen. No one else could tell that they just had a fight not long ago. Irene was irritated by their fake smiles and polite chat. Lily had always ignored Irene in front of other people. She only called her sister when there was no one around. Therefore, she only nodded politely when she saw Jordan and Irene coming. Irene, on the other hand, remained a deadpan face and didn't acknowledge Lily at all. The guests at the party were all prominent and wealthy. Irene was only an assistant with a pretty face. Naturally, she became the object of ridicule. "Isn't she the divorced woman on TV?" A rich lady remembered that Irene was on a blind date program. Yes, exactly. Mr. Reed even went on that show for her. Yes, she turned him down at that time. I remember it clearly. Then why is she with Mr. Reed now? I thought that she left with another average-looking man. Plenty of people would do anything to become famous. She must be using Mr. Reed to gain fame. How despicable. People are really doing all sorts of things to be famous now. Look at her. She apparently came from some low-class family. She has no manner at all. Yeah, isn't it embarrassing to bring this kind of woman here? 3 women were enough to stage a play, not to mention the number of women here at the party tonight. They were jealous of Irene's beauty and didn't care about how vicious they sounded. Irene turned a deaf ear to these malicious attacks. Verbal abuse was nothing compared with the unbearable things she experienced in the past. Of course, Jordan also heard those unpleasant words. He stopped chatting with the head of another company and looked at 2 women nearby who were gossiping enthusiastically. "Aren't you Mrs. Wood and Mrs. Bush?" The 2 women did not expect Jordan to take the initiative to greet them. They smiled politely. "Mr. Reed, I saw Mr. Wood taking a girl in her 20s to dinner last week. That must be your daughter, right?" Jordan said with a smile. Mrs. Wood's face changed immediately. "What daughter? It must be a mistress." Tongue-tied, she somehow couldn't find a way to vent her unjustified anger. Jordan ignored her embarrassment and added, "Your daughter is rather beautiful." Jordan was well known for protecting his people. The 2 women naturally understood that he was defending Irene. Mrs. Bush wanted to slip away, yet Jordan wouldn't let her. "Mrs. Bush, congratulations on your new baby. When is the 100-day celebration? I will definitely go to make a toast." Mrs. Bush's face turned red instantly. "What baby?" It was a bastard of her shameless husband. How she wished she could strangle him. Mr. Wood and Mr. Bush also sensed that something was wrong. Jordan had never attacked other people for no reason. Their wives must have offended him first and pushed him to air their dirty laundry. They glared at their wives at the same time. Without saying anything else, Jordan walked away while holding Irene's hand. He gave Mr. Wood and Mr. Bush a sinister smile before leaving. The 2 men were in a state of nerves upon seeing his smile. They originally thought they could build some relationship with Jordan tonight. Now it seemed that it was a waste of effort. Not only that, they probably had affronted him already. Edric noticed all the drama. In the beginning, he didn't believe that Jordan was sincere to Irene, but now he was a little confused. Reed would never defend a woman he didn't like, but why would he use Irene to seduce Stephen if he was sincere to her? Did I guess all of this wrong? Watching Jordan and Irene acting like a perfect couple, he felt his heart throbbing in his chest. Lily was upset as well. She was hoping to see Irene being ridiculed and didn't expect Jordan to stand up for her right away. Why did Irene always have someone who cared for her wherever she went? It used to be Nathan, then Edric. Now it was Jordan. How lucky she was. Irene walked around with Jordan for a while before finding an excuse to go outside. She went straight to the small garden outside of the hall. She hadn't worn high heels for a long time and could barely stand the pain. Since there was no one around, she sat on the edge of the flower bed, took off her shoes, and put her feet on the ground to relieve the pain. Edric had been watching Irene secretly. He followed her out when he saw her leaving the hall. Right after Irene took off her shoes, a deep voice sounded behind her. "Jordan would be turned off if he saw you like this." Irene sneered without turning around. "What does it have to do with you if he is turned off?" Edric was irritated by the apathy in her tone. He stepped closer and asked, "Who was that man?" "What man?" Irene was confused. "You don't understand?" Edric's eyes narrowed with menace. "I'm asking, who is the father of your child? Don't tell me you don't know who the father is." Irene's heart trembled. She stood up abruptly. Edric's words startled her. She only regained her composure when she heard the second half of his question. She put on her shoes to hide her emotion. "Mr. Myers, don't you have something else to do? Why do you care about other people's private affairs?" Edric was not pleased with her answer at all. He reached out to hold her chin and forced her to look into his eyes. "Is it appropriate for you to leave your husband and child behind to go out with another man?" "I have a clear conscience. Who gave you the right to question me?" Irene sneered. Edric was almost driven mad by the derision in her eyes. He squeezed her chin even harder. Irene cried out in pain, but Edric didn't let go. "Irene, why are you so cruel? What on earth is your heart made of?" "It's not your concern what my heart is made of. We are strangers already. It's better for us to avoid each other in the future. What do you think, Mr. Myers?" Irene could clearly see Edric's eyes darkening and knew he must be livid. Just as she started to feel gratified, Edric suddenly grabbed her shoulders and kissed her lips. He smelled familiar, yet also strange. Irene was stunned for a moment, but quickly came out of the daze. "Who does he think I am? Does he still think I was the fool he cheated on?" She tried hard to push him away, but wasn't a match for Edric's strength. Since he held her so tightly that she couldn't get away, she came up with an idea and stamped on Edric's foot with her high heel. Edric was enjoying the kiss and had no idea that she would fight back. The sharp pain made him let go of Irene. Irene wiped her lips with disgust. "Myers, you're so fucking disgusting. How dare you touch me with your dirty mouth that has kissed countless women?" Edric squinted and said, "Irene, you don't need to act like some innocent virgin. Jordan played with God knows how many women. I don't see you having any problem with kissing him. Mr. Myers, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? To tell you the truth, you can't even hold a candle to Jordan in my mind." Irene strode away. Edric looked at her receding figure in a daze, disheartened and desperate. He had never despaired in the past, no matter what happened. Yet today, he felt like it was better to die than to live. He lit up a cigarette and wanted to ease his mind. But he took a draw and felt even more annoyed. He was very frustrated indeed. His heart for her had not changed a bit in the past 3 years. He had been dreaming of a day when he could get back together with Irene. But she had already drifted away. He knew this day might come in the 3 years she disappeared, but he refused to believe it would actually happen. He always thought that he still had a chance to win her back. When he heard that adorable kid calling her mom and saw how she cared for the kid with motherly love, he felt that his heart was stabbed by something. Ha! How ridiculous. He was waiting for her to come back, but she was already a mother. Who was the father? He had been thinking about it the whole time. Could it be Nathan? He remembered that Nathan and Irene were holding the child together in her neighborhood. When Irene disappeared 3 years ago, Edric thought about the possibility of her running off with Nathan. However, he had never heard any news about her and Nathan. The White family probably didn't accept her because of her background. Edric was rejoicing that she could never be with Nathan if the White family didn't want her. But Edric was not so sure now he had seen the child. She left him back then to be with Nathan. It was possible that she had a child with the man she loved. But wasn't she infertile? She didn't get pregnant in the 3 years they were married. How could she have a child with Nathan right after she left me? Or maybe she is able to give birth and she just doesn't want to have my children. Edric's mind was filled with different thoughts. He felt that he was going crazy. He had been struggling for the whole afternoon. Heartbroken, he gnashed his teeth in hatred and had no mood to work at all. He didn't want to come to the party at all, but couldn't turn it down. He only wanted to stay for a short while and didn't expect to see her here again. She easily stole his heart with her dazzling beauty. He was consumed with jealousy when he saw Jordan defending her. He followed her to the garden because he had many questions to ask her. What he wanted to know the most was who the father was. But she refused to answer, which only aroused his suspicion. Could it really be Nathan? If it was Nathan, why was she involved with Jordan? He didn't forget that night when he saw Irene kissing Jordan in the car. How could Jordan hook up with his good friend Nathan's woman? Who would it be if it wasn't Nathan? Who was the man she was willing to have a child with? He was burning with fury at the thought of her making love and having a baby with another man. She already has a child. Is there anything else she wouldn't do? Why am I feeling like this? It should not have happened, should it? Instead of going back to the party, Irene went to the bathroom to fix her makeup. Edric's kiss messed up her face. Her look might make Jordan suspicious. While Irene was fixing her makeup in front of the mirror, she heard a flurry of footsteps in high heels. The door was pushed open, and she smelled the perfume. Irene didn't need to look to know who was here. She cracked a mocking smile. Lily was really keeping a close eye on Edric. So what? Once a cheater, always a cheater. Since Edric could cheat on Irene when they were married, of course he could cheat on Lily with other women. No wonder Lily had to keep him on a short leash. Lily stopped to chat with some rich ladies and couldn't find Edric anywhere when she finished the conversation. She immediately looked for Irene and found that Jordan was alone in the hall. She guessed that Edric must have gone to meet Irene secretly. Infuriated, Lily went out to look for him. She checked all the lounges and didn't find anything. In the end, she came to the restroom. Lily's eyes narrowed when she saw Irene reapplying her lipstick. They just kissed. She was instantly overwhelmed with hatred. Irene put away her lipstick, glanced at Lily with a snicker, and was about to leave. "Wait a minute," Lily stopped her. "What can I do for you, Miss Cook?" Irene smiled. "Sister, I'm sorry for what happened in the past. I apologize to you. Please forgive me." "Forgive you? Do you think I'll forgive a mistress who destroyed my family? I know you hate me. It was Aunt Margaret who came to me first. I felt sorry for her, so—" Lily bit her lips and spoke tentatively. Like mother, like daughter. She knew how to get under Irene's skin. "I didn't want it either. I only wanted to help you at that time. You're barren, but Edric and Aunt Margaret want children very much, so I agreed to her. It's my fault for not thinking it through. Please forgive me for the sake of my dead baby. We're sisters after all." Even though Lily seemed to be apologizing, everything she just said implied that Edric cheated on Irene because she couldn't have children. Irene would have been hopping mad in the past, but now she only sneered in disgust. It said that children are exactly like their parents. It's true indeed. Even the home wrecker gene can be passed on. How eye-opening. Irene ridiculed Deborah for being Stephen's mistress back in the days. Lily's face turned red. "My mom and dad are in love for real?" "In love for real?" Irene sneered. "So you and Edric are in love for real too?" "Lily, don't kid yourself. You know perfectly well what kind of a woman you are. You're as shameless as your mom. No, I should say that you inherited your mom's specialty in seducing married men. Your mom and you are the most disgusting people in the world. You can insult me, but you can't insult my mother. She is still your stepmother no matter what." Lily argued, "Irene, you have to apologize." "Apologize?" Irene seemed to have heard something funny. "You're not worth it." Irene didn't want to talk to Lily any longer. She opened the door and was going to leave. Much to her surprise, Lily, who was usually restrained and dedicated, reached out to pull her. Irene felt sick at Lily's touch and turned around to slap her. Lily took the slap without dodging. A bright red wheal sprang up on her fair cheek. A woman happened to come to the restroom and saw Irene slapped Lily. Lily was the daughter of the secretary and Edric's girlfriend. Irene was just a nobody. How dare she slap the secretary's daughter? The woman shouted out immediately. Lily began to cover her face and cry when she saw the audience. Someone spread the news to the party right away. Edric heard the commotion. He put out the cigarette and came back from the garden. A group of people were gathering in the hallway. He immediately saw Irene surrounded in the middle. He strove over, his heart tightened. Lily threw herself into Edric's arms as if he was her savior. She cried even more pitifully. Edric helped her stand straight and asked, "What happened?" Lily only cried and didn't answer. The woman who watched the scene replied, "I don't know what happened either. I came to the bathroom and saw this woman cursed and slapped Miss Cook. That's outrageous. How can she do this?" People who knew Lily started to protest on her behalf at once. Exactly. How can she be so ill-mannered? How can she slap people on such an occasion? A mocking smile crept on Irene's face. It turned out that Lily had planned all of these. She deliberately provoked Irene so everyone would condemn Irene for attacking Lily. Irene had to admit that Lily came up with a good plan. There were always troublemakers who were eager to fan the flames. Someone else stood up for Lily and said, "Miss, you must apologize to Miss Cook." "Apologize?" Irene sneered. "Why don't you ask her why I slapped her? No matter what happened, it's wrong to hit someone." "It's not your turn to speak here," Irene snapped back. Her arrogance only made people angrier. "How can you act like this? Apologize. Apologize quickly." Irene turned a blind eye to the condemnation from the crowd. She fixed her eyes on Edric and Lily and said, "Miss Cook, are you sure you want me to apologize?" Lily cried without speaking. She and Deborah were well aware of Irene's high self-esteem. They knew that she would rather endure the humiliation and pain than show her weakness in front of other people. That was why Irene left the family without asking for any explanation after knowing that Lily was pregnant with Edric's child. She suppressed the news of Edric's betrayal as well as her own pain. Deborah said Irene was just like her mother. Such a person would never tell the truth about what happened in the past. That was why Lily dared to goad Irene on to attack her in the first place. Lily had two objects. First, she threw herself into Edric's arms to provoke Irene. Second, she wanted the crowd to denounce Irene, which would leave a bad impression in Jordan's mind. At this point, both of her goals were achieved. She just needed to wait to see how Jordan reacted to it. While crying, Lily searched for Jordan in the crowd. Where did this guy go? Edric's eyes darkened. Although he had always known about Irene's strong personality, he didn't believe that she would hit Lily for no reason. I want to know why. If it had been in the past, Irene would have been cursing at Lily furiously at this point, which would only aggravate the situation. But she was no longer the fool she was before and saw through Lily's plot. That being the case, how could she let Lily succeed? She didn't curse at Lily or stay silent. Instead, she looked at Edric with a smile, said, "Mr. Myers, are you sure you want to hear the reason?" Edric nodded. "Yes, I want to know why." "I also want to know why." Jordan suddenly appeared next to Irene. He reached out to hold Irene's hand and said, "I'm here. Don't worry." Jordan put his arm around Irene's shoulder to protect her. "Then I'm honored to obey. I'll tell everyone the reason why I hit Miss Cook for everyone to judge it." Lily didn't expect that Jordan would choose to stand up for Irene in public, nor did she expect that Irene would be willing to tell everyone about their argument. Her body froze when she was crying in Edric's arms. Will Irene tell everyone I was pregnant before? Lily would be humiliated if everyone knew that Irene was once Edric's wife and Lily was a surrogate. She would not be able to gain a foothold in the high-class society, even if she married Edric. Irene cleared her throat. The argument started when Miss Cook and I were talking about the most popular topic in recent years, homewreckers. "Edric, I'm a little dizzy." Lily didn't expect Irene to have changed so much. She immediately pretended to faint when she heard Irene say, "homewreckers." Edric was also surprised that Irene would bring it up. Irene didn't know what happened back then. He and Lily didn't have an affair. How could Lily survive in the future if Irene told everyone that she was a surrogate? He immediately held Lily up. "I'll take you to the hospital." Edric left with Lily. Without the leading roles, the audience lost interests as well. The crowd dispersed. Jordan held Irene's waist and left. He laughed when they got in the car outside. "Irene, do you tend to get physical?" "Mr. Reed, what do you mean?" "You have slapped both your sister and me. By the way, your sister is a pretty good actress. At first, she was so domineering and immediately fainted when you were about to tell everyone her mother was a homewrecker. Edric also played along perfectly. They are quite a match for each other." Jordan suddenly remembered something and sighed. "Does Edric know Lily was born to a mistress?" "I don't know. I think Margaret would never let her son marry a woman born to a mistress if she found out." "Why did you say that?" Irene was curious. Margaret had always thought highly of Lily. "Because Margaret was a victim of extramarital affairs," Jordan answered. "Edric's father had an affair?" "No, it was Margaret's father. She suffered a lot. Fortunately, Edric's father loved her very much, but he died young. Margaret devoted herself to her son. Her son is everything to her. You can imagine this kind of love. Anyway, Lily will have plenty of trouble after she married Edric." Irene didn't say anything. She had already learned how cruel Margaret was. All of a sudden, she was excited to see how Margaret would react when she realized her precious daughter-in-law was born to a mistress. It must be a wonderful drama. Edric helped Lily get in the car. Lily burst into tears. "Edric, I'm fine. I just pretended to faint. I don't want to be humiliated in that kind of situation." Edric naturally knew that she was only pretending. It was the only way she could stop Irene from telling everything. I just wanted to apologize to her and explain the truth of the past. But she wouldn't listen and called me a homewrecker. She was so emotional that she slapped me. Edric, I'm sorry. I didn't want to cause trouble for you, Lily sobbed in a low voice. I know. Edric felt guilty, thinking of the misunderstanding Lily suffered for him. Lily, I'm sorry. Lily initially was worried that Edric wouldn't believe her. She breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Edric's apology. She must not provoke Irene again in the future. After sending Lily home, Edric took a U-turn and left. Lily watched him drive away and went into the house. Deborah was waiting for her in the living room and was shocked when she saw the wheal on Lily's face. What's wrong? Stephen just came out of the study and also saw the wheals and tears on Lily's face. He was surprised as well. What happened? Irene, she slapped me. Lily burst into tears and recounted the incident with plenty of embellishments. Not only did she say that Irene called her a mistress, but she also didn't forget to mention that Irene called Deborah a mistress as well. Anyway, it was all Irene's fault. Deborah certainly understood what Lily was going for. She reached out to wipe Lily's tears and started to cry herself. It's all my fault. My poor child. I am the reason you have to suffer. Stephen sighed. He knew Irene had a bad temper. Seeing Deborah and Lily crying their hearts out, he said with a sigh, How can Irene do this? Lily is her sister no matter what. This is absurd. Deborah had never heard Stephen criticizing Irene before. Overjoyed, she knew she had to fan the flames and make Stephen even angrier at Irene. Therefore, she continued to speak while crying. It was my fault back then. I shouldn't have come to you. It wouldn't be like this if I hadn't come to you. Irene wouldn't have left you. My Lily wouldn't be humiliated like this. Deborah took on everything and kept crying. This is my karma, but why is God punishing my daughter? Stephen, Lily was not a mistress. You knew what happened back then. We did everything for Irene's sake. Stephen sighed. I know, I'm sorry you have to suffer. I will talk to Irene and tell her Edric didn't have an affair with Lily. I will ask her not to hate Lily anymore. Stephen's words stopped the women from crying. How could they continue the deception if Stephen told Irene the truth? Irene divorced Edric because she thought he had an affair. She would definitely forgive Edric if she knew Edric never cheated on her with Lily. If that happened, Deborah and Lily's plan would be ruined. Stephen, don't talk to Irene. She won't believe you even if you did, Deborah said in a hurry. Why? I asked Lily to be the surrogate so Margaret could leave Irene and Edric alone. But it didn't work out that way. Margaret threatened to kill herself to force Edric to divorce Irene. Irene must hate Lily badly. Now Edric is about to get engaged with Lily. Irene won't believe you if you go to tell her the truth. She will think that you're lying for us and will only hate you more. I don't want your relationship with Irene to be destroyed again. Yes, Dad, Mom is right. Irene's hatred for us has been ingrained deep in her heart. She won't believe you even if you go to explain to her. Lily immediately echoed. But how can we let you be misunderstood forever? Lily has been taking the blame for so long. She will be all right for now. We need to think about Irene. She finally changed her attitude toward you a little. You will only push her away if you defend us at this time, Deborah persuaded him. Stephen was in a dilemma. Indeed, Deborah was right that Irene wouldn't believe him even if he told her the truth now. Best, she would think that he was helping Deborah and Lily out. She already resented him for bringing them back to the family and would never forgive him if this was mishandled. Deborah and Lily heaved a sigh of relief, seeing Stephen drop the idea. Deborah helped Lily back to her bedroom and closed the door. She said to Lily with menace, Don't provoke that bitch again, at least not before you and Edric get married. Lily nodded. She felt aggrieved at the thought of the kiss between Edric and Irene tonight. Mom, Edric keeps thinking about her. I'm worried that something might happen to our engagement. You have to keep your cool at this time. I controlled myself for so many years for your father. Can't you wait for a few days? Deborah scolded her. Remember, don't provoke that butch now. Focus on Margaret. As long as you please her, she will put pressure on Edric and make sure he will marry you. Edric turned the car around and went to Irene's place. He arrived at the familiar alley before long. He looked up, yet saw it was dark inside. Surprised, he wondered why Irene hadn't come back. What about Thomas? Edric had been here countless times in the past 3 years. Thomas had a very regular life and would definitely return home before 8 p.m. Today was an exception. Edric looked at his watch. It was 10 o'clock in the evening already. The window was still dark. Did something happen? Edric waited downstairs for a while longer, yet still didn't see Irene or Thomas. A middle-aged woman living in the same building happened to be back. She had seen Edric staring at the window many times. If it weren't for his stately manner and expensive clothes, she might think he was a lunatic. It was just a shabby building. What was there to look at? Edric pointed at Irene's window and asked the woman, "Auntie, do you know where this family went?" The woman gave Edric a strange look. "Are you a friend or a relative?" "Relative, a distant relative," he answered. "A distant relative." The woman looked suspicious. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "They have moved away." "Moved away when?" "A few days ago." "Do you know where they moved to?" "Probably to live with their son-in-law," the woman replied. Son-in-law. Edric was stunned. He just learned about the kid. Now there was a son-in-law. How many secrets did Irene have? "Aren't you a relative? How did you not know their daughter got married?" The woman stared at Edric with an odd look. Edric didn't know how to answer. The woman ignored him and went upstairs. Edric stood on the spot in a daze. The situation was beyond his imagination. Irene moved away without saying a word. It was the same when he was targeting Kinsey before. He thought she would badger him, yet she just disappeared all of a sudden. He spent 10 long days by himself and had to give Kinsey her job back. As soon as he gave the order, Irene showed up again. Edric remembered how hostile she was to his mother in the restaurant that day. It was said that people who loved each other would tolerate anything for each other. Irene had never tolerated his mother. She fought with his mom ever since they got married. No wonder his mother didn't like her. It also told him that Irene had never loved him. She readily accepted the divorce and never tried to mend their relationship because she didn't care about him at all. She didn't have any hesitation, even in the face of such harsh terms. He was still dwelling in the past, yet she had been preparing for tomorrow. Eric suddenly found himself ridiculous. What was he doing? Edric didn't get home until dawn. Margaret already got up when he was back. She knew Edric didn't come back the whole night. If it were in the past, she would have called him to ask about his whereabouts. But Edric went to the party with Lily last night. He must be with Lily if he didn't come home. Margaret could hardly wait for Edric to spend the night with Lily. She certainly wouldn't call to disturb them. Margaret realized that she was wrong when she saw her son come back so early. It was apparent that he wasn't with Lily. Looking at the dark circles under his eyes, she felt worried for him. "Did you stay up late in the company again?" Edric groaned as a response. Margaret asked the maid to prepare breakfast while Edric freshened up. The breakfast was ready when he came out of the bathroom. Edric sat down by the dining table and ate the food. Margaret carefully observed him and found out that he had slimmed down. "Edric, don't work too hard. Take care of yourself." Edric groaned again. Margaret sighed and said, "Even though we lost the construction bid, Stephen will compensate us with the sports event." "Did Stephen tell you that?" Edric asked. "Deborah said that. It must be what Stephen told her." Margaret was in a good mood. "The sports event is a lucrative gig. I think it's not worse than the construction bid." Edric darted his mother a scornful look. "Don't you think it's too early to celebrate?" Margaret certainly knew what he meant. She was silent for a moment. "Edric, I've thought about it. We'd better announce the engagement to the public. The ceremony can be carried out in Stephen's house per his idea." "Do whatever you want. Don't ask me." Edric stood up, wiping his mouth. "I'm going to work." "Aren't you going to rest at home for a while?" Margaret was surprised. "No, I still have work to do in the company." Watching her son striding away, Margaret stamped her feet. How could this be good for his health? Edric ordered John as soon as he arrived at the office. "Go find out where Irene moved to. Be quick." John found Irene's new address in no time. Edric looked at it silently for a while before he grabbed his coat and went out. He drove to Irene's new home. Knowing that she wouldn't be there at this time, he still couldn't help but want to see it. Irene's new home was in the southern part of the city. The neighborhood had nice facilities and a kindergarten nearby, which was also why Irene chose to buy an apartment here. It was convenient for Eden to go to school. Edric parked the car outside and walked into the residential quarter. He went straight to the third building where Irene lived in. Before he got near the building, he saw Thomas sitting downstairs, basking in the sun. A little boy was playing with the ball not far away from Thomas. Edric stopped instinctively. It was Irene's child. He was such an adorable kid that Edric fell in love with him at the first sight. How wonderful it would be if he were his own child. Eden was bored after playing the ball for a while. He ran to Thomas and said, "Granduncle, I want Mom. Mom is at work and won't come back until evening. Eden, be a good boy. It's so boring." Eden sighed like an adult. "Granduncle, when can I go to kindergarten?" "Mom is already looking for someone to get you in. It should be soon," Thomas answered. While speaking, Thomas noticed Edric. His face suddenly became gloomy, and he left with Eden in his arms. Edric just stood there without moving. He clearly heard the conversation between Thomas and Eden. Eden was going to kindergarten, which meant that he was about 3 years ago. Irene and Edric only divorced a little over 3 years old. How could she have a boy that was 3 years ago? Could Eden be his kid? Edric was electrified by the idea. He must find Irene immediately and get an answer. He must know. Edric blocked Irene downstairs when she came back from work. He asked bluntly, "Irene, tell me the truth. Who is the child's father?" He finally came. Irene already knew that Edric wouldn't give up easily when he asked her that at the party last night. Fortunately, she already had an answer prepared. She looked at Edric and said calmly, "Mr. Myers, you are very funny. Of course I had my child with my husband." "Husband? So the child is mine?" "Myers, are you too stupid to tell the difference between husband and ex-husband? It's impossible. How is it possible?" Edric did not believe her at all. "How could you get married? Are you so narcissistic that you think I will stay single for you forever?" Irene said with a mocking smile. "Irene, don't lie to me. You can't get married." "Can't get married? Why would you say that?" "I will be informed at once if you get married." He asked people to keep tabs on the public records and tell him right away if Irene remarried. But he never received such news. "You and I only divorced a little more than 3 years ago. How can you have a 3-year-old boy? Is he my kid?" "Your kid? Do you think you deserve it?" Irene sneered. "Don't you know that we have been divorced for 3 years and 9 months? I told you, don't change the subject. With the current medical science, I can easily find out if he is my child." Every day felt like a year after Irene was gone. How could Edric not remember how long they had been divorced? Edric lost his patience. "Irene, you don't have to tell me, but I'll soon find out and come after you." "Myers, why do you have to push me?" Irene said fiercely. "There's no need to investigate. I'll tell you the truth." Edric stared at Irene nervously. "What's the truth?" "I didn't get married because my child's father died when we were about to get married." Irene knew that Edric would find out about Eden sooner or later the day she took Eden back. But she was not afraid. She had a way to make Edric believe her. Irene couldn't find a job anywhere and was driven into a corner after she left Edric. She cried in front of her mother's grave, which was on the mountain in the suburbs of San Fatillo. She was caught in an unexpected heavy rain and slipped and fell on her way down the mountain. She tried her best to protect the baby in her belly, but her leg hit a boulder and was broken. Coincidentally, she was rescued by a kind-hearted man passing by. The man was called Jeremy Field. He was a manager of a foreign trade company and Irene's high school classmate. Jeremy had a crush on Irene in high school, but he was humbled by her beauty and didn't dare to express his feelings. He went to college in another city, married his college classmate, and had a cute son. Unfortunately, his wife died in a car accident 2 years ago. Irene stayed in the local hospital for 3 months. No wonder Edric couldn't find her. Jeremy pursued Irene during Irene's stay at the hospital. Heartbroken and despondent, Irene couldn't accept him. She told Jeremy about her experience and admitted that she was pregnant, trying to dissuade him. But Jeremy didn't care and promised that he would be good to Irene and treat her child like his own. Irene couldn't believe his vows and was ready to leave after she recovered, but she had always been a proud person who didn't like to owe anyone anything. How should she repay him her medical expenses? Jeremy's parents had a grocery store in the countryside. He proposed to let Irene work there. Irene agreed as she was worried that she couldn't find a job elsewhere. Jeremy had been running back and forth between his company and the countryside ever since Irene started to work there. Irene's baby bump grew bigger and bigger. Jeremy's parents were very kind and took good care of her. Seeing how difficult her life had been as a single mother, they also tried to persuade her to marry Jeremy. Irene was swayed by the kindness of Jeremy's family and agreed to consider it for the sake of the baby. No one ever thought that something bad would happen to Jeremy. He died in order to save some children who fell into the water. Jeremy's death devastated his parents. The old couple couldn't bear the blow and both fell ill. Irene stayed in the Fields family to take care of them and didn't leave until they recovered and she gave birth to Eden. Although Irene and Jeremy were not married, everyone thought her child was Jeremy's since she had been staying with them. Because she gave birth in the Fields family, Jeremy's parents were kind enough to let her report Eden as a child of the Fields family to keep him from being an illegitimate child. Edric stared at Irene for a while. "Irene, you'd better not lie to me." "Why should I lie to you?" Irene sneered. "If you don't believe me, Mr. Myers, you can check it out." "I will." Edric shot Irene an indecipherable glance, then turned around and left,